strangers and acquaintances, enemies and interested others. Boy, I tell you, the evening is really putting off some wrongness stink lines as I poke around the internet. Like, it may not seem like such a big deal as, for example, Trump giving ultimatums to Iran as though Israel can't be. Why do we need to get involved? Israel already outguns them like 100-fold, so what do they need more to be outgunned? It's like, how much more imbalanced do we need this war to be, right? Even if you're sympathetic to the outcome, why does this is one time where the U.S. doesn't need to intervene and do something because Israel is perfectly capable of doing it. If you think we should intervene, and if you don't think we should intervene, then we shouldn't intervene, right? Either way, we shouldn't intervene. Who does Trump think he's like? Whose interests is he representing? Is he representing the interests of America and Americans, or just Israel? Like, why in the world? It's like there are so many places. Like, how could you possibly be opposed to intervening in Ukraine, but in favor of intervening to help Israel? Bring AK-47s to a stick fight. I don't know. It's like, I don't even care that it's a bad idea, which it is a terrible idea. I don't understand how even Trump, who has a very subjective calculus of things, how could even he believe that it's in America's interest to help Israel beat up on a hapless and underarmed Iran when they need no help? Oh, well, we can't necessarily blow up everything we want to, says Israel, without your bunker buster bombs. Well, then, if you gotta, then sell some bunker buster bombs to Israel. And it's their responsibility for what they do with them. We don't need to keep saying what the U.S. is being is like a horrible, brutal cop who comes over to help beat this guy who's writing on the ground with a baton because, after all, he's not stopping moving because they keep breaking his bones and stuff. And it's like that. Just let the brutal cops that already got there brutalize them. We don't need to join in, for fuck's sake. Hi, Goss Note. But anyway, that's the secondary wrongness, really. The wrongness that bothered me most tonight was this Psychology article, the Psychology Today article I read, written by this horrible clinical psychologist who was as intellectually and ethically irresponsible as I could imagine such a party being. It was absolutely appalling. It's like, I haven't seen such a ridiculous, unsubstantiated, alarmist, anti-drug warrior screed of crap in years, it seems like. But this woman's thinks 1980s Red Ribbon Week and fucking Dare were good things. She actually cites that ad where it says, "This is your brain on drugs," as though it was informative in some way. Well, Anyway, sometimes when the wrongness comes at me in waves, it's just I gotta put my foot down and start ranting. I'm not doing any backflips, Gabe. I'm not either doing any front flips, nor side flips, nor cartwheels, nor any jostling behaviors. I don't like being jostled. You like stank lines? Yeah, well, you know what emits the most stank lines of all is wrongness. Especially toxic pathologizing wrongness like that Psychology Today article, which is just absolutely reckless. Like, trying to catastrophize these study results that actually establish the opposite, and just make clear that it's always unhealthy to smoke weed, and it's always healthy to quit smoking weed, which is just insane. She said something like, older Americans should talk to their doctors about alternative treatments for pain besides marijuana. Apparently oblivious to the fact that marijuana is the alternate treatment for pain. The other things are horrible things like fentanyl and OxyContin and stuff. And I've never found weed to be a painkiller, but I guess some people say it relieves uncomfortable symptoms at least. So, even uh, it's purportedly a good treatment for neuropathy, although not for neuropathy the way originally I got it. Because that's by a different mechanism. It's not circulation related. Jesus loves me? Give your life to him? Well, what makes you think I haven't given my life to him? I mean, Jesus loves you, but it didn't mean he stopped you from making this mistake of proselytizing, even though he's deeply, deeply sorry about it. He doesn't want people like you representing him because you try to tell other people what to do. I am out here by the pond. I have to go out front because I'm getting skeeted. I'm about ready to start working on the pond now, and of course, the skeets are out in force. If I had done it at any point after coming home from my errands between then and now, the skeets would have been minor problem. Instead, they're a massive problem. The Detroit Tigers versus the Pittsburgh Pirates game is postponed? Oh, I don't care about that. But I'm sorry to hear it for your sake. If you were going to watch it, I understand how frustrating that can be because I sometimes kind of build my schedule around the athletics game. You know how infatuated I am with the athletics. No, skeets is in the skeeters. Skeet Skeet Pond. Well, I'm hopeful that the pond will help reduce the amount of skeets because even though it has water, skeets only make larvae in standing water, and this water will be not standing at any point. It's going to be cycling around. um, but additionally, there'll be fish in. We're going to try to put fish in the upper bigger pool and then the bottom big pool. We're going to goldfish in both those pools, but they may end up going out from the top pool down the little slide all the way to the bottom, in which case then they're just going to have to be in the bottom. So I'm not going to keep moving them back up. I won't get a skeeter on my Peter. That's why I wear pants. Because otherwise, my Peter is just going to be swarmed with skeeters. If they can get any part of my body, they want my dick. They'll settle for arms and stuff if I have my dick covered, but otherwise they're just all over me. Did you hear about Ozempic? Apparently, a lot of men are reporting that Ozempic makes their penis bigger. I one time said to Rachel, like, if they ever come up with a drug that makes people's dicks bigger, like, every man will go out and get that drug. But the truth is, I certainly would never take Ozempic, especially not for what's fundamentally not the effect of it, right? The main effect of it is to make you ridiculously skinny, big-headed looking. Yeah, pond slide, right. What I mean by the slide is the little stream part that goes from, because it's a 3-pool set, okay? The top pool is very small. It's just kind of a basin to catch the water coming out of the water pump. And then the water goes down this little stream bed, and then it goes into the first big pool. And then it goes down and down the hill and then down over here in this little stream bed. And then it's the third pool, the second big pool. How will I keep pond scum from forming? Cross that bridge when I get to it, if in fact pond scum proves to be a problem. I'm hopeful that we can sustain a natural ecosystem there, because I know the neighbors' frogs came up to their little swimming pool thing that they have in the front that would fill up with water in the rain, and their frogs that have been in their thing, they eat the mosquitoes and stuff. So I'm hoping frogs come up here, and also that we have goldfish, and the goldfish are eating some of the bugs, and the frogs are eating some of the bugs, so that the pond will be a good source of minimizing mosquitoes. Pond scum is my favorite kind of scum. A lot of people speak ill of pond scum, but I think it gets a bad rap. It's better than, say, rebel scum. Rebel scum, well, I always sided with the Empire in Star Wars, so. Okay. Hey, you rebels. We don't need your damn monarchy, okay? Just settle in your place at the autocratic table of the Empire. We all need a stern daddy. You had a drink called pond scum at June Lake? Really? I'm assuming it wasn't made out of actual pond scum. It was instead made out of some other kind of scum. Rebel scum. I wish I knew what that whole line was. It was something like blah 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 rebel scum. You know, I can't think of the line. Twasn't, twasn't. What was he talking about? Something super, super, super important. Oh my gosh. I have so many important things to say. Like, hey there, and watch out! There's some of the very important, I have to say. Smart Boozy. Sup, Eric? How's it going? It's going fine, Jack Me Off. How's it going with you? Given that my answer is no, I'm not going to jack you off. Hopefully that doesn't dim your mood too much. But why? Why won't you jack me off? Heck, because it's just not my thing, dog. I've never had a fancy for giving hand jobs. Although I'm sure if I were to give one, it would be the very fanciest. Because I am a very fancy guy, as you can see. That's why I call this here the auto carriageway rather than the driveway. But I'm fancier than that. That's why I call these natural wildflowers rather than weeds. Because I'm fancy. I'm too fancy for weeds. Jack Aldemoff, right, yeah. He's a little bit more famous than Jack Malloff. I guess because a lot of jacking off has followed from his username. Because obviously people obey commands when they hear them. Most people. I had to fight hard to not obey this command because I'm just so used to obeying commands. What would you like to see change about life? Well, I'd like to see me obeying a lot more autocratic and arbitrary commands. Like, jump! Or stop smoking pot! Oh, that lady. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Oh my God. I don't know if any of you guys have watched that video I made about that horrible lady and her horrible Psychology Today article, but if you did watch it, how horrible was that lady in that article? You only know Jack and Jill? Jack Aldemoff and Dixon Myaz? Probably they're distantly related. I think they both have a shared relative in the Dickenby family, Anita Dickenby, and her husband, um, I also Anita Dickenby. India time is 7:12. Anyway, the Aldemoffs and Dickinson and the Myaz families are offshoots of the main Dickenby family. Well, sure, there's their grandfather, Mike, everywhere. And I think they merged at some point with the Ike, and believe it's not Butter family. And I guess the and believe it's not Butter was a woman, so that name was lost. They went with everywhere. And then eventually, now we have a whole clan of Aldemoffs, Myazes, Hunts, Oxlongs, Oxsmells. Yeah. I'm proud that these significant, important families visit here so often. Because I'm sure it's pretty hard to get Dixon Myaz to come to your stream. He's famous. It's pretty difficult to get Mike everywhere to go anywhere because he's swarmed by paparazzi. I'm glad my last name isn't everywhere. I'm sorry, what did you say your name was? Eric? No, what, your last name? My name's Eric everywhere. What? Eric everywhere. Eric cum is everywhere? No! My last name is Omazar. Is it hot outside? It's not cold. Well, he has more trouble than Mike Eggs Long. Mike Legs Long. Mike Legs Long. He has a good time walking because his legs are so long. But, he is not so, he's not thus in, the area where Mike Oxlong is endowed. Has it been into the 90s yet? I don't think it got to 90 today, but maybe it did. I didn't look at the temperature that much. You make me want to go down and get that thermometer, Keisha. I don't know why I didn't bring it up. When you said, did you bring the thermometer? I was like, no, because I didn't really get how it worked or something. But then I thought, well, what do you mean I didn't get how it works? It's just a little pointer thing. Yeah, but it looked like fancy or something. Well, so what? It's just a thermometer. You can still use it to tell what temperature it is. Mike Cook Clan. He gets such a bad rap. No, my last name is Ku Klux Klan. Okay? We have no affiliation with those horrible racists. It's not my fault that my last name is Ku Klux Klan. I'm sure none of us, including me, obviously, but my other parents, thought about maybe they shouldn't name me Mike. I came home from kindergarten and had to tell my mom that the teacher got me in trouble for being racist and making a racist joke until she got the roster. No, unfortunately, formal name is Mike, not Michael. It's not short for Michael. They named him Mike. Have I slept yet? No, I didn't. But this is going to be actually the first full night of sleep I've missed since I got the bottle, and I'll crash tonight. Thanks, OJ. I appreciate the comment. Truth is, I don't like the glasses very much because they don't really go with anything, and they just look like an attempt to be quirky or something. The reason I have these glasses and I'm wearing them is because, number one, when I went to buy glasses, back when I really didn't have any pairs of glasses, the supermarket had literally, this was the only pair they had that was the right magnification. And when I came back again, like a week later, they'd restocked the whole thing, right? But when I got these, it was like totally empty. So I just got these ones because I needed reading glasses that were the right magnification. I since have gotten multiple other pairs of glasses, but all the glasses that I preferred, in other words, that had the right magnification, but weren't orange, I've broken. Sat on them or whatever. Well, you know what's even cooler than these glasses, D3, is not trying hard. And I hate the way that even though these glasses are an example of me not trying at all, instead just trying to fix my reading glasses need, make me look as though I'm trying hard. So I don't like that. Effie's a subtle mistress, okay? You gotta warm her up. Fancy thermometers are cool, on the other hand. Those are very cool. The fancier the thermometer, the better. If I could afford it, I'd like to pay upwards of $1 million for a thermometer. just so I can know exactly what temperature it is. In a recent poll by Tiger Beat magazine, the coolest thing in the poll was fancy thermometers. It's what the young people are into these days. Like they had one question, what's cooler, being a rock star or having a fancy thermometer? And nearly 95% of the people said a fancy thermometer. Changing times, changing mores, changing values. Rich has got a handheld fold out mirror to look at herself. Oh, you've been touring in my shed, huh? Oh, that's where that thermometer came from, Acacia. It's your $1 million thermometer. I hyper-focused on coding and Rust, then pure data, and now what? I gotta keep the dopamine flowing. In a way, amphetamines is like stamina recharge or power up for hyper-focusing. We're just focusing at all, you know? Yeah, you can hyper-focus, but, you know, if you take little enough, you can just focus pretty well, you know, and then it's not, you don't get so thwacked out, but I just don't prefer that usually. And even when I'm being judicious, as I have been with this bottle, I started running into diminishing returns. But I took 3 of them today, which is better than the 4 of them I took yesterday. What a virtuous guy I am. Because unlike smoking weed, there are genuinely like problematic side effects from Adderall. Really from sleep deprivation, but that's the main side effect, is that you can't sleep enough and you don't sleep well enough, etc. And then the impacts of the sleep deprivation are multiple, you know. Sleep deprivation has a lot of impact on people in a lot of different ways. I got no amphetamine. Need me a 1-up for dopamine. Okay, well, supposedly, well, you know, you should get Wellbutrin, yo. You should get on Wellbutrin. They'll give that to you because it's both not an amphetamine and they have a version of it that has to be processed through the liver like Vyvanse does. So you can't snort it, you can't smoke it, you can't boop it. Whoa, Doc! You gave me the non-boofing kind. Unbelievable. Whoa! Getting prescribed the non-boofing kind of Adderall would make me turn full Joey Lawrence. Whoa! Wellbutrin's a norepinephrine and dopamine reuptake inhibitor, but it doesn't feel like speed. But it does feel like a good second choice, a better second choice than, say, modafinil. Well, guys, I've got some good news. We are just perhaps 15 minutes away, maybe 13 minutes away from the athletics game starting. And even though we lost yesterday, we've won 4 out of 5, 4 out of our last 5. And I have faith that we're going to win tonight because it's a Wednesday. What do you do on a Wednesday? You win. You're actually on 300 milligrams of it. Oh, you ain't got to worry about it, D3. I'm. This is this is my cycle, right? Like every month I do this cycle where I run through my Adderall, trying like this month at least, trying when I'm not being super druggy, trying to hit the sweet spot where um if you abuse it, you get seizures. I take shit tons of those things. They don't give me seizures. I don't know. I take 5, 6 of them at a time. Yeah, slight changes in structure can do quite a lot. I bet you were a fan of the movie Moneyball because it's about that team. I was a fan of that movie before I was a fan of the team, though. I like that movie. I think it's a really good movie. Technically, you can call Wellbutrin 3-chloro-in tert butyl cathinone. Well, so when you said earlier you need a one up for dopamine, you have 300 milligrams of Wellbutrin a day. What you need most of all is to oversleep yourself so that when you wake up, all the ampy effects of things are fully realized. You got to go off it so that you can have it work good again. Cathinone is just amphetamine with a keto group on the beta locant. Well, you certainly seem like you know about psychopharmacology, but guess who doesn't? This guy. Yeah, tolerance breaks is right. Hi, Johnny Doe. We're talking about taking tolerance breaks from taking Adderall or Wellbutrin. Heard Mike's Mike Oaklex plan got a wonder point. Well, in case you don't tell him this, but it was a mercy wonder point. I felt bad for him. People kept saying, "Get out of your white hood, you racist Southerner." Even though the Ku Klux Klan family have never lived in the South. They've always lived at least as far north as Pennsylvania and currently live right on the Canadian border. I've never taken any classes really, chemical nomenclature for no reason. Also find pharmacology fascinating. I see. Reverse Klan, yeah. The most anti-Klan guy maybe of all time was, well, he wasn't anti-Klan, he was anti-slavery, was Cassius Clay. No, not the boxer. The son of a wealthy Confederate or Southern slave owner prior to the Civil War. When his father died, he freed all of his slaves. When he inherited the estate, he freed all the slaves, even though it cost him the equivalent of millions of dollars today. Uh, and he was this relentless duel fighter because he was insisting on publishing this, you know, firebrand abolitionist publication in Kentucky prior to the Civil War. So other like slave owner family people, they challenged him to duels all the time, and he just killed them all. It's crazy. Dexedrine is fun till the come down had me crying hysterically to a disturbing degree. I got so sappy. Huh. Well, I think when I first paired up with my doctor, he started talking to me about the advantages of Dexedrine over Adderall, and I didn't grab that bait and take it and say, you know what, I'd like to try that. And he hasn't brought it up since, and I just feel like, I just, I don't need better speed. The speed just throcks me out plenty. You haven't taken any since 2021 July, huh? Well, I don't find personally, Johnny Doe, that that's the mechanism of resistance. I find that the mechanism of resistance links to how much dopamine is available to reuptake inhibit. So because over the time of taking Adderall over a series of days, I will gradually get more and more of a sleep deficit, then I'm going to need more Adderall to overcome that sleep deficit because you recover your dopamine. You put dopamine in your brain when you sleep. Yeah, that's what I understand, yo. That's what I understand. But if it's more potent, I don't know. I mean, it'd be great if I could, I guess. No, it wouldn't be great though. And the thing is, I've got a system that works for me, right? Which definitely involves taking a sleepy week every month. So I don't want more or better speed because I don't want to have enough speed that I can not take a sleepy week because I don't want to just be on it all the time, you know? It has three different salts, I believe. Oh, so you're saying uh, there is dexedrine in Adderall? It increases your heart rate? It, I noticed that maybe a little bit when I have sleep deprivation. When I have sleep deprivation, I experience lots of physical symptoms that you wouldn't expect to experience from sleep deprivation. For example, I'll get winded a lot more quickly when I'm sleep deprived than when I'm not, even though it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the lungs at all. Well, Gail, I'm going to try to be a little more cautious with the Wellbutrin if you hear it gives you seizures. Even if that turns out to not exactly be the case, or not the case in my situation, I don't want to have seizures. I've never had a seizure before. Sleep deprivation gives me awful gas, and breathing does feel weird. Yeah, and like my arms will feel tired. Like when do my I'm just standing there, my arm like here will feel tired. Like why are my arms tired from sleep deprivation? Sleep deprivation isn't doing pull-ups or something. I guess it's because my arms haven't rested enough. Just like the rest of my body hasn't rested enough is the only explanation for it. Visual snow. Oh, I got plenty of visual snow. Yeah, I get my vision gets a lot worse as I get more sleep deprived and when I'm fully slept up, I actually don't even need my glasses to read the phone. But with just even a little bit of sleep deprivation, I immediately have to go for the glasses. I'm rarely fully rested up because, you know, I want to get up and play. If I have if I have amphetamines in me, it sounds fun. Yeah, less recovery, less muscle recovery. Makes sense. I always get existential at a certain level of sleepiness. Well, I like the feeling of being deprivation drunk sometimes. Like if I've been up a bunch and then maybe I haven't pulled bong rips in a while and I'm sleep deprived and I pull bong rips and then the bong rips really hit and I'm like, oh yeah, I feel faded. Hi there, staying off the grid. As always, for you, I stay continually oiled up. I use only real spream, which is the world's first and best and only vegan, cruelty-free sperm whale sperm substitute. Oil up with sperm whale spermaceti. That way, after you're done having your way with me, you can use me to fuel your oil lamps in your Nantucket home. What do I think? What do you think all of the clan went to West Ontario, though? Why do you think all the clan went to West Ontario, though? Is it morning for me? No, it's not morning here, Rushan. It is instead 7:05 p.m., the exact time at which the athletics game comes on. In the evening, 7:05, which is in military time, 1905 hours. In case you're from another country that uses that. Because, you know, a lot of Europeans and stuff, they'll go, I meet you at 16 o'clock or something. Even though he's like, that's not how you say it. Have you guys ever heard of PM and AM? Oh, see, Severino's pitching tonight. That's fantastic news. He's our ace. He's not as ace-like maybe as some other teams' aces, but he's our ace, and he's pitched a number of fantastic games, giving up one run through 8 innings in his last start, if I remember correctly, and I believe I do in this instance. Every millennial uses a 24-hour clock. Gen Z as well. Really? I had no idea. I only encountered that when I was in Europe, like in Russia and, well, different parts of Russia, I guess. I remember encountering that a lot. The other time when I went to Europe, I don't remember, but I was, you know, 5 years younger or something the time before, and I might not have paid attention to that sort of thing. I wasn't managing my own time schedule because I was with my parents, so I didn't encounter this military time thing in Western Europe, but I did encounter it for sure and noticed it because I was in charge of my own schedule when I went to Russia. Okay, so in case you don't know, you have an opportunity right now to pick which athletics player you think is most likely to hit a home run. And if they do, you get awarded one Wonder Point, and Wonder Point values are doubled on Wednesday. So, for example, you might say, hey, I think Brent Rooker is going to get the home run. And if he does, then you'd get one doubled Wonder Point for a total of 2 Wonder Points. Maybe you think, no, it's Nick Kurtz. He's the one who's going to hit the home run. If he does, at any point during the game, you have earned yourself a Wonder Point. You only pick one player, though. Alex Odianiako Basharilitilo. That's not him. No, we don't have that player. Europeans don't have clocks. They have solar time slots. Europeans don't actually refer to times of day specifically. They just say things like, a mosey past brunch. You know, meet me at a mosey past brunch down near the Wankel studio. That's something you'll hear in Europe a lot. Europeans love their strange words. Like Glorkensverderdafel, which means sup in German. German likes to have needlessly long words for simple concepts. Like, they don't call a hot dog, they call it Der Wiener Schnitzel. It's a hot dog. It shouldn't have such a fancy name. Yeah, this is my glockenspiel. What kind of a name for a musical instrument is glockenspiel? Who came up with that name? Some German, probably. But they're needlessly fancy words. Altuve is just doing a nice job of hanging in there. Well, that's too bad to hear. Let's hope that Severino gets him out. There's two out. That one guy for the Astros, he did work a walk, but Sevy looks to have just gotten out of the inning with a fly ball out to center field. And that brings us to the bottom of the first after these important commercial messages. Ford. You should buy a Ford. Look at us. We're working in a factory with masks on so we don't get our germs on the car. Oh, wow. We're at the Ford dealership. It's so great. It's so America. I'm sharing with you, how you would, if you were watching the commercial, how you would be thinking, what you'd be saying. Oh my God, Jack in the Box has an all new wrap with chicken and a couple of sauces wrapped in a tortilla. Comes in both spicy and classic forms. Now, if on your way rushing to go to Jack in the Box, you should happen to get into a car accident, maybe you'd like to consider Ashton Price LLP. Auto accidents, truck accidents, serious injuries? Call them. Home Depot. Home Depot is a place where you can go to get a new washing machine. Ace Hardware is a place you can go to get a new barbecue grill. They've got multiple brands, multiple styles. Here's what it looks like if you're cooking steak on one. Ah, West Sacramento, born and raised. We're here to watch the former Oakland A's. And Max Schumann is leading off today. It looks as though, yes, it is in fact the case that the law dog, Lawrence Butler, has the day off. We've got a lot of kind of second stringers in the lineup today. Max Muncy, Gio Urshela. Denzel Clark doesn't often start. Wins is the backup catcher. We've got Jacob Wilson in the starting lineup and Rooker in the starting lineup. But, Urias. Those are the only three regular starters that are in the lineup, I think. Oh, Nick Kurtz is a regular starter at this point now, too. But Kurtz is no longer starting Soderstrom periodically at first. Is Soderstrom in the lineup? He's another regular starter. But Clark is a part-time starter. Schumann doesn't get a lot of playing time. And he's leading off today. He's going to get more at-bats in this game than anybody because he's leading off. Uh-oh, Framber Valdez is the pitcher. Framber Valdez seems to be a very good pitcher. He seems to kick everybody's ass every time I watch him play. They say high tea or low tea or Bengal tree popcorn time. I'll choose Bengal tree popcorn time. I don't really like tea that much. Cricket is a made-up game, unlike baseball, which was delivered by God himself to America. Is steakums like those shredded steak things? Yeah, I think it's basically beef that's not steak shaped into steak strip shapes, but I don't really know. The reason it's called steakums is almost certainly because it's not steak. Otherwise, they just call it steak. Just like the reason I can't believe it's not butter, it's called that, is not because it is butter. Oh, that would be a strange reason for them to call it that. Baseball's weird, but it was made that way by God, unlike cricket, which was made up by a bunch of nutty British people. I mean, do you know that you're not supposed to, like, throw the ball? You're supposed to, like, toss it in some way? And there's no, like, pushing and shoving in cricket. It's a gentleman's sport. Everybody has to be super gentlemanly. I say, old boy, can you toss me the cricket wicket? I don't want to toss you the cricket wicket. Go on now, give it a toss. I'm going to hit the ball backwards this time. That's not. Who decided you could hit the ball backwards and score runs? You have to go forwards, obviously. In baseball, they correctly call a backwards hit a foul ball. Cricket, they've got everything all back-asswards. Instead of having a catcher, they throw the ball at 3 sticks. What? What kind of a, who made that up? Throw it at 3 sticks. Get a person to stand there and catch it. That's what you do if you were going to have a real sport. It's like, throw it at 3 sticks is like, oh, we only have a few people and we want to play baseball. So we've got a backstop so it won't roll away too far. And we'll just throw it at these sticks. It's like something little kids would come up with. While pretending to be all gentlemanly. Is cricket the worst sport? No, I don't actually dislike cricket. I'm just making fun of it. I wouldn't watch it, but I'm sure there are worse sports. Like, what is the worst sport? Well, the worst sport to watch would probably be boat racing. Because even if you're watching it on TV, they have no way of adequately showing the perspective to get a sense of where these, those power boats that they race in the ocean. It's not as big a sport as it used to be because so many people died from it. Because they try to make their boats go as fast as possible, but unlike driving a car as fast as possible, the road you're on has unpredictable bumps. Well, I mean, the thing is, it was only exciting when it threatened somebody's life, maybe. Crashes might be exciting, but if you're just watching 2 boats driving on the ocean, I don't know. It's like, you can't even watch it unless you're watching it on TV because if you're trying to watch it from the shore, the boats get farther and farther away from you and then eventually come back, and you can only see when they leave and when they come back. I mean, I think we'd all agree that watching submarine races would be boring because you'd just be watching the top of the ocean waiting to see if their periscope sticks out the top and try to see where the other guy's periscope is. Yeah, it's NASCAR with boats, except there's no grandstands, right? Like, no matter where you are on the shore, the track always is almost always too far away for you to see. Um, it's like in surfing, they don't really go very far because they're going at low speed when they're paddling out, right? But those power boats, they go super, super fast. So a race has to be a long distance for shore viewers. I would also say another very boring sport is that one where in the Olympics you watch them try to climb up the rock. They have this course of like they're not real rocks. They're not they're not rocks at all. They're just handholds and stuff in weird positions, and you have to approach a course a certain way. It's like competitive rock climbing, but I don't know. It's like the way like I was watching it in the Olympics, and like, the first rock thing, basically, if you weren't tall, it was impossible for you to do it. So the Japanese rock climber who was super good couldn't get past the first step on this one thing because it basically was just a height requirement. And and then when you watch them go up the thing, it's not fast like the speed one. It's they're trying to handhold, trying to go over like this. It's very not very interesting. On the other hand, a boat race that I do like in the Olympics is the kayak racing, especially the one where they have the white water and you have to go around the thing. So that was exciting to watch. I like that. Time trial with track bikes, probably pretty boring. I mean, I think in general your heats days of track and field where you're not doing the finals and finding out who wins the race. You're finding out who will have a chance to win the race a couple of days from now, right? That's just even worse if it's swimming heats you're watching, I think. I like swimming better, actually. I take that back. I like swimming better. Um, you would think that curling would be pretty boring, but I actually kind of like watching that from the Winter Olympics. It's kind of like it's a very body Englishy sport to watch it. It's just a bunch of tall guys. Talking about basketball? Oh, NBA. NBA is for me more or less unwatchable. Uh, I can't watch it because the game's too long. The amount of interruptions with all the fouls is too much. The extreme amount of um, just needless stoppages. Like, they're constantly blowing that horn to substitute players in and out, and they're keeping track of all. It's a game in which the way it's officiated is that everybody's allowed to have 5 fouls. So there's like 10 or 11 people who are on the bench of a basketball team, maybe 12. I'm not exactly sure how many for the NBA. They, let's say there's 12 people on the bench of an NBA team. That means without anybody fouling out, they could commit like 48 fouls. That is not a well-designed game. Okay? I'm sorry. That's not how to deal with fouls at all. If you're going to call every bit of contact as a foul, then you can't have them stop the game every time there's a foul and shoot free throws. It's impossibly frustrating to watch. Whereas college basketball is way better, way, way better. Well, you're getting one, Fly Guy, from yours truly. NBA basketball is just a mess. It's a mess of a sport. You get a sport like hockey, and you see a sport that does a great job of maintaining the flow of the game without letting the officials take it over and make it all about this incredibly boring thing called a free throw. You know, there would be a lot fewer fouls in basketball if every time a basketball player committed a foul, they had to go to the penalty box for 2 minutes and they had to play 4-on-5, right? Then there wouldn't be so many fouls. Because that's too much of an advantage for the other team. I think that's in large part, Johnny Doe, a function of the game being too long. You know, college basketball, you've got in men's two 20-minute halves. And so you only have one break at halftime, no quarter breaks. And they just, by and large, just do not seem to call as many fouls. And the game tends to be more tense, more tight because, you know, they just, every play matters more because there are fewer plays. I think one of the things that's cool about college basketball as well is you see a diversity of approaches because coaches are trying to do the best they can with the kind of players they can get. You know, if you're and if you're most coaches for most college basketball teams, you are first and foremost dealing with the reality that you're not going to get the same level of players as the top schools that get all the 5-star recruits or whatever. That you're going to have to make some decisions. So you might be a coach who decides to get the best undersized players you can get, or you might be a coach who gets the prospects people are taking a pass on that you think have the most upside because you think you have a solution for the problem that other people are passing on them for, or something like that. You got to have some kind of strategy. So you end up with teams that are playing very different styles sometimes. Some teams want to slow it down a ton um, and make it and try to just milk the clock all the way until keep it close late because they know that the other team is kind of overpowering them and this is their way of they have a fighting chance. You know, it makes the whole sport a lot more interesting. And I love maybe more than any of my other teams that I love. This last season, I absolutely loved the USC women's basketball team with Juju Watkins and Kiki Irrifan and my favorite, what's her name? K9. Kaylee Hinkle. Is that her name? Kaylee Hinkle? Anyway, was a freshman who showed a lot of she's her nickname's K9 for a reason. She's a bulldog. She's little compared to some of the bigger girls on the court, but the size of the fight in the size of the fight in the dog, not the size of the dog in the fight. And Kaylee Heckle has got plenty of dog size in her fight. Plenty of fight size in her dog, I mean. Have you seen the Grand Budapest Hotel? Hi, Gustavo Miranda. Hello, Brazil. I hear you guys are fond of soccer, or as you like to call it, el fútbol. A lot of size of fight in her dog, you know, Rachel? She was a scrapper, but also slick. She was a bit of a hit and miss shooter from outside, but she scored so many impressive layups where she had to just like scoop it up around somebody and etc. She's got a very high basketball IQ and shit tons of hustle. She's got game, yes. Kaylee Heckle was one of the more highly recruited freshmen the year that we successfully recruited her. SC, I mean, that Gottlieb, our coach, did. Bienvenido. No, it's bienvenidos. Spanish, Sean. Portuguese and Spanish are the same. Yeah, she's tough. I mean, I also like our other freshmen a shit ton too. It's just, you tend to like the the Mr. Hustle Pete Rose on the team, and but our other freshmen are fantastic too. We have Kennedy Smith, and she was really the best of the freshmen. She just she does a little bit less flashy things, so she's a little less eye catching in her play than Heckle or the other freshman we had, whose name was and still is presumably. What was that blonde lady's name again? Fuck, I can't remember her name. That blonde one who shot all the threes, Howell. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Howell. Yeah, Howell's great with her 3-point shooting. She has just, she is not, there's no moment that is too big for her to take the three and feel confident she's making a good decision, whether it goes or not. A level of maturity, the 3-point shooter in that regard, that I don't think anybody really expected to see out of a freshman. There are a freshman trio of super of superstars in the making, but we also have a couple other freshmen on the team who, well, at least one ought to be mentioned, which is that girl who always wore the cheek makeup. The little girl. Samuels. She is not as good point guard as Heckle, but an excellent second choice to Heckle, who's not even necessarily in the starting lineup all the time, right? Because it wasn't last year because we had Kiki Irrigation, who's graduating, and we had Marshall, who graduated. Kiki and Marshall were gone, so Marshall was our center and a very good center. We do have another center on the bench who's got some African name, I forget what her name is, but she was a substantial step down from Marshall. So hopefully Gottlieb and I feel very confident she will, having the badass USC team that we had last year. And even though Juju got injured in the tournament, nice job, good job. Who was that? Good job, Austin Wins. You're doing a good job as our backup catcher. You're producing more offense than I expected from you. And I appreciate that. And you're a good defensive catcher too. I've seen you throw out a runner. And you're a veteran presence in the clubhouse, I believe. Do the team good. So good job, Austin Wins. I'm glad we picked you off of waivers. Oh, that wild pitch was terrible. You guys got through this wild pitch. Remember about that was not a good pitch. So I'll show you the pitch here. Oh, I could go back one more. Okay, well, he got a hit, but I'm trying to show you the pitch. Here it comes right now. Oh, that's a terrible pitch. Just a bit high and outside. You can't even see it on the screen. That's a terrible, terrible pitch by Framber Valdez. I'm glad to see it happen to him because He has been a thorn in my baseball side too many times. He seems to be always against whatever team I'm rooting for. I don't know how I have so much Framber Valdez in my life, but, I'm a little intimidated by him. So I'm glad to see him having some struggles. It's like one of your pitches. I'd like to believe I could successfully throw it from the mound to the plate and reach the catcher's glove and not bounce it or throw it all over. If I got to throw a first pitch, I'd like to think I could throw it the 60 some feet to home plate and they may not throw a strike, but throw, a ball that is a normal kind of ball that the catcher can catch rather than having to like stand way up or jump or something like that. But unless I had a chance to practice ahead of time, I probably would just throw it someplace bad. I don't know. Dairy Queen. McDonald's gravy? Does McDonald's even have gravy? What are you getting the gravy on it at McDonald's? Well, Eric, I like my Big Macs with a little bit of gravy. I say, McDonald's, listen, can you give me a Big Mac with some gravy on it? They say, sir, we've already explained it to you. We don't have gravy. Just put some gravy on it. So whatever it is that you don't like, that's not gravy. You're mistaking McDonald's for Thanksgiving dinner. Big difference. Oh, Clark. Clark. I like your defense. Oh, did you score that round with that out? No, you didn't. That was lost out of you. Clickety, Clark. I am loving your defense. I'm not loving your offense. But and the problem with you having great defense is that only helps us if there's a difficult play to make, right? Like if every time they hit it to center field, it's just a lazy fly ball for you to catch, then it doesn't matter how good you are defensively. Because unlike, on offense, you always get some chances to try to make a good, exciting play by getting a hit of some kind, right? On defense, you don't always get any chances to make an exciting play or a special play because the outs might be hit to other people and the outs that are hit to you might not be hard to make. In which case, there's no benefit of you over a replacement, But he has been responsible for 8 outs saved or something like that in just a relatively small number of games, which is very impressive and represents kind of like the hottest defensive start kind of ever for a player because he made spectacular play of the week 3 weeks in a row. And I think it was like his first 3 weeks of playing in the big leagues even. So he just came right out the gate making spectacular catches. And he made the greatest catch ever, which he's not going to be able to do, make another catch that good. When he robbed this one home run, his body goes like halfway over the wall and he pivots and pulls it back into the field of play. He had to totally climb the wall. It was incredible. Oh, well, great, Severino. Why don't you just let him tie it up? First pitch of the 3rd inning, solo home run by that Houston Astro. I don't like the Houston Astros. What's your go-to restaurant for poutine? Who eats poutine? What is poutine even? I don't even know what it is. Sounds like something they'd serve in New Orleans. Oh, why don't we go have some poutine here? Some kind of pseudo French Cajun accent or something. I wonder if Nolans people still talk with their regional accent, since, the Locust Valley Lockjaw accent, it's died away. Nobody talks that way anymore, including posh Long Islanders. Oh, sir. Love it, but could you get me a gin and tonic? Something tells me that the neighbor's coming home. Namely, his car. Or her car. I don't know who's driving that one. Could be either Kay or Jared. I wonder if Levitts was a regional thing. Who here is familiar with the song? You'll love it at Levitts. Jocelyn Heckle. Jocelyn Heckle would have been a great name. You're right. Okay, sure, that would have been a fantastic name. Instead, she's Kaylee Heckle. Oh, did you catch that? Wow. That wasn't even Clark who made a spectacular catch. That was Schumann playing out of his natural position in left field. Wow, good job, Schumann. That's a good catch. He laid out for that. And not as good as Denzel's more spectacular catches, but it's still a very good catch. I would say that's an out above replacement right there. He didn't really have any business making that play. He literally had to dive out like this and grab it in the air. As he flew down and landed on the grass. Well, Dallas Braden is talking about how because the Athletics are constantly switching up who's playing where and stuff, that we're going to have a lot of players who you can plug in different spots without having a problem. No, we've had nothing but problems with that, actually. We've tried Blade at left field occasionally. Not enough for him to get comfortable there because he's been terrible defensively. We put Rooker at left field. He's been terrible defensively. Jacob Wilson has not done a great job being a defensive shortstop, even though I love his offense, But anyway, I am so excited about seeing this upcoming USC women's basketball season because even though we're not going to have Juju back, maybe for the whole year, but definitely not until around tournament time if we get her back at all. Oh, God. Who's playing third? Who is that? Another athletics defensive miscue. As Dallas Braden is trying to talk up how good it is to be plugging people in random positions all the time. And we have another fucking error. Who got that? Why don't you put up E whatever instead of continuing to chat with Seth Brown who's not playing today? They still haven't indicated who that error was on, or that it was an error. Because where they put that information, it says on the berm, because there's a berm at this stadium. Seth Brown. Yes, I know you're talking to Seth Brown. You completely ignored the previous play. You're not talking about it. I have no idea if that was ruled an error or a base hit or what. And I can't yell at who's responsible for the error because I don't even know who's playing third. Oh, Max Muncy's playing third. He's not good defensively either. Or no, Gio Urshela is playing third. I don't know where Max Muncy must be. Okay, well, either Max Muncy or Gio Urshela is playing third and the other one's hitting DH, I guess. You never know with the A's lineup because Kotze just, he's a compulsive fiddler. By which I mean, he unstoppably plays the violin. No, I just mean he fiddles with the lineup, of course. Too much. I think they could have named Heckle's first name Taunton. Taunton Heckle. Yeah, I'm confident Kotze is diddling none of his players, but he is fiddling with his lineup incessantly. It's like Kotze fiddling with the lineup is the equivalent of Aaron Boone throwing sunflower seeds at his face. It's like Aaron Boone, in times of trouble, he just tosses the sunflower seeds into his mouth and then just like spits them right out and tosses more seeds in. He doesn't even eat them. Is he fiddling around and finding out? Yeah, well, you'd hope he'd find something out, but if he just continues fiddling around forever, then he's found nothing out except that he likes to fiddle around. You know? We get it, Kotze, you like to fiddle around the lineup, but when you put somebody at third after not playing him for a week, they're going to be a little rusty at their position, even though I guess third is Gio Urshela's natural position. I'm not sure if it's Max Muncy's or not. I think Max Muncy started the year at second base, so if he's got Max Muncy at third, that's not his natural position. I don't think. But who even knows anymore? He's played everybody so many different positions. Who even knows what their position is? I know what Nick Kurtz's position is. He always plays first base. He's obviously an experienced first baseman. He's probably been a first baseman since Little League or something because he really knows how. He's a good defensive first baseman. That's the exception to our defensive woes. One of the exceptions. But, you know, I really like talking baseball. I like talking about the A's. I like knowing so much about them. You like this kitty better than the other kitty? Well, this kitty, you don't have to spend time with them. You don't have to endure his potent meows that force me to do what he wants. Mike Nemork? Well, he could. I wish my cat was gifted at eating by himself. It's like he ate by himself for his whole life after infancy as a cat on the street. You know, when we started giving him food, we'd put it further away from Capillo so he wouldn't bother Capillo if we could, and he'd eat it, and like if we walked around there, it'd be kind of like stern, like, hey, you better not be bothering Capillo, and he'd like look at us and run away and stuff. Now he can't even eat food by himself. How did he become such a big baby? No, I don't watch any kitty that wears a camera. ahead, Trouble. He doesn't want to go ahead. He wants to stand right there. Okay, well, why did you want me to open the door? Just because you wanted to look outside and see if you wanted to go out there, I guess. Well, what criterion were you making the determination on? It's a little bit not warm enough outside or something. Like, what made you change your mind? Oh, Jacob Wilson. Oh, no. Let me see what happens here. I missed the beginning of this inning, but I'm always excited when Jacob Wilson gets a hit. It looks like he was throwing out a second, stretching. Oh, no, not stretching. He tried to steal second. How did he get on first is the question. I want to see so that I can know.
The relationship.
Jacob Wilson gets a single that goes about 15 feet.
That should be hit 99 for Jay Willie this season.
There's a swinging bunt, legged it out for an infield single. Jacob Wilson gets more seeing eye singles than any player I've ever seen.
He understands I'm going to have to field this cleanly, and it's going to have to be quick. You got Jacob Wilson booking it down the line. And as you said, Jenny,
good job, Jacob Wilson, getting a base hit. However, bad job getting thrown out at second, which you're about to get thrown out at second. Capillo Cam. At least he stops eating. I wish he'd continue eating when I walked away so that he'd get full, you know. Trouble does always hang out with me when I'm in the bathroom. And that's true whether I'm pooping or peeing. He likes to, a generous way of understanding, hi Andy, the reality is he's guarding me from danger while I poop or something. Ethan Kipping? Okay. Well, what they need to do is develop a drug that treats sex addiction. All they need to do is make a drug that makes men impotent, and then they won't be addicted to sex anymore. They might still be addicted to it, they just won't be able to have it. Hey, Spandy Andy, you are Spandy. Why is he Spandy? Just because he's Andy. What does Spandy mean? Full of spans? Like, this bridge is very spandy. It has multiple spans. Or that bird is very spandy because they've got a big wingspan. Oh, Jacob Wilson. We could have had 2 on, 1 out, because Rooker worked a walk, but now we've got 1 on, 2 out, Urias up the plate. But Urias has got way more pop than you'd expect, and is not a liability on defense, and is always a little bit positively surprising to me, I think. I don't know why. He seems like kind of a light-hitting defensive specialist more, because he's not a liability on defense, but he actually, at first I thought, why are we playing this guy? And he's grown on me a lot. He's got a lot of professional at-bats in him, you know? That one, morning track power, he didn't get all of it. That's okay, Urias. The game's tied. That's happy news. Tied game is fine. 1-1 game, we've got just as good a chance to win it as the Astros do. It's time for me to make some food. Well, you should mention to Pat that realistically he was really leading Ethan on. And that Ethan's the one who's really suffering right now because his love was not reciprocated. His desperately special love. This is my desperately special love. Come over here and look at it. What are those hats? They say W on them. Alright, Sevy, top of the fourth, nobody out. Still a 1-1 game. He's given up one earned run. I believe it was earned. There was an error in that inning, I think it was after the run scored. Now there's a video feed problem. Well, they fixed it. Got a bunch of children wearing W hats. Maybe they're explaining why they're wearing W hats or what that means, but I'm not listening to their sounds, so I cannot hear their explanations. Yeah. Thing is, Pat's always complaining about getting very hurt and things being very much not okay when really all that happened is like Sue didn't offer him a piece of bubble gum when she had one herself, which is not nearly enough to catastrophize. So I'm blaming Pat. I'm blaming Pat because he's misidentified his addiction to bubble gum as a sex addiction. And he's also misinterpreted Pat's friendship as something more. Have you seen it yet? She was there with me. She didn't seem too surprised. Oh, I see. The question is, what did Carrot think of your session? I see now. Acacia's speaking in pictures. Use your words, Acacia. We're not Egyptians. We can't read your hieroglyphics. Okay, I need to make something to eat. What do you guys think I should make to eat? We think you should make a bagel, Eric. That's not a bad idea. Bagel and cream cheese? Okay, I could do that. Let's go. Come on. I think that suggestion was really good, and I appreciate you guys taking my request seriously and answering the question. All right. You're going to remain plugged in because we're running low on electricity, and I'm all out of coal for our coal-fired electricity generator. Oh, there's yogurt too. Yep. This is just as good as regular food because even though it doesn't have any meat in it, it's got animal protein, which you need for health and success in life. I'm making a bagel. Let me ask Rachel if she wants a bagel. Rachel? Rachel? You want a bagel? I turned the air conditioning on, but I just turned it off because now it's cold. So it was feeling stuffy in here, I turn it on, it's like instantly cold. As long as you don't go upstairs, this house stays remarkably cool, even in hot weather outside. But upstairs is dramatically hotter than downstairs. I mean, that's probably because I have all the vents closed upstairs so we don't waste electricity, but yeah. I was also because heat rises. It rises early in the morning because it believes in Ben Franklin's admonishment, early to bed, early to rise. Seven eggs? I don't have any eggs. I did address it, Andy. I addressed it by saying that this is all a gaslighting campaign by Pat. And I guess you're so married to your agenda that you don't want to hear the truth. But let me tell you what's truer than true. Yogurt. Known as the truest of the dairy products for its silky yogurt-like consistency. Sometimes called the viscous liquid of kings. The thing about yogurt, it has the viscosity and resistance to thermal breakdown that I need in a food. Not even like particularly striking. It's not super highly flavored. It's pretty mild peach flavor with mostly a kind of a plain yogurt flavor. But the benefits of yogurt stem from their viscosity, not its flavor. Okay, that yogurt will tide me over as I'm waiting for the bagels to cook. You like Greek yogurt? Does it have a texture of 1540? Or like 8090? Well, it's definitely a lot more viscous than 5W30. That's what goes in the car. And I know if I try to pour the yogurt into something the way I pour the motor oil in, it would not just pour right out into the engine. I have to go gloop, gloop, gloop to get it out. So whatever viscosity makes it sound gloop, 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 that's the viscosity of yogurt. Viscosity doesn't make a sound. It does when you're pouring it out. God, you see how viscous it is? It gets stuck to my lip. Unless that's just my actual hair color there. I guess it is. So. Some of my gray hairs are turning peach. All right, 2-1 to Houston. Come on, Severino. 1 out, bases loaded. What are you doing? I don't necessarily have to watch as much of the pitching part of our games, and I'm inclined periodically to kind of avoid looking at it for a bit because invariably when I come back, it's like, oh God. I'm glad I haven't been watching this nightmare unfold. You know what I like to say in times like these? I like to say, oh heavens to Betsy. You know? It really conveys my feelings so well. Because you know about Betsy, her relationship with the afterlife. She's not deserving of any heaven. So that's why heavens to Betsy is a statement indicating exacerbation and wrongness. Jenny and Dallas are apparently broadcasting from the berm today. They got some sort of little makeshift booth that they're broadcasting from, and they're like meeting with people on the berm, and like right now they have the hot dog concession guy, or they're not hot dogs, some kind of sandwich, but the concession guy whose hat says 9-6 on it. 9 with a little line and then 6 on it. 96, I guess, is the company he works for. But they're talking to him now. Executive chef. The Athletics minor league ballpark in Sacramento has an executive chef. Is that what you would call somebody in charge of food at a ballpark? I guess so. I mean, I don't really think of baseball park food as being food that chefs make, you know? More like just stuff you heat up and whatever way you heat it up. Like, you know, when I get a Dodger dog at Dodger Stadium, I don't think, oh, my compliments to the chef. I get that they're just putting a farmer jog hot dog in a bun, and there's no chefery going on. Technical difficulties, please stand by. The gall of these people, Sports California. It looks like their little broadcast from the berm idea is, bye, Sean. Hi, Grace. Well, I can eat whatever I want. It's just not a good idea. You're sugar-free because you're diabetic? I'm trying to cut out sugar for my diet, but I would never consider cutting out yogurt. I don't consider that as even being sugar. When I say I'm trying to cut out sugar, I'm trying to cut out eating candy and ice cream and stuff. At least eat less of it. I'm not trying to quit it entirely, you know? So yeah, they're talking to the executive chef, Brian Kuzinski, except his name, Brian, is spelled Brien. That's not how you spell Brian. That's how you pronounce Brian, but not how you spell it. Oh, the humanity. The humanity that believes they are, who thinks it's a good idea to leave a comment telling me how I'm wrong about evolution, even though they say nothing of value or responsive or informative about the subject at all. Why don't they think, okay, I still think this guy's wrong, but I can't really say that because I'd have to respond to something he says or have some, People just love it. No, I want you to take evolution from me. I love it so much. It explains everything. Like why I do this. It's because it helped me when I was a hunter-gatherer. I just love it. Just want to make love to evolution all night long. Don't they know it's just a hollow sex doll? Not even a human being at all? You can't make love to a sex doll. All you can do is rub one out inside of one. That's not an explanation. That's just autoeroticism. Oh, sure, you might be saying regular sex is also not an explanation. And you'd be right about that. But let's just ignore that. And pretend that my pointing out that the other thing, yeah, is just fine. Ashton and Price LLP, you put so many commercials on these broadcasts. You're an attorney in West Sacramento, and you have gone all in on A's advertising. He is the sponsor of Meeting on the Mound. Every time there's a meeting on the mound, they show his thing, like Meeting on the Mound, sponsored by Ashton Kutcher Law Firm. I mean, he's in a like A's color sweater that's obviously been photoshopped onto him. I'm almost entirely sure. Like, just admit it, dude. You don't care about the A's. You're a Sacramento guy. They just moved there temporarily. Stop trying to pretend like you're a big A's fan. You're just a ambulance chasing lawyer. The worst kind of lawyer. Technical difficulties. So I'm trying to watch the A's game, and all I'm getting is a screen that says Sports California technical difficulties, please stand by. I'm not watching this channel to stand by. I'm watching this channel to see a baseball game. Sports California. This is not a sport either. And if you can't handle broadcasting from the berm, don't try to do it, okay? Because even if it was going perfectly, I'd hate it because it involves talking to people rather than broadcasting the game like you're supposed to. I don't care about some old A star or the executive chef or even Seth Brown, a backup outfielder that's never sees any playing time. Why would I want to hear those interviews with people? If I wanted to watch interviews with people, I wouldn't tune into a baseball game. I just don't get it. Why they think people want that garbage. Especially when all it does is result in technical difficulties. Please stand by. That's what it says. Apparently, they're having difficulties. Oh no. Ay, ay, ay. Well, I kind of put the bagels in for a little too long. But I can scrape off the burnt part. Hot. Not super burnt, I guess. I mean, it's burnt. I don't know if you can hear me, but I burnt the top of the bagel, but there's plenty of good bagel underneath just a little bit of a coating of black stuff. Well, great news, everybody. I forgot to turn the water off. I've been watering my plants for like a couple hours, I think. But I still have to water the end of them because it didn't get all the way down to the end. I have to go outside in a second and turn off the water. It's what PG&E's fault. My middle last name is Babe Pig in the City. The long last name. Oh, I see. No, if it were PG&E's fault, we wouldn't. It's their fault for doing this special broadcast thing where you're sitting out on the berm instead of in their normal broadcast booth. Oh yeah, they're fine. They were quite dry when I turned the water on. I'm not worried about overwatering particularly because we've got really great drainage. I dug quite the trench for these plants and filled it entirely with steer manure blend, so which is like drains instantly. So last year when I didn't do a good job of making sure they were all planted in good potting soil, we did have some drainage challenges, but not this year. The thing I probably have to adjust because I left the water on is like these couple of plants right there where the water was on the whole time, they're super flushed at this point, so I could refertilize sooner than I otherwise would have. Can and should, you know. The thing is, what I'm mostly bothered by is the wasting of water, because as a Californian, that's like, it seems like, most of the years, the last 20 plus have been some variety of drought year or momentary respite from a drought or whatever. The weird thing is, I don't really need to worry about wasting water here because we're getting water from our neighborhood municipal water company that's getting it from wells, and then the drainage is going back in the same aquifer. Okay guys, the fun and games are over. Show me these here. I didn't even know we were having fun and games. I thought we were doing productive, serious tasks. 7 cat gear. No, this doesn't go with me. This goes in the drawer. Bagels are really good, you know. The thing is, something like bagels and cream cheese, we're gonna cast this bag of bagels. There's only 2 left, and we just got the bag. And we're gonna cash at least 1 package of the 2 packages of cream cheese we got. But so I'll probably get more bagels, so I'll have another package of cream cheese, etc. But there will come an occasion when I get bagels and then we don't eat them at all, and I end up throwing them all away because it's impossible to predict when Rachel and I are gonna stop feeling eating something. I can't predict that with myself. Rachel can predict it even less than I can. Glad to hear it, Rachel, darling. It always makes me happy to be of service to you. It is my love language, acts of service. A lot of times I'll dress up as a waiter and we'll play restaurant. Welcome, madam. It's a lot of fun. Let's smoke some pot. Alright, it's only 2-1 Astros. That's pretty good. Looks like wins. Oh, you're so slow. Oh my god. You might say like, oh, that was a good play by the third baseman, no, the shortstop for Houston, because he went way deep into the pocket back there and had to throw across his body going the wrong direction. But the only reason he was out is because Austin Wynns has to be one of the slowest people in the major leagues. He's very slow. He's a catcher. He's a veteran backup catcher. Obviously, catchers are not known for their quickness, nimbleness. Over time, their body gets too beaten up from all the work of being a catcher, and they're usually not that quick. I'll have to make an Insta. An Insta, huh? I'm assuming you're referring to you want to make a carnation instant breakfast. That must be what Insta is short for. Where is the weed? I've lost you, weed. I done lost you. Where'd you go? What am I supposed to smoke without you? Where'd you go, weed? Here's some weed. Don't worry your pretty little heads, everyone. I got it right here. You don't need to panic any longer. You're part of the lineup. You're trying to make some noise. Show everybody why you got the phone call. Why you're here. For curtsy, what we saw was a guy with lights out power. Maybe we didn't see that power early. That's true. He got nothing but singles for his bunch of his first hits. Even though he came advertised as this power guy, but His walk-off homer the other night was a real moonshot. It went incredibly high up, but it still traveled 447 feet. Normally, high arcing home runs just barely clear the fence, you know? Oh, God. Show, at least if you're going to insist on interviewing the new junior broadcast team member who does the after game things and before game things with this other guy, if you insist on interviewing him, at least don't show you talking to him, show the game. We don't need the visual of you not doing your job properly by talking to this guy about the A's in general rather than talking about this baseball guy. And somebody who decided to do this needs a bit of a talking to from Eric. Look, A's broadcast decision maker, don't do dumb things like this. You don't need to make a baseball broadcast better by having it be less of a baseball broadcast. Okay, it doesn't make it better at all. This thing where people they like interview fielders in the middle of the game. Oh, that's an error. Oh my God, that's another error. Go, 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 Clark. Wow, 2 errors by the Astros right there, which let Schumann get on to first, and Denzel Clark's now at third. And the ball was picked up by, who is that guy? Altuve? I'm not sure who it is, and he was in great shape to get the double play. He tried to get the ball and throw it to second, and he just like whoop, 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 fumbled it away. And then he turned to try to throw it to first, and he threw it over the head of Framber Valdez, and Denzel Clark went all the way to third. Even though it should have been a double play, now we have first and third with 1 out. So a productive out will tie the game here. We just need a fly ball, or even, like a suicide squeeze would be fine. Who is coming up to bat? Ooh, Jacob Wilson's coming up to bat. He's 1 of 2 today. I'm glad to see he got a hit today because he'd been through a little mini slump. He was like over the last 7 or something. If you're familiar with Framber, says presumably Dallas, either watching him, competing with him, or against him, when things start to unravel behind him, things really start to unravel quickly. And it really has to do with him being able to, or the inability to, control his emotion. Well, that's interesting analysis, Dallas. Let's see what Jacob Wilson does. Ooh, he takes a strike. That's fine. I'm not too worried about him striking out. He's not a strikeouter. He's also not a walker very much, but he walks a little bit more than he strikes out. He doesn't do either of them very much.
Let's get a run. Let's tie the game up.
Okay, you're still talking to that guy. I don't care what that guy has to say. I don't even know what his name is. I just know he's a former A's player that is, his job would be better filled by an actual broadcaster rather than another former player. Although Dallas Braden does a great job. Oh, Jacob Wilson. Oh, that hurts, man. He got good wood on it, but third baseman grabbed it off a short hop really effectively and turned it into a double play. It went from a likely single to a double play, unfortunately. But it's still just a 1-run game. And I believe in the A's ability to come back if we keep it close. UTTV sent me an email saying, live TV you'll love this summer. I already know what I'm watching this summer. I'm watching athletics games. Oh yeah, that was a great video. This video is titled, Could Babe Ruth Hit Today's Pitching? Don't be silly. But his answer is actually, yes, he would kill it. In fact, even though people think old-timey swings look funny, it was the most ideal swing for the weight heft of the bat that they were swinging. And this guy argues rather convincingly that move to a more conventional kind of swing where you're trying never to go one-handed with your swing is not necessarily a better approach at all. It might be just better for lighter bats, but it might not be better to be using a lighter bat at all, depending on the kind of batter you are. So, in other words, if you have pop, then you'll get more home runs with a heavier bat in that weird kind of old-timey swing. If you don't have pop, you'll get some home runs with that weird at-bat old-timey swing. Well, there's been very interesting and convincing data presentations regarding stuff like, how fast was Jesse Owens really compared to, say, Usain Bolt? And the answer is definitely very comparable or close, because when he was doing his sprints, they didn't even have starting blocks. They had a little shovel that they dug out a little scoop from the dirt, that's where they put their feet in. And obviously they didn't have as good a track surface, they didn't have as good as shoes, etc. But it doesn't mean they were less fast or less good athletes. I'd recommend watching that video if you like videos about baseball. I used to swim as a kid. Now I just sink. Ruben's amazing swimming abilities are part of the reason why he's there to defend the Alamo against the Mexicans. It's because, as an American, he knows how to swim better. And that gives him an insurmountable advantage over the invaders who don't swim. Sure, Ruben has to go and fight them at the Rio Grande rather than at the Alamo usually, because that's where his swimming advantage is obviously most fully realized. And it also explains why Ruben has been most of his time swimming in the Rio Grande. We should all say thank you for your service. If it weren't for him, we'd have to remember the Alamo again. And frankly, that is sooner forget. Like, why did you even build a fort there in the first place? There wasn't anything there until you built a fort there. No reason to pick that spot. Just some random flat spot in Texas. What did you think you were going to do with this fort except get attacked by Mexicans? Put a fort right there near Mexico. Hey, you guys! I wasn't planning on attacking America. Well, look how shiny their fort is. It's got the newest Adobe. And then the Americans are saying, John Smith, an American in the Alamo, is saying to Daniel Boone, this is not Adobe, okay? It's stucco. Adobe is for Mexicans. So that's really what the conflict was about. Mexicans came over and said, hey, we love your Adobe fort. And then the Americans said, it's not Adobe. It's stucco. Things escalated from there. They tried to resolve it with the piñata hitting contest, but not sure who accidentally hit one of the other guys into the piñata, but things escalated from there. And before you knew it, the Mexicans killed everybody in the Alamo. Like, oh my God, dude, what'd you do that for? I know it's Adobe, but that's not a reason to kill him. And that's the true untold history of the Alamo. Ferguson came in. Savvy did a good job of getting through his whatever he got through with just giving up 2 runs, but Ferguson comes in and immediately gives up a single. Ferguson's had some rocky outings. I have not a lot of faith in him, but the pitching staff has been, prior to yesterday, showing a lot of improvement. Having given up only 2 runs in 6 innings, or 5 full innings. Well, that's very good for the Athletics, but not totally unusual because a lot of times the starting pitchers will do pretty well, and then the relievers, Kotze will burn through like 4 different relievers to get through 1 inning because they're all getting shoved. Gio Urshela, less blinking and listening to Severino, more getting hits. Ferguson, throw strikes. Or maybe not throw strikes. Maybe you can get him to swing on some balls, but it's 2-1 right now, and you don't want to walk him. At least if you throw a strike and he puts the ball in play, he might, even if he hits it hard, hit it right at somebody, We don't want to give him a free base. So just get across the plate, see what happens, take your chances, Good job. Way to get it across, but that was right down the middle. Foul back. Just goes to show you, you don't have to paint the corners to get people out, Ferguson. Gio Urshela is really chewing on that bubble gum. Like he's got a beef with it. Maybe they meant to push further into Mexico. Oh, the Alamo people? Well, they did. They said, you Mexicans, get out of here. And they tried to push them across the Rio Grande, but the Mexicans couldn't swim, so they fought to death. You might be asking, well, how did they get over in the first place? They rode burros across a bridge. But when the Americans pushed them back, they didn't push them back to where the bridge was. They're like, hey, can we go to the bridge? They're like, get out of here. Just swim across the Rio Grande. Well, we can't swim. Anyway, I don't understand what's so memorable about all that. Remember the Alamo. I remember Alamo Car Rental Company. But I really do think it should be pronounced Alamo. 2 out. Somehow we got the guy who was on out. But now Ferguson's given up a single. I wasn't paying enough attention to know how he got that out. I was just kind of like dreading Ferguson's unraveling, but he's doing okay. Only one man on and 2 outs. Just need one more out here, and even if you were to give up a single, that guy on first isn't going to score. So from there right now, good foul ball, 0-1. Paredes is at bat 0-3. What's going on? Oh, I see. Austin wins. Took a baseball off the catcher's mitt that seemed to wobble him a little bit. So the training staff and Kotze, well, the trainer and Kotze are both out there talking to him, and he's like, I'm okay. Yeah, that one kind of hurt because it didn't just hit on my mask, but like pushed my mask off under my face, and I found that uncomfortable. But I'm pleased to have a job here with the Oakland Athletics because I was on waivers, and I wasn't highly sought after, but the Athletics said we need a backup catcher because our catcher Shea Langoliers is injured for God knows how long. They put him on a 10-day injured list, but when you hear the broadcast talk about it, like, well, these kind of things are tricky. You never really know how long it's going to take to recover from whatever, you got a hip flexor or something. I don't know. I don't think he seems that hurt to me. I bet he could play fine. He just needs to rub some dirt on it and stop being such a balla. All right. Come on, Ferguson. 2-1. You got one more out to get here in this inning. Keep it a one-run game. Oh, God. Ferguson tries to pick off Paredes at first and throws the ball into the outfield. So now there's a runner in scoring position. More defensive miss. Oh, that's on Kurtz, actually. It was a good throw by Ferguson. I take that back. That's all Kurtz's fault. It hit him right in the glove, and he's a pretty good defensive first baseman. I think he's quite good generally, but, I think a higher priority in being a good defensive first baseman is mistake-free than able to stretch really far and get that thing, Although that's helpful, sure. And Kurtz can really stretch and dig some balls out of the dirt, and I appreciate that. But you can't be said to be a defensive asset if you're giving up dumb errors like that in crucial moments like this to put a runner in scoring position. That's costly, potentially. Not yet, but come on, Ferguson. 3-2, full count. Get this guy out. Paredes gets a walk. That's not what I asked for at all. I believe I said don't walk him. And what did you do? You walked him. Why? Because you thought you knew better what to do than me. But I know better. Thoughts about the illegal immigrant situation? I think it's horrible. It's like there's no good cause to deport illegal immigrants who are already here. There's plenty of good reason to secure the border because regardless of what our immigration policies are, we should be able to enforce them at the border. To deport people who are here and have established some life here is to punish them for the federal government absolutely failing to do its job, one of its core fundamental jobs of border control. Because the thing is, whether you like more immigrants or less immigrants or whatever, you want the government to enforce the law that is resolved on that point, right? It's like if you want there to be more lenient immigration laws, you want the government to be able to meaningfully enforce that new standard by knowing what the less lenient number is and increasing that number, not by having a bunch of illegal immigrants, right? But we shouldn't be punishing people who live here and have a life here for the federal government's, abdication of its duty over the course of decades. It doesn't it's not fair to anybody involved, right? Like, sure, the immigrants shouldn't have come here illegally. And if we were serious about it being illegal, we should have taken measures to stop it from occurring. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ferguson, you. Oh. 3-run home run. We're down by 4 runs now. God damn it, Ferguson. This is like every game we lose, we're in the mix of it. We can easily win this game, and then we put in a relief pitcher in a 1-run game, and fucking 5 minutes later, it's 5-1. Why did you put in Ferguson? Why didn't you put in Kelly? You know Ferguson does this. Why is he even still in the bullpen on the team? He stinks. And he just gave up another hit. Oh, fuck! Ferguson, you stink so much. I'm sorry, I don't mean to hurt your feelings. I know you're trying your best. But your best is not good enough to be a major league pitcher. You do nothing but fail to make holds that you're asked to make. You know, turn 1-run games into 4-run games. We got JT Ginn back. We got Kelly back. Why not put one of those 2 competent pitchers in? Oh, I gotta mess around, fiddle around with what I do some more. Mark Cutson. Well, I'm not sure who to put in. You're gonna have to like pick your people and stick with them because they're succeeding somewhat. Don't stick with the ones who aren't succeeding at all, who just constantly fail, like Ferguson. Like, put Ferguson in when we're already down by 5 runs and you need some pitcher to get some, to use up their arm other than a good pitcher. Why you put him in a critical 1-run game? Oh, I hate Altuve. Yes, bad things are happening in this game. I'm not angry. I'm a big A's fan. And so, I get frustrated because I know this team is more talented than its record. It's a good young team. It just has some glaring bald spots, like the bullpen. The middle relievers are just garbage. Keeping in mind that we just got back 2 decent ones, and why he is giving them rest already, I do not know. You're like 5 minutes ahead of me? Yeah, but I have a little bit of time saved up. Oh my God. Oh my God. And Ferguson is still in the game. So Kotze's brilliant decision was, let's put in the shittiest middle reliever Ferguson in a 1-run game, and then insist on leaving him in there until until it's a 4-run game, now 5-run game, or is it a 6-run game now? No, 5-run game now. Now Kotze comes in and takes him out. Why didn't you take him out before he gave up the 3-run home run? After it was obvious he was once again failing, as he always does. Because I tell you why. Because Kotze's addicted to his fiddlings. Sometimes if your little plant isn't growing that great, you don't need to like fiddle with it and give it more fertilizer. You just need to leave it alone for a while, water it regularly, and just let it figure itself out. Fiddling with it is just going to make it not happy. I can keep moving it around from place to place. Then your plant's never going to get used to any place where the sun is regular, and it's always going to be mad at you. I learned that with my aloe vera plant. The aloe vera plant made it clear to me it prefers to live in the garage than outside. I don't know why. You think plants are supposed to be outside, right? Well, this aloe plant prefers to be in the garage. I think it's a more steady temperature. you fiddle it with it too much, it'll fall off, is right. Yeah, Katse fiddled. Well, he fiddled so hard that he caused the bullpen to burn because of all the friction heat he generated with his fiddling. Yeah. But I mean, how much of the stink really should be directed at Katse for not prioritizing putting in the better relievers in the high leverage situations like a 1-run game and just saving Ferguson for when we were already like yesterday? Why didn't Ferguson spend all the time pitching yesterday when we're down 13 to whatever? I'll tell you why. Because somebody is busy thinking. Maybe more than one person is busy thinking. You know, Katse, I've been a big proponent of you. I liked your managing style during the losing seasons where we sucked ass. I think he must be feeling the pressure to show results this year because he didn't used to fiddle around with a lineup like this at all when we were incredibly shitty and Altuve just hit another home run. No, who is that? That's not Altuve. That's Caratini hit another 3-run home run. Is now 9-1 Houston. So we pulled Ferguson because, you know, obviously he wasn't doing the job. And we put in who? Who did we put in? Who is the pitching now? Newcomb. Well, that's fine. Go ahead and put him in now because the game's out of hand. It's out of reach. So you might as well just put in Newcomb or just leave Ferguson in at that point. Rather than let him continue to get shelled. Put in the position player now. It doesn't matter now. When it mattered, you made the wrong call, put the wrong reliever in, and now the game's completely out of reach. I must say this. I take a lot of satisfaction in watching the team because I've invested a couple years into them when they had a record as bad as they do this year, but a much worse team also. That's why this year's much more frustrating. Their record is like it was last year before the good part of the season or the year before the whole season. That's what our record is like. It's like among the worst in baseball. And yet this team is clearly much more talented in terms of having a much higher level of individual talent on the team. But, you know, you're not going to score 10 runs very often. If you give up 9, then you're not going to win much. But I'm enjoying being, you know, righteously indignant at the Athletics failures because I feel like I really invested the time to have earned it, you know? Why do you pull the starter? Well, I mean, it is true that Severino, he threw more pitches than he normally does, and so they pulled him at the end of 5, probably on pitch count, I'm guessing. I'm not listening to the commentators, so if there was any information about that, I didn't hear it. But Severino gave up 2 runs through 5 innings. He'd done the amount he has to do to get a win. And that's kind of like a traditional spot where if you see your pitchers struggling compared to when they have their good stuff, you'll pull them after 5. That's fine for a normal team, not for the Athletics bullpen. You know what? Like Sevy, like he did with Sevy last time he pitched, they had Sevy go 8 full innings, and I think Mason Miller almost blew the save, but didn't, if I remember correctly. But I get it. Like, Sevy was able to go 8 full last time because he was being efficient with his pitch count in a way that he was fighting harder today. It didn't help that the defense was garbage behind him today. So, Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem is a famous video game. Apparently involving carrying around nuclear weapons, I guess, and blowing people up with them. I'm not really sure. I never played the game. But I have a different game I play. It's called Let's Lose a Lighter. I had this gray lighter. Nobody knows what happened to it. Not even God. It's like, well, Eric, I gotta give you credit. You have lost something so thoroughly that even I, God, cannot figure out where you left it. I found my other torch the other day. I guess I didn't bring it back in with me, but it's where did I lost the other torch. This is one torch, right? The other torch was a complete mystery. How the fuck did I lose a torch? Where did I put it down? In the back of the little wilderness car. Because I apparently carried the torch into the garage to smoke a cigarette and just set it down there. Not a good place to set it down. Because what's going to make me think, oh, I should look in the back of the little wilderness car. That's a place where I might leave my torch. Why? I never leave it there normally. What made me just do it then? I guess I was distracted. Probably I decided to clean the cat litter box, put it down, and then didn't pick it back up. That was a strike from Framber Valdez. You were right to be annoyed by that no call. But you're up by 8 runs, so, you know, why you're still in the game is beyond me. Like, the Astros should pull Valdez. He's gone more than 5 complete. He's gone 5 and a third or something. And there's no reason to leave your talented starter in when you got an 8-run lead. You might as well just throw in some arms that suck in the bullpen for the Astros, knowing that they're still not going to be as sucky as the A's bullpen and give up 8 runs or something. Because Framber Valdez is a beast. I said at the beginning of this game, I was like, oh God, Framber Valdez is pitching. It seems like every game I'm watching in which Framber Valdez plays, regardless of whether I'm rooting for the Dodgers or the Yankees or the A's, or, you know, like once playoff time comes around, I'm not rooting for the A's the last couple of years because they're not in the playoffs, right? So I'm rooting for somebody, maybe the Padres or something. Framber Valdez is pitching for some team. It seems like I don't even know. He seems like he's always in a different uniform. And he's shutting down the team I'm rooting for. Just as he did today, giving up 1 run is all. Severino did almost as well as him. I mean, the thing is, I can't really give Sevy credit and say, well, the A's defense was bad behind him, because the Astros defense has been atypically terrible behind Valdez today, and he still managed to handle his business here. I don't expect anything to change too dramatically in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 outs we got. I don't think we're gonna catch up. But, you know, sometimes our offense can get a little poppy, but, you know, it comes back from 8-run deficits in baseball. It just almost never happens. You have no topics tonight. Cool. That's what you do. You basically make alien bastards pay for shooting up your ride. Oh, is that what Duke Nukem is? Huh. You make them pay with nuclear weapons? It seems like the problem with using a nuclear weapon as a strategy for exercising your road rage is that it's pretty hard to set off a nuclear bomb right next to yourself and not be negatively impacted by ground zero of the nuclear blast. It's generally advised that you be at least 100 yards away from a nuclear blast. And even further away than that would be advisable because you're likely to get a nasty burn if you're only 100 yards away. Your eyesight could be negatively affected by the light, the brightness of things. Troubling, concerning indications of recent research for older Americans who are smoking pot. I can't believe that hysterical lady being on, like, hysterical, this sort of like anti-drug war zealot hysterical about marijuana. Don't we kind of all agree that ship has sailed? You know, you can't just compare it against nothing, right? Like, marijuana is unhealthy compared against not doing anything at all. Like, spending all of your time being healthy. Well, I don't think that's healthy at all. Bases are loaded. Wow, if I scored 9-2, no, the bases are not loaded. First and second, Urias scored, so no, they're not loaded. 9-2. Good job, Kurtz. We're going to get an RBI single. And he gives one of these. Like, this game's not over yet. I like his brashness. I think he's insane, but I like it. Nick Kurtz, that was a useful single. But I hope so much you prove me wrong and we come back and overcome this huge deficit. I hope your finger wag was the correctest finger wag ever, but I don't believe that much in your finger wag in this situation. Because I don't think the Astros manager is going to leave Framber Valdez in if, for example, Urshela hits a 3-run home run here. That's a ball. That's big, slow curveball that just missed outside. 76 miles per hour. That's slow for a major league pitcher's curveball. I mean, it's average for a slowish pitch, right? But that'd be very fast for me. I don't think my fastball would be anywhere close to 76 miles per hour. I think it would be more like 40 miles an hour. The reason I think this is because one time they had at a carnival this radar gun thing, and you got to throw 2 pitches first, and then you guessed what the third one was. And my first 2 pitches were both like 41 miles an hour, so I guessed the third one would be 41, and it was also 41 miles an hour. And I was trying to throw it my hardest every time. I don't know how accurate that radar gun was, but even if it wasn't accurate, it probably wasn't, 35 miles per hour slow. It would be a little bit less inaccurate than that, I would imagine. No. The insanity is this incredibly hyperbolic, agenda-driven, like, headlines and claims that there are all these serious risks for old people. Their serious side effects that she listed were drowsiness, increased likelihood of falling down, and increased likelihood of having an accident when driving. None of those 3 things are okay, drowsiness is a side effect, I guess, except it's not really a side effect, it's the primary effect, right? It's why you smoke pot, in part, is for the general pleasant, faded feeling. Increased chance of falling down. I mean, if anything that makes you slightly drowsy increases your chance of falling down, then Benadryl. People, she should write a hysterically alarmist article about Benadryl, right? And as far as getting accidents when you drive, more likely to get in accidents when you drive, first of all, isn't that easily avoided by simply not driving after you smoke pot? And when you imagine the people who especially start smoking pot later in life, as she was expressing, with a great deal of concern that a lot of older people are starting to smoke pot. If in fact, driving and getting in accidents is a problem that links to marijuana smoking in older people, which I don't really believe at all, because what it would link to is maybe a problem that occurs with people who are not heads, who are new to smoking pot, and so they're not, they have no tolerance yet, etc. So yeah, people who have no tolerance yet, etc., maybe shouldn't drive on weed. But that's not a side effect of weed. That's a, a consequence of people who are unfamiliar with weed driving on weed, which they don't have to do, right? There's nothing saying you have to drive after smoking pot or eating pot or whatever. It's not a side effect of pot to get in an accident when you're driving from smoking pot, any more than it would be a side effect of Benadryl if you got in a car crash on Benadryl. So, those were her main three impacts. Then the fourth impact she had was just complete garbage. She made the claim that new study results, it showed that older Americans were, not just older Americans, all Americans were at great risk, because she talked about how all the damage to young people's cognition too. Even though I've been smoking pot since I was 14, and she's an idiot and I'm not an idiot, so I don't know what to make of that. But she said that the reason we know that in fact there's cognitive harms to older adults is because one study showed that among older adults, senior citizens who had to receive hospital care for like severe marijuana abuse or something, that such individuals who had to receive hospital care for their extreme overdoses of weed, that they were more likely than non-weed overdose related old people hospital admittance to receive an initial diagnosis of dementia, which of course is why they ate way too much weed, not because they ate it. Like, if you have dementia, you're a lot more likely to forget you already ate some, eat more, or get confused about how much to eat, things like that, right? So if somebody hasn't been yet diagnosed as dementia and they show up at a hospital having some severe overdose of marijuana that I don't think really ever happens, then yeah, sure, that's likely a sign that they had dementia, which is why they overdosed on it. Enough that they had to go to the hospital? I mean, it's the least toxic thing known to man. It's toxic to mosquito larvae. CBD oil is apparently. But yeah, so the thing is, there is an actual study that matters. It's a very long-term, double-blind, seriously methodologically sound study that was designed to prove and establish just how much cognitive damage people who smoke weed, a lot of weed, suffered from. It was like a 30-year-long study. It was published not that long ago. And what it showed was that the exact opposite of what they were trying to prove, that it actually, marijuana smokers preserved cognitive function against the non-smoking contemporaries at a rate of 1 to 2 points of IQ consistently. So if she had done a speck of research that wasn't driven by her agenda to determine whether these claims she was making had any legs beneath them, she would have read a recently published, actually, effective study that actually did its job rather than just some Canadian anti-drug organization's bullshit. Just, oh God. I mean, I made a video all about it. It's called, that lady's name, whatever her name was, Defiling of Psychology or something like that. It was the most irresponsible, horrible article I think I've ever read in the last 2 days. I'm sure I've read other equally horrible articles, but this one really stuck in my craw. Let me see what this says. I don't even know why I'm bothering to still watch this game. Does bro look at chat? Yeah, I look at the chat all the time. Marijuana is supposed to aid in recovery, so I'd imagine, I would stave off dementia rather than cause it. Yeah, I heard about the heart attack risks. And she listed cardiovascular harms as a harm that younger people suffered from, but she didn't actually list it as a harm that older people suffered from. Because one of the paragraphs, even though the article is about how old people need to watch out, smoking marijuana is really bad for them, she began by citing that your brain on drugs commercial. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions? And they show eggs over butter in a pan. And then didn't have any express commentary on this reference, but she just said from it, any questions? At the end of that first paragraph, and she said, emerging questions. She was just absolutely pathologizing anybody who smokes weed as being fundamentally unwell and having a serious health risk, while acknowledging not at all and being completely, this is the dumbest thing ever, right? She's like, people who are smoking weed can talk to their doctors about alternative pain management. You dumb bitch, weed is the alternative pain management. The alternative to weed is something serious like an opiate, like fentanyl or even maybe just Vicodin or something, but it's not going to be anything remotely as harmless as weed. Well, I don't defend weed against correct claims, like, for example, in the video I responded to the vomiting syndrome thing, which is a real thing. It's just an extremely rare, basically developed allergic reaction. And is essentially equivalent to saying one of the harms of peanuts is that you'll die of a peanut allergy if you're allergic to it. But it's more rare than a peanut allergy, and it is rather unusual. Most things most things like that, you don't develop an allergy after having having consumed this thing in vast quantities for years and years and years and years without any problems, right? I must say that wall is far too white, sir. Paint it black, please. And it would look different than all the rest of the walls. I like all my walls to be homogeneous. I like all the races in my house to be white or black. I mean, sure, maybe the tables can be brown, but not the chairs. Once you go black, you never go back with your chair. Just like my milk? No, not just like my milk. I don't drink milk. I do occasionally put it into coffee. What's this stream about? Well, for example, for you, what the stream is about is learning the true meaning of Rizz from me. Because I see from your name that you aspire to be a Rizzard. Not just any Rizzard, but the Wizard of Oz. But you might call me the human manifestation of the Rizzly Bear, because my Rizz has so much efficacy and impact. If you wonder who the Rizzly Bear is, well, obviously, hi baby, that's the Rizzly Bear. How you doing? Gold with Rizz. You sure are, Rizzly Bear. You sure are. So that's one for us all to grow on. I forgot to go to the liquor store before it closed. I have no use for my Rizz. You know, I already have my dream wife, so I don't need to Rizz anybody. I forgot to go to the liquor store before it closed. Well, I guess you're just gonna have to drink something other than liquor, little mister. I don't know if you've heard, but liquor is dangerous for older Americans to drink. You got that carrot from Big Lots, which is where I work, and I could have gotten you a 5% employee discount. We did not get these chairs from Big Lots. We did not get these chairs at all. We got this house, and it had these chairs in it. I'm glad it has it where I want it, because this thing is so heavy, I cannot move it at all. By myself. Or like with Rachel's help, yeah. I wouldn't ask her to try to help with something like that, obviously. If it's too heavy for me to even budge an inch, it's gonna be, you know, she's not gonna be able to help add enough things for it to actually move the thing, you know. Not that I want to move it, but I can successfully tip it back a little bit. That's the only direction I can move it in. I can't move it forwards or backwards except by tipping it. And I don't remember why I was trying to tip it at all, but maybe I wanted to scoot it like 6 inches more, but I realized I cannot scoot this any inches, any direction. Everyone's having fun at the ballpark. Maybe instead of everyone having fun at the ballpark and having all this, we're on the berm tonight. Maybe care about winning the baseball game. Who's saying that? I'm getting worn out by the Astros bullpen, said somebody. Dallas yeah, it was Dallas who said that. Catcher doing all the work. He threw that baseball at you. It was right by your feet. These kids kept yelling, Dallas, Dallas, can we have your ball? What are you talking about? See, they're not even talking about the baseball game. Why? Because as soon as Kaze pulled Severino. I think Dallas, Jenny, me, Chris from wherever he's watching, Rachel, all of the Astros, and everybody else in the world knew that this would shortly go from a 1-run game to an 8-run game. So, oh, and here's the part where the game ceases to be interesting. And all I can do, the thing that's interesting is me complaining about the athletics while live streaming. More interesting than the game itself. That's a tragedy. I don't live in Malibu. And nobody has a 4 million square foot house. That's way too many square feet. I'm pretty sure like even the Hermitage, which is in St. Petersburg, and is this massive fucking palace thing. Museum palace thing. I bet even that isn't 4 million square feet. I am not neighbors with Charlie Sheen. What makes you think I live in LA? I live up in the woods. Well, I guess you can't really see the woods right now. They're behind me, over there and stuff. But you can't see them because it's not as dark as it looks on the camera. It's still a little bit of light left, but you can't really see it. Let me see. Denzel Clark made that reasonably easy play look very easy. I guess that's what Dallas is getting at. Like, doesn't look like much, but it's because Denzel Clark is so good at moving as soon as the ball leaves the bat, you know, and moving the right place. Well, that's a good inning. Who was pitching that inning? 3 up, 3 down for Sean Newcomb. Okay, well, Sean Newcomb, you've only given up 1 run in 2 innings. The other runs are on Ferguson and Seve. So that's pretty good. 1 run in 2 innings. If you could get 1 more inning of no runs, then that'd be a 3.0 ERA for today for you. And then we're going to bring in a closer in the 9th inning, obviously. So maybe Newcomb is okay. Newcomb hasn't thrown a lot of innings. I don't really have I don't have my disgust that I have for Ferguson with him. And I was probably being a little unfair to Newcomb when he came in and struggled a batter or 2 before he found his footing. You know, beggars can't be choosy. 1 run, giving up in 2 innings, that's a bullpen hero for my Athletics. If I lived in West Sacramento Stadium, I could go there every day and hold up a sign indicating, like, who cuts they should put in, who stinks, and saying, like, being encouraging too, like, great job, Ferguson. You only gave up 2 runs in 3 innings last night or something. You know, assuming he gives up another run, which he probably will. And then they can be embarrassed that I'm encouraging them and proud of them for being mediocre instead of incredibly shitty. And maybe that'll make them realize, you know what? I need to demote myself to AAA since Katse is clearly not going to. I could have two boards. I could have one board that's for people who stink, one board for people who are getting affirmation even though they're kind of mediocre, and one board for people who need to clean up their defensive game. Like, how many errors was that yesterday? You know, Jacob Wilson, you committed one, and it's like, this is boring, says the Wizard of Oz. I thought you had Rizz. If you think this is boring, then you couldn't possibly have Rizz. Because to have Rizz, you have to be right about things, right? You got to be correct, you got to be cool, you got to be smart, you got to be effective at communicating, you got to be me, okay? And look at you, you're not anywhere close to me. You don't even understand why this is so incredibly compelling and what a treasure you found. You couldn't possibly have any Rizz. People with Rizz aren't that intuitively bereft, you know? Oh, I see. Well, I see. Pretty much guarantee that people who with Rizz don't name themselves the Wizard of Oz. You know, it's pretty cringe. Oh yeah, I turn it off every time I go inside. Sometimes I don't remember, but I don't like leaving it on. Not just because of the bugs. I don't believe in lighting up the forest at night because it's nice and dark here. We don't have light pollution, and people are generally pretty respectful of kind of the quiet of the forest at nighttime, you know? So, talking with famous people, having a monologue. Well, but you just replied to me by saying I was having a monologue. That makes this, unfortunately, a dialogue. So you're entirely wrong once again. Bit of a problem for you, I guess. Problem area of chronic wrongness. Be the captain of your ship, sir. Be the captain of my ship? What, am I letting it float adrift or something? Gone now. Get. Kitty likes to go outside. But really what he likes to do is to make me go open the door for him. Then he'll come back inside like not very long from now and then go do it again. The Inquisitive Range, yeah. Yeah. The light I have to be more conscious of remembering to turn off is the kitchen light. Because I don't like the fact that it illuminates the plants up there. Even though they're not going to do them any harm, but it's not like they're indoors, so I don't have to worry about light getting on them at the wrong time and interfering with budding cycles or anything. There's not that much light, but I just don't like it when I go out back and it's not dark at night. It makes me feel like, oh, I ruined the outside with this light pollution. Let me go turn that light off, you know. 4 million square feet. Okay, I'm sorry, real estate agent. Can you double check this? Are you sure it's 4 million square feet? Oh, that's what it is. How many bedrooms is that? 3? You're telling me a 3-bedroom house has 4 million square feet. I wonder how big that house would be. How big is 4 million square feet? Well, this house is 2,100 square feet. Let's call it 2,000 for easy math. That means 1 million square feet is 500 times 2,000. So it's 500 times bigger than this house to be 1 million square feet. So it'd be 4 million square feet. It's 20. It's 2,000 times bigger than this house. Is that what it is? Wait, I lost track of my math somewhere. If 2,000 square feet means 500 times bigger than this house is 1 million, then 2,000 times bigger than this house would be 4 million square feet. 2,000 times 2,000 is 4 million? Yes. So a house that's 2,000 times bigger than this house well, assuming it has the same ratio of house to plot of land, then it would have to be on 2,000 acres of land. So it's hard to conceptualize 2,000 acres. What's the equivalent? What's about 2,000 acres in size? Like, is Los Angeles City 2,000 acres in size, or is that bigger than that? Obviously, the county is going to be bigger than 2,000 acres. A lot bigger. I guess City of Los Angeles is going to be probably considerably bigger than 2,000 acres. But probably like City of Sierra Madre might be less than 2,000 acres. Anyhow, I guess 2,000 acres isn't that big of a plot of land. It's just, it's easy enough to imagine, I guess, 100 of these houses side by side, 10 times that much is 1,000. Like, you could easily enough imagine 10 of these houses side by side wouldn't even make it to the end of the block. I mean, it'd make it to Cedar, but it wouldn't make it all the way down to Heights Cove. So, I guess 4 million square feet isn't that unreasonable after all. If you're some kind of multi-billionaire who wants to build some crazy mansion in some place where you can get 2,000 acres contiguous land, then I guess it's not that crazy. Probably the Hermitage is more than 4 million square feet now I'm thinking about it. It probably is. I wonder how many, let's see, I'll Google it. How many square feet is the Hermitage? Well, it looks like that guy was right all along. 4 million square feet is a reasonable thing to have. How many square feet is the Hermitage? $719,480 square feet of exhibition space. So it's actually, it would be more than 4 times bigger than the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, which when I went there, it was so overwhelmingly large, I couldn't even go see a fraction of it. I just went and looked at a couple of these big rooms and a couple of paintings, and I just like I'm completely overwhelmed. Where do you even possibly go in this place? 719,000 square feet of overwhelm. But my soon-to-be built 4 million square foot home will be more than 4 times as big as the Hermitage. I'm starting construction on it tomorrow. I'm just going to build over all the 2,000 acres around here, regardless of who lives there. Substances that make you fixate on one thing for 40 minutes are the best kind. You're right about that for sure. You know why? Because those substances are called amphetamines. Well, I think he felt a little discouraged. Which I get, you know. He's not going to. I'm sure he, no matter what difficulty level of pickings he normally attempts to operate at, is easier than this. I'm about to get sued again for what? Oh, good. So you think that you're more correct than I because you have letters after your name. Did you listen to the arguments I made? Are you aware that delegitimizing a person because of their habits is pathologizing them in a way that's traumatic? Do you care at all? Like what kind of psychologist has such brazen, absolutely insane disregard for any kind of argumentational legitimacy? It's absolutely appalling. I'm glad you're here because I don't think I nearly finished scolding you enough for your horrifically bad intellect and just brazen disregard for the well-being of people you're pathologizing. Do you even know what I mean? I knew wrongness was in the air tonight. It's like I made a bunch of actual arguments, and you came in and asked me what I have a PhD in, as though people who have a degree in something are necessarily correct, and those who don't are incorrect, even though correctness is determined entirely by argumentation and not by appealing to expertise as some sort of intellectual fallacy as a matter of course. You, ma'am, are wholly unqualified to say anything about the human psyche based on how horrible a job you did of it in that article. Okay? You can't claim to be about wellness when you don't care about the impacts of your bullshit on the people that you're claiming to inform. Think! Unbelievable. You have to think. Otherwise, you're not going to be correct about things, right? You can't just say, I'm an expert, cherry pick the most insignificant impacts, catastrophize them in your headlining and stuff, and then expect to not get called out on it. You're supposed to be representing wellness, not just your totally arbitrary agenda against drugs. You gotta think. I read that article, I was like, oh my God. I have not read this kind of obviously agenda-driven drug war screed since the 80s. You actually referenced that drug ad, which is a perfect example of horribly destructive propaganda, as though it were a good thing. So, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, lady. I'm very glad you came here, though. Very glad, because you are a monster that needs to be stopped. for all the reasons I've already articulated, none of which I'm assuming you've responded to at all. Because that's how wrongness is accomplished. With a lack of responsiveness and a claim towards expertise that you can't justify with any actuality, demonstrating any actual expertise in anything that you claim to be an expert in. I mean, if that qualifies as some kind of a research paper, it's like 7th grade level, dude. Okay? So don't go telling others how they should live when you're arguing at a 7th grade level. You're not smart enough to know what's good for other people, especially when they're not doing anything illegitimate. It's fine to critique illegitimate words or behavior. But what you're doing is you're saying somebody else's choices regarding their own health and their own subjective decisions about their own subjective data should be secondary to what you believe for no good reason, and despite evidence to the contrary. I mean, just absolutely despicable. You have a responsibility, lady. You're positioning yourself as a clinical psychologist with a PhD, an expert who can be trusted to inform people about their well-being, but that is the most intellectually dishonest exercise of bullshit I've ever encountered. You've got to be kidding me. You need to be better than that. Otherwise, you're just a force of destructive wreckage making. Otherwise, don't be a psychologist if you're totally incapable of it. I mean, I'm always disappointed by Psychology Today articles because they're always fluff and garbage, but they're not usually appallingly bad and, ill-conceived attempts to delegitimize a whole subset of human beings because they choose to smoke pot and you don't like it. And of all the drugs to rail against, pot. Pot, because it causes drowsiness, which is not a side effect of pot, it's the main effect of pot, right? You smoke weed to get high. You pointed out a side effect of more likely to fall down. That's totally non-unique to marijuana, is maximally more with alcohol, and additionally is equally likely with something like Benadryl. You make none of those observations to clarify for the audience that you're being intellectually honest at all. And you position those things as huge, big, scary things, even though they're as minor as side effects can possibly get. The third side effect you list is not a side effect of marijuana at all. It's a side effect of driving while intoxicated, which obviously, it's like if I fall down the stairs because I'm on fentanyl, falling down the stairs isn't a side effect of fentanyl. It's a side effect of me walking around while I'm on a drug that I can't stand up on. Not that I've ever done fentanyl, but you get the point. If you're still here, I hope you're learning something. When you talk about alternate pain medication regimens, don't you get that marijuana is the alternative to much worse medications? Like, say, opiates, opioids? Do you not get that? Did you care at all about whether you were being accurate about things? No, you didn't. You had an agenda you wanted to push through. You know it's wellness for everybody, even if they aren't doing anything wrong and they tell you otherwise, and you should prioritize their subjective data in that situation. So hopefully you're still here listening. You need to hear every bit of this. If you're going to make arguments, know what the fuck you're doing. I'm not dumb enough to put any weight in anything you say, but other people, young people, maybe not even ready yet to really critically think by themselves, might trust your purported expertise, not parse through what you're saying to realize what complete fucking garbage it is. Wow, what an alarmist screed of a cretin drug warrior, Don't you understand the harms of demonizing drug use? You don't care about the ontology of people who aren't like you at all. You don't think it's equally legitimate. You don't think it's possible that it'd be the right choice for somebody to smoke pot. You just think it might be necessary, but smoke less. No, that's incredibly self-absorbed of you and incredibly presumptuous, right? You don't know the actual. Who did you not quote at all in that article? Any of these people that you were alarming, right? You didn't investigate at all by talking to any actual older Americans who smoke pot, like me. You didn't investigate at all what some of the harms might be, unintended consequences of you presenting this universal prescriptive good that doesn't qualify as such. You didn't think about it at all. In fact, if that editor who had reviewed it hadn't cleaned it up, I bet it would have had the grammar and diction of a seventh grader as well. I mean, foremost, do no harm, woman. Foremost, do no harm. I know you're not a real doctor, don't get me wrong, but still, try to apply that principle. If you're not sure what unintended impacts might be occurring from your clearly agenda-driven affirmation in total disregard to what a objective factual assessment of the facts would be, and would be dramatically less hyperbolic in its wording. It'd be dramatically less alarmist. It'd make much more substantiated claims. Your claim about cognitive diminishment over time because of marijuana in old people, it was built on this crazy link where it's been shown that people who get hospitalized for marijuana consumption and they're very old are more likely to get a first diagnosis of dementia. Note what I am doing. I am referring to all of the things you said and responding to them. Right? That's how you think. If you're not responding to the things I've said, then you should not be speaking any words at all or thinking anything, because you should be listening, hearing, and learning from what I am telling you. Did you watch the whole video? Or did you just get mad after 5 seconds if it didn't come over here? You need to learn what I'm saying before you come and try to talk to me about it, right? You need to understand what I'm saying and be ready to respond to what I'm actually saying. If you're not ready to do that and you just want to complain that I don't have a PhD, then that's just further proof of how totally unqualified you are for the position you hold up front and say, this is me, and for the expectations that confers onto others. You have to think and be responsible. Boy, I didn't think I would run into somebody so insanely misguided and so completely enamored with her own subjective self-concept at the expense of any objective analysis of her own qualifications or capability according to a reasonable criterion rather than whether or not you have letters after your name. Oh my God. Despicable. Absolutely appalls the conscience. But smoking's bad. Being dumb is worse, lady. Being aggressively, relentlessly, mind-blowingly dumb is worse. Especially when you're prescribing advice to somebody whom you don't know their situation at all. There's no qualifications like Many people have very positive, rewarding experiences with this and choose to do it to their great satisfaction and with no health harm. There's no qualifications at all, even though it's demonstrably the least harmful intoxicant one can possibly do and a meaningful way to address other kinds of substance abuse issues. You don't care about that. You don't care if your advice gets somebody to go off the wagon drinking so they can quit smoking pot, even though alcohol will ruin their life. You don't care about that. You're not even here anymore, probably. I can't see with my glasses off, but I tell you what I can see. I can see a couple of hearty bong rips in my future. And I tell you what I'm going to prescribe for you, a hearty bong rip or two yourself. In fact, I will transubstantiate you this bong rip so that you too can get a grip. Right? The thing is, I don't think she even knows she's being toxic. When you go on the attack against drugs, you're going on the attack against people who live a different way than you live. And that's fine to attack if they're doing something illegitimate, such as a rights violation, or they're doing something objectively unhealthy like self-harm, you know. I don't perceive this as self-harm at all. I perceive this as self-satisfaction. I've been smoking pot since I was 14 years old, and I'm obviously way smarter than you. I've not gotten any dumber either. If you've done some research, you discover a recently released study that was conducted over 30 years intent on proving cognitive loss linking to marijuana usage, and it showed the exact opposite, much to their dismay. It showed that it protects against cognitive decay. And you didn't even know this or care before you wrote that article because you have a clear agenda and it didn't matter to you what was true. And that's reprehensible. Are you going to write a correction article where you explain how actually marijuana smoking has been proven over the most substantive study ever done on the matter to protect against cognitive decline? I hope you're going to write that article. Or at least Google it to see what I'm talking about. No, you already left, I'm sure. Because you're like, wow, he's just really emotional. I am appropriately emotional, right? It is appropriate for a person to be indignant and outraged by somebody who's doing something outrageously reckless like you're doing. And objectively, incredibly dumb and wrong. Freaking people, it's like, how can somebody be so, like, lost in their own universe and purport to advocate on behalf of what's prescriptively good for others they've never met? How can somebody be so oblivious? It's beyond me. Absolutely beyond me. Of course, as somebody who lives a little differently from her, I've encountered plenty of ontological assault regarding my choices that I find to be perfectly healthy and satisfying and have no negative impact. I know what drug problems look like because remember, I'm sober from alcohol 11 years. Alcohol was ruining my life. I had to quit that completely. It doesn't mean that other people should quit alcohol. I don't know what's best for them. And you can't either. Because for me, marijuana provides a barrier between me and alcohol. If I didn't have weed, I didn't have something to change my head, I might go off the wagon. And then my life's destroyed because alcohol actually destroys my life. Whereas marijuana has no impact like that. Does it matter at all to you that, in fact, your generalized prescription to everybody is complete bullshit for large quantities of people, and the exact opposite is true? Does it matter? It should. You're not here, so you're not going to learn anything anymore. But it definitely should matter. I hope shit tons of people watch that video. It goes absolutely viral and you're totally discredited as a psychologist. I know psychologists don't have like a bar or something, but if you were a lawyer, you'd be brought up before the bar. If you were an actual doctor, you'd be subject to various malpractices. I mean, you'd be guilty of various malpractices, subject to lawsuits accordingly. Because it's like, whatever treatment you're providing to people who purportedly have been traumatized, have anxiety and other problems that you purport to be an expert in treating, you sure don't care about traumatizing them in the process. Because if you're going to tell somebody that they need to quit smoking pot and they're telling you, no, I don't, it's not a problem for me, you are delegitimizing who they are for no good reason. It's not a legitimate critique of an unacceptable behavior or words. If you don't get that, then you need to stay here and listen more until I convince you. You're already gone. You need to listen, not run away. I don't know what to do when I see stuff like that. It's like the equivalent of the cops burning their own car at the protest. It's like, oh my God. Talk about not understanding what your fucking job is, right? You know, it's like I was going to find that lady on Facebook to send her a link to this video. But I didn't even have to. She called me a drug addict, huh? I mean, guilty as charged? The question isn't whether you want to call me an addict or not. The question is, do I have any harms incurred from my drug use, or is it how I want to live, and is it a successful, sustainable way to live? Obviously, I know the difference because I had to quit alcohol because it wasn't sustainable. Yeah, wild for a psychologist to come in here and call me a drug addict considering I'm smoking pot. Would it be a case it's entertaining? I hope it's entertaining. I mean, everybody's addicted to something or addictive about something, right? It's like everybody has their firefighters and their managers. So, like, some people manage the ongoing stress of life by, you know, maybe eating a quart of ice cream or going shopping or gambling or smoking pot or drinking or whatever. There are all these kinds of things that qualify as vices when they do, that aren't vices when they're not, right? So it's like, I don't have a problem with gambling, but I like to gamble sometimes. And I don't have any addictive tendencies towards it because losing money makes me want to not gamble again for a long time rather than makes me want to go win my money back, which I guess is how some people do it. On the other hand, I cannot have a healthy relationship with alcohol because whether or not one can have a healthy relationship with something is contingent to the specific person and the specific thing. So I'm never going to be a sex addict. I'm just not that physical a person, right? But that doesn't mean because I'm not addicted to sex that I can drink. Just because marijuana is a positive influence in my life doesn't mean that alcohol will be or that fentanyl would be, right? So we have to be more nuanced in our understanding of things than that horribly reckless psychologist. And her conclusion was to simply, she's able to dismiss everything I was saying, all the points I was making, by simply saying, you're a drug addict. She feels no need to hear me or respond to what I'm saying at all. This is a clinical psychologist. Even though what I'm saying is totally legitimate boundary setting in defense of my total lack of wrongdoing, and correctness about my own subjective data. It's shocking, right? It's shocking that somehow somebody gave this woman a degree, not just a degree, but a doctorate. I mean, it just goes to show you how completely worthless doctorates are. I remember I hired a PhD when I was the director of Kudos debate school, and I was stunned by the poor quality of her work, her writing. It's like, well, I'll hire this lady. She's a PhD. Yeah, has a PhD in anthropology. Well, at least I'm sure she'll write well. It was shocking how poor her, how little intellect the woman had. She was an adequate, like, half-assed classroom teacher for a weekend class, but PhD, especially in psychology, which is, psychology doesn't know its own ass from its own head. It doesn't know what it believes on things. On every different question, it's got multiple theories to explain things without a grasp of what an actual concrete, comprehensive explanation would look like. It's insane. So you've got psychology is a science of some sort that has things like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but also things like Skinner's behaviorism, which are exactly contradictory in their mechanistic orientation, and yet psychology claims both of them as what? Somebody's, armchair philosophy without an understanding of how to make arguments and what doesn't fly intellectually and why. So if she accused me of being a drug addict, does that mean she waited all the way until I pulled a bong rip, or did she just say that regardless of anything? Or because I had said something about it, maybe. I don't know. I couldn't read it. I was eager to get my scold on, obviously, because it was an opportunity to really make a difference, save future victims of hers. But of course, she's not smart enough, I guess, or capable enough to understand how incapable she is and how wrong she is. I don't know what else to say. Accordingly, she shouldn't be in a communicative field, right? Psychology is a communicative field. You're going to communicate with people and attain psychological outcomes via your communications. But her communication displays that she has no sense of consequences of using words wrong. Even though that's kind of the most important thing. I'm sure she's thinking, wow, that guy was just really defensive. No, I mean, I'm genuinely outraged by her eagerness to ontologically assault in ways that aren't even remotely helpful to anybody, given her field, I've got a psychiatrist, which is an actual doctor, and he never once invalidates me for my drug habits. Never once. Of course, I don't complain about them because they're not a problem. But this psychologist who's never worked with me is willing to diagnose me as wholly dismissible because I'm a drug addict. what is this, like 1987? Shouldn't you judge a man by the color of his character and not by the color of his bong? Funny, Martin Luther King to make that character thing. He had no character at all. He's cheating on his wife all the time. Fucking hypocrite. What a fucking hypocrite, right? Talking all about having good character and then maintaining, having multiple affairs and stuff. And it's like, how can you, like, look at yourself in the mirror and giving this speech about character? I guess he did say he wants a person to be judged by the color of their character. Maybe he meant by that, I want you to judge me harshly because I'm an unfaithful, cheater. And that was his character, though. A varmint, good in terms of the degree of varminty. I need to bring up it on the big screen. I mean, I don't understand why she didn't stick around. She had her target audience right before her eyes, ready to give her feedback on her wonderful article. You'd probably snitch on your best friend to his wife. I mean, if this person is cheating on his wife, why is he my best friend? I'm a moralist, I'm not going to, doesn't matter how close you are to me, I'm not going to stand by silent as you do fucked up shit. You want me to read only your messages from my phone, huh? I also would turn in my friend to the cops if I watched him brutally rape and murder somebody. Because obviously, what am I doing being friends with this person at all in the first place? I'd have to be completely oblivious of his evilness for me to be friends with him. Mike Ku Klux Klan, he's not evil, he's just unfortunate. It's an old Bavarian name by way of Czechoslovakia, and it just happens to sound like, Ruben, what does that mean? Like, Tommy, don't yell at me. That marriage is not your business. Well, I didn't say I would tell the wife straight away. I probably would say, dude, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, the fact that I've been hanging out with you means you've been conveying consistently a clear moralist perspective, because I don't hang out with fucked up evil doers, So I say, you better tell her, or I'm gonna have to do something here, because I obviously, you can't continue to lie to your wife, who, if I'm friends with you, I'm also friends with her, at least respect, I'm not gonna, you're asking me now to play along with your charade every time I see you and your wife. I'm not going to live your lie with you, and nobody should expect me to do that. That's not loyalty. That's being being a contributor to wrongdoing. That's not acceptable at all. that doesn't mean I have never made such kind of mistakes myself. I have. We're all human. But at no point did I, well, I guess I told on myself, you know. But it's a very long time ago. And I don't tell you what I would do now because I believe I've never done anything bad myself. Rather, because I've made mistakes morally in the past, I understand how horrible it is for your own self's consequences to be guilty of wickedness. You will pay the karmic debt in terms of guilt at some point, even if you don't feel guilty about it at all for years. I experienced that recently myself. So, so you know, I think it's very clear to everybody who is friends with me that I'm not down with doing fucked up shit or being around people who do. I'm not down with toxicity. What's nature truth, huh? Tommy cheats on his wife too. Only difference is he'll kill her when she confronts him. White Tommy. Oh. I see. Dave Grohl, I don't think you killed Kurt Cobain, but I like your question, SP Uni. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Dave Grohl. Chat's going nuts and Dave Grohl pops in. Well, you know, it's a different Dave Grohl. Rachel Strauss, all I'm saying is that you can't say cheating is bad if no one wants to sleep with you. What? What the fuck kind of argument is that? Like, cheating is bad, period, right? So it's bad whether you have lots of ladies, whether you have no ladies. Cheating is universally bad. It's not cheating if you're single, but obviously the status of whether or not cheating is bad has absolutely nothing to do with any individual's reproductive viability specifics, you know? No, I would never cheat at all. I love my wife a great deal. I don't have a roaming eye at all because my experience is my sex life gets better and better the more familiar and the more time I spend with someone who I feel emotionally safe with, you know? So Rachel and I just keep getting better and better across the board because we're incredibly well paired, incredibly compatible in every way. And neither of us has had any relationship anything close to like this one. We didn't think a relationship like this was possible until we got into this one. No, I was never a puss slayer. I'm not a cheater by nature at all. And the one time I did cheat, I don't ever really bring this up, but because I can't blame her, I'm responsible for my own actions. But a very experienced college girl, who maybe liked breaking up relationships or something. I don't know, or liked getting other girls' guy. I was in a long distance relationship. I was living in college, and I never really been pursued by a woman before. And I don't know, I'm my relationship with my own feelings, what's important to me, what's precious, like not hurting somebody else, was very blind. And accordingly, I was easy to get to sell the cow for some magic beans, you know? It was easy to get me to do that once when I was young, stupid, before my prefrontal cortex and fully developed, etc. But that's one of the many reasons why I take a staunch position against immorality, because I know that I can't handle it. I can't handle the consequences of it. I can't handle the way it makes me feel. I can't handle having to, but being totally unable to defend myself because I've done something wrong, you know? No, I don't want to cheat. I don't want to cheat because it's condemnable. And I condemn myself for having cheated, and I suffer a lot from it, even decades later, realizing that both it makes me fundamentally subject to a hypocrisy argument, like you're making here, but more importantly, that I ruined that girl's trust ability, at least to some extent, for some duration of time, probably, It's really damaging to get cheated on. And it broke my heart as much as it did hers, I couldn't believe that I had done something that fucked up. It was very difficult not to hate myself, although I really hated myself a lot more later on than I did in the moment. It took me after, like, she dumped me after a while, it's like I didn't even get that I was suffering from having done harm in a totally illegitimate way. It took me years to really understand the reality there. I don't have sex isn't a drug for me, I have other things that are my things that tweak out. I don't have an addictive relationship with it. We have an active, good sex life, but when we're not having sex, I'm not thinking about it all the time or whatever. I'm not apologizing to MLK. I did already acknowledge that actually he suggested that you do judge a man by the character of his color of his character, not by the color of his skin. Not that he didn't make any affirmation about his own character, so actually there was no contradiction there. But I did point out that if he was being honest with himself, he would have said, if they're judging me by the color of my character, I've got no defense because not only have I cheated, but I continue to cheat. If I get banned, that means you're right. No, it doesn't. It means you crossed a line that the natural consequence for is removing you, because I don't want people throwing their trash around if it's just garbage, Eventually, you get tired of picking up litter off the floor. But I'm not saying you're going to do that. I'm just saying if that's what happens. Okay, Black Talent. Well, that's what they call moral relativism. And if, in fact, the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. was feeling he was justified because of that relativist bullshit, that because he could technically attain consent from his wife, that it was fine for him to have extramarital sex, even though he was a preacher who purportedly preached the fact that it was a sin to commit adultery. Well, in that case, you're really talking about somebody with no character. It would be better if she didn't okay it and he just had some compulsion he couldn't resist or something. Were you just good, cheating is bad? Sounds like a pattern. This sounds like two unrelated sentences there. I didn't say weed is good for anybody else. I pointed out that she can no more universalize that weed is bad for everybody than I can universalize that it's good for everybody. I would never attempt to do so because I'm not a complete fucking tard. right? See what I'm saying? If not, I'm going to make you eat this beetle. No, I don't defend what I like. I spent the better part of the last 2+ years doing nothing but hating myself, critiquing myself relentlessly and brutally for every wrongdoing I've ever done, doing nothing but holding myself accountable. So when I tell you the reason I don't want wickedness around me is because I know the consequences. What I mean is, I'm not able to tolerate myself, let alone like myself, if I'm engaged. I just say what I like is fine and what I don't like is bad. You're wrong. I'm saying there's a clear distinction between things that are morally impermissible, and there are clear reasons why they're morally impermissible, things that are morally permissible, and things that are morally obligatory. Weed is neither impermissible nor obligatory any more than, say, like in a cup of tea every morning. It may or may not be good for you in terms of other people's perspective on what's healthy, but only you can really know that, and only you can make your own health decisions. And so it's morally neutral. Those kind of things are morally neutral. They're prescriptive, not normative. So what I'm saying is not that weed is good and you should do it, but that weed is not a moral issue, and ontological assault by pathologizing somebody else's legitimate lifestyle choice is in fact a moral issue, especially when you're a psychologist who's purporting to give wise advice to a population of people you have no interest in hearing feedback from. So they're going to have to do better than that. You're going to have to do a lot better than that if you want to make any headway. The thing is, a lot of stuff like this, the idiocy comes from like the fact that this lady's created a dichotomy about something that is always a matter of trade-offs. So it's like Rachel's drugs that she has to take for her mental health, including olanzapine, clonazepam, and Prozac. Well, they have side effects. You know, they're not as healthy for her physically as not taking those drugs, because you got to process them through the kidneys and stuff like that. And, you know, being on benzos for a really long time, those are actually addictive, and you get so if you don't take them, you have withdrawal symptoms and stuff. And there are some actual serious side effects that sometimes occur in some people after long-term benzo use. So those are genuinely unhealthy drugs. But it would be insane to claim that she'd be more healthy if she didn't take those drugs, because then she'd be insane. You can't be better off when you're mentally ill and a psychotic break. She's pretending, this woman, that marijuana is a dichotomy, that it's never involved in any trade-offs. Like, for example, I'm using marijuana to treat my pain instead of this opiate. She's not considering that there's ever any trade-offs. It's just you have a choice. You're either smoking pot for no reason, except that you're a drug addict, or you choose the healthy choice. In her mind, it's just like, well, Rachel should quit all her psych drugs, because after all, they're not good for her body. It's not good to be on the drugs long term. They have various harms. So she shouldn't take them. Of course, weed doesn't even have any significant harms that she was trying to make the case about, right? Is Rachel healed from neuropathy? No. Weed's not going to heal Rachel from neuropathy. That's not going to. Weed is an effective treatment for neuropathy if your neuropathy is caused by circulation problems. It seems like maybe. Of course, he's not going to read my genius civil rights stuff. I'll read it, sure. I'm sorry I didn't see it. I'm not trying to skip you on purpose. Malcolm started seeing the white people weren't the devils he originally thought them to be. He started to preach unity, then he got killed, not a coincidence. I mean, it's certainly, the history of the federal government and or certain state governments, at some point further back than that, probably most state governments as well, they perpetrated a war of injustice against political opponents, and could do it in more dramatically unjust ways against black people. And it's terrible, It's freaking centralized authority running amok with its law enforcement powers where they have no business being. That's not law enforcement, that's politics, it's political enforcement. So, now, granted, Malcolm X, you can't say he redeemed himself because the vast majority of his time, work, is extremist in ways that it's like in a free and civil society, or one that aspires to be such, we have to respect due process. And even though due process isn't doing the job for that period of time, it justifies all sorts of actions to ensure that justice is served via the mechanisms of justice in a free and civil society. But one mechanism by which you cannot do that is violence, or else you forsake the moral high ground, and then you have the legacy that Malcolm X has, or the legacy that Che Guevara should have, Obviously, Che Guevara is way, way worse than Malcolm X, but some sort of FE test. J. Edgar Hoover was a cross-dresser. That's not what was wrong with J. Edgar Hoover. What was wrong with J. Edgar Hoover was he was an autocratic, fed, run amok with law enforcement powers of specious need, but of expedient conference because, he was able to make a big fuss about certain crimes that were going on at the time and sensationalize it and get more powers for the It's like, oh God. Law enforcement agencies they need to stop trying to get more unsupervisable power, Like they already have the correct empowerment of powers that regular citizens don't because of the state's monopoly on use of force and the nature of their jobs. So accordingly, it's when they insist on operating in secret, which they love to do on the grounds of security, then nobody's interests are served except for the worst elements of the cops. Intentionally mix to blur the lines of these two groups? You mean FBI men in vacuums? Whatever convenience or vice he has, he will find a way to justify. No, the Wizard of Oz, you've got it backwards. The reason I'm able to justify everything I'm saying is because of the long, hard road it took intellectually to get here. A road you've not even begun to walk. I still make mistakes and I still am imperfect, right? What I am not is subjective about my own failings. I'm by far my own harshest critic, and I'm relentless at keeping check on myself to make sure that I'm not guilty of any of the things that are inconsistent with the righteous, the good, and who I actually am, authentically being myself. I mean, that's not true. Rachel is very likely to say, I know I'm being unreasonable if she's being unreasonable, which is very rare. But I probably think I'm being reasonable almost all the time in the present, but at least I'm able to note instances where I wasn't being reasonable. For example, I experienced depression the last couple of years because of some traumatic events that happened before we moved up here, and or linked to that. It's kind of like PTSD, depression, whatever you want to call it, and that basically linked to me just doing a relentless assessment of self and holding myself accountable for all the things that I hadn't quite paid for karmically yet, And I still make mistakes, but nothing bad mistakes like I did before, because like I said, I have made those mistakes, incurred those consequences, and don't want to incur them again. I'm not judging people who have consensual sex. People can have consensual sex all they want. I'm judging people who commit adultery, including myself. I have done the accounting to understand and pay the guilt and the shame and the regret over the course of decades, really. It's taken decades to process the sheer scope and reality of that event, because when it happened, I was just a kid, and I wasn't fully grown yet. Maybe you're just a kid now. I don't know. Oh no, that's absolutely not the case. For example, um, like Rachel and I both afford each other trust in our personal life, but we also advocate on behalf of the good and against self justifying garbage like that, right? We can always judge universally bad behaviors or words, okay? We shouldn't judge people as necessarily bad because they've done a bad thing, right? But we can point out hypocrisy, like if Martin Luther King was going to talk about character, maybe he shouldn't have cheated on his wife, right? And concurrently been a preacher who was advocating against adultery. Because that's pretty slimy, right?
No. Oh, yes. Eric, do you mind if I turn on the AC?
No, go ahead. Didn't have a large empathic elephant to save them. How about a wife cheating on her husband? That's the same as a husband cheating on his wife. It's they're both. If you have if you care at all about the person that you're with, you'll recognize, regardless of what is being said here, I can't have a healthy monogamous relationship without being faithful. And if you're saying, well, I don't have a monogamous relationship, I have an open whatever, okay, well, fine. Then what you have is you're dating. That's what you have. You're dating. Maybe you're consistently dating a couple of people. You could say, I'm married to all of these people. But you're not married to any of them because being married to somebody means being devoted to them exclusively. That's the definition of adultery, is to sleep with somebody else when you've committed to a relationship. If you've not committed to the relationship, then it's not adultery. But then you shouldn't call them your wife or husband either, right? Because that word means something specific that's different than dating. Well, if you think it's not the morals, then it's the options, then you're likely to be wicked. You think that ugly people can't cheat. I mean, do you actually think that if I was willing to be a scumbag that I couldn't find some chick to sleep with me? Is that what you think? That's why I'm opposed to cheating? You got to be crazy. I mean, whatever my deficits, I have the thing that women really look for, right? I have actual confidence based on real competence. I can win a battle with anybody as long as it doesn't come down to a fist fight. I can protect my woman from the scorn of others and such. And I have to be able to do that. We have a very public marriage. She's often live streaming when I'm not live streaming, which was the case last night. She wanted to stream and I wanted to do other things like watch TV and take out the trash and stuff. And she spent hours doing the streaming. I did not. But periodically I checked in on the chat, make sure she wasn't being sexually harassed too much. Of course, she's sexually harassed continually because she's hot, and guys on the internet say shit they would never say in real life because they just earn everybody's scorn, right? Like, who in real life would walk into a room where people are chatting and say, show me your boobs to Rachel, you know? Nobody in real life would do that, especially if people are having, pleasant conversations. She's standing next to her husband, and you just come into this room randomly and go around the room and say, show me your boobs. And what, expect some positive outcome from that? I think that nobody could anticipate anything good coming of that were they attempted in the real world. I don't know what they think is coming of it on the internet exactly, but I guess they think I'm making this woman uncomfortable by sexualizing her, even though I have no privy to her sexual being. Good for me, I guess that's what they think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what these douchebags are thinking. Obviously, they aren't remotely good enough to get Rachel. Everybody tells me what a lucky man I am. You know, when a guy tells you what a lucky man you are, it means I totally would love to have sex with your wife. But of course they cannot because we don't cheat. We love each other a great deal. I invest my trust in her because I do trust her, and also because We love each other so much. So if in fact one of us were to cheat, it would no doubt destroy both of our lives completely. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I could ever. I don't know how I'd survive the evil deed. I I don't think I'd even make it home. I just you know drive straight when the road turns. If I did something that horrible to somebody I love this much and I'm so committed to and have been with for 5 years and I'm married to, if I did that to Rachel, my beloved precious princess, I I would have no idea who this person is, right? It's like I can't even conceive of any scenario where that would ever conceivably happen, no matter what, because I'm so terrified of her pain. And if you care about somebody, you err on the side of caring about their pain rather than getting their formal consent for something that they may or may not actually end up feeling comfortable about, something that is almost in every instance I've ever heard of, invariably destructive to a relationship. Like, ruins it forevermore. You can never trust each other again. Or whoever cheats can never be trusted again. And can never really be forgiven because they didn't just harm you, they broke trust. So it doesn't matter if you forgive because you can't trust them anymore. You never will. So I think the takeaways here argumentationally are, number one, we remember that it's not cheating if there's not a committed relationship. Then it's called dating. It's obviously not called my wife when I also sleep with somebody else, because then she's not your wife, or you're cheating, right? There's no middle ground there. So, if you want to have open relationships, then you don't commit to a relationship. You just are dating. That's what that means. And if you're sleeping with other people, then you are not committed to that relationship. That's definitionally what that means. So, kitty, must you meow at me so plaintively? What age would you let your kids smoke? Well, I mean, it's not a matter of letting your kids smoke, right? It's a matter of how much proactive, like, defense you're gonna play against it, because your kid's obviously not gonna consult you before smoking. But my wife is made up. I think she's in the chat right now. She's in the other room. But my wife is made up. Oh my God. Mm, you're really determined to learn nothing. And to just contradict me for no reason. You were allowed once you turned 10. My child didn't want to smoke. At some point in her teenagehood, she wanted to smoke pot. But then I happened to have the time, because I was always smoking pot for her whole life and my life before that and after that. So when she was like 16 or something, she said she wanted some pot to smoke with her friend. I said, well, you just do it here though, okay? Because I you don't you're not experienced with smoking pot, so I definitely don't trust you at all out in the world smoking pot. But well, I mean, I think it is seen as very important among most normal, most people. Like, it's obviously important to Kay and Jared. There's no like hint of them being swingers or anything like that. Yeah, that'd be crazy if there were a live stream for our wedding. But this big fake guy, it'd probably be AI, just like two fake people getting married, not even him. Well, monogamy, it's fine to say that monogamy is not expected or important because it's fine to be, instead of in a monogamous relationship, to be somebody who prefers dating. There are people of both sexes who just prefer dating and don't want to get in a committed relationship. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Okay? There is a difference between committing to a relationship and accordingly, therefore, it being possible for you to cheat. You can't cheat if you're not committed. Okay? So when I say it's definitely that's the case, that's true. What commitment means is I won't sleep with anybody else. If you don't want to define it that way, define it in some other way that we can both use. That is an actual definition of something. Not just some vague concept, but operational definition. Like if you are if you have agreed to be in a monogamous relationship with somebody, then in that instance, you should absolutely never cheat because it's absolutely a betrayal of trust and you've committed, right? That's the idea of committing. You're saying, okay, I'm ready to forsake all others and commit. I'm done with dating now. You cannot cheat if you do not do that. Now, Martin Luther King Jr., he cheated on his wife in an ongoing capacity. And it was definitely his wife. When they got married, I'm sure, with traditional Christian vows because he's a preacher. And he's a preacher preaching against adultery while concurrently committing it and making speeches about the color of a man's character. So we can all agree that that's slimy as fuck. No matter how efficacious he was in good ways for the civil rights movement, that doesn't make him a person of good character if he was persisting with that clusterfuck of hypocrisy, which can be called nothing but hypocrisy. I think Bill Clinton was a great president. I do not think he was a person of character. So, Martin Luther King Jr. can both be a great civil rights leader and not a person of character. Because being a great civil rights leader is not how you have character, right? You have character by not being a slimy, hypocritical cheater. You have character by the things you don't do, not by the things you do. Character is about being honest, which is really means what? Don't lie. Character is about being trustworthy, which means what? Don't cheat. These are basic concepts you should have learned in elementary school. It's like I define terms according to what they mean. And you say, you can't define them. We have to use words that don't have definitions. You can define them too. And then one of us will have very similar definitions. They'll both be reasonable, and I'll be more than happy to take yours. Or you'll have some ridiculous definition, and mine will clearly be preferable because it actually is what the words mean. In other words, my definition is not abusive at all. I'm not trying to twist some unusual meaning out of the word. I made a lot of really excellent points. I've been in a bit of a firebrand mood this evening. What does that mean? It means that it seems like as I got closer to home or something, I started smelling wrongness in the air. And I said, Eric, that just meant you're feisty and want to argue about things. But it's more complicated than that because it is the case that I encountered a succession of horrifying wrongnesses in rapid succession. And I had no choice but to respond to them. You know, I read some comment about evolution by somebody who, and this thing is so fucking annoying. It's like I say a bunch of stuff, and then these comments, they just write these comments as though I had said nothing. They were as though it all went in straight in one ear and out the other. Why are you even commenting if you're not responding to something that I said? Like, how could you comment that I'm wrong without responding to a single thing I said? When you clearly have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't expect you to know what you're talking about with evolution in great detail. I just expect you to be able to recognize that I do know what I'm talking about. And I know way more than you. And so maybe you shouldn't insist that you know best about this when you don't know anything about it. And most importantly, but forget the average Joe, right? Who leaves a comment on my thing about evolution. The ones who piss me off are the professional intellectuals, evolutionary scientists, professors, and such, who either just willfully disregard the fact that this is going on or are somehow unaware of it, which I just don't understand because surely they get that they don't understand it because you can't understand it because it doesn't make any sense. So what do they do with that information? They don't tell everybody this is bullshit unless they don't even recognize it themselves. But how could they not for all the myriad reasons I've articulated? It's mind-boggling. It's like, the crazy thing is, as far as I can tell, I'm a lone voice on this point that's not creationist. Even this one guy who I like his argumentation a lot, he is affiliated with some intelligent design institute or something. It's like, what? Even he, who I cited for a long time, really respected, doesn't get you don't need an alternate path on some level, or he wouldn't be affirming something that's equally not an explanation. You know? Intelligent design is slightly an explanation if we were put here by aliens or something. It's not an explanation if it's just straight up creationism. Trying to get my pure data patch to convert scale degrees to MIDI notes, that alone relatively easy. It feels dumb trying to get negative scale degrees to work. Well, I don't even know what all that means, so you're a lot more knowledgeable about that stuff than I'll ever be. And that's called knowing what you know and knowing what you don't know. You know, it seems very straightforward. Why do people who don't know anything insist that they know? But then, you know, that's an age-old problem I'm having with the world. Like, how can it be? I don't encounter anybody else making good, robust, consistent critiques of this nonsense who's not also affiliated with some alternate AF. How can this be? It really makes me think the world's a simulation. Like, this is not possible that I'm the only person who gets this right. It's not that difficult to understand that this doesn't make sense, and you can't understand it the way you can understand things that actually do make sense. We can know all kinds of things. And we could know the origin of the species, but we don't. Women aren't supposed to be up past 10 p.m. Hey, it was a joke, huh? Yeah, well, you know, I'm not supposed to be up past 10 p.m. and I break that rule all the time. What time is it now? 11 p.m.? What? Empiricism is not relatable. What do you think empiricism is? If you think it's the claim that we can know things as empiricists, that's not correct. Remember that knowing is a way of paying attention. You know with your intuition or with your experience, including things you've learned. And as with determination of things, knowing of things can be wrong. Because just because you know it doesn't mean it's correct. Like, let's say somebody's put up some piece of trash that just happens to look like a person leaning into a mailbox that the trash is leaning against. And you're driving from a distance, you see, you know that there's a person getting mail out. And then when you get close, you know that, oh no, that's a piece of trash. You were wrong the first time you knew because your intuition was seeing something that looked very much like something else and you saw it as that thing. You know, knowing's a way of paying attention, no sage. Knowing is a way of paying attention that's distinct from deliberation, the other way of epistemics. It's distinct from determining things because knowledge is instantaneous and comprises either an intuitive knowing, which is the identity of externalities, or it comprises an experiential knowing, namely you remember something. Sometimes we have to pause a second. What is that thing? But the knowing part is instantaneous. You're waiting to know. You're not figuring out and then knowing. How do I pay attention? I'm primarily an extroverted intuitor, which means I explain things. I put information. I'm like, you know, if extroverted sensing does things like walk up to that girl and charm the pants off her at the bar. Extroverted intuition has a long conversation with himself or another party about all the possible things that could happen if I were to go have a conversation, right? So I'm the kind who puts information in the word field rather than in the physical world. How can the notion of infinity be known if it were inconceivable by the senses? Because the notion of infinity isn't known, it's a term that's defined and used to make points about other things. If you say, for example, here's knowing something. Infinity plus infinity equals infinity. I know that. I didn't have to do the math, right? Because of the definition of the terms. So what you can know is something like infinity plus infinity equals infinity. What you can't know is what infinity is. Instead, you define that for a purpose when you're speaking. And you but the thing is, you aren't a brain in a vat. And if you are, it's irrelevant because it's indistinguishable from not being a brain in the vat, right? So regardless of whether you're a brain in a vat or not, you still experience existence by paying attention in certain finite, specific ways and not in other ways, in predictable, explainable ways, because of how prioritizing a given manner of attention necessarily constrains your relationship with other possible ways of paying attention. And like I said, consistent patterns of ways that are you can predict, because here you're going to have this relationship. That's true, no Sage. Making fun of it is not an argument against it, but Black Tommy isn't claiming to make any arguments against it. He's just claiming to be making observations about the arguments going on between you and me. Here's the thing is, a lot of these kind of questions, you understand why they aren't real questions once you remove them from being objects of analysis and return them to how they work as part of a process, because that's what attention is. Paying attention is a process. It's not an object of analysis. We talk about different ways of paying attention. We make them objects of analysis in order to explain things about them. But the best explanations retain the reality that you're talking about a process. So then all of a sudden the question of, well, what's the difference between knowing and believing something? Well, knowing is a way of paying attention. We use the verb believe when we know something and we're wrong. We say, I believed this, right? Or if we think somebody else knows something and they're wrong. Well, they believe this. Which means I don't know this, they know it, right? No, it's not a matter of certain axioms being assumed, right? It's a matter of understanding that right now, what I'm doing is correcting you because that's not what cognitive functions is. Axiom-based reasoning uses introverted thinking to make sure the reasoning is clean and there aren't inconsistencies. Cognitive functions is comprehensive of attention, which includes that way of paying attention. And the reason I'm right about always paying attention is because I use that approach towards analysis, and I have the background and skills to do it right. In other words, I'm a professional debate coach slash case maker slash case negator. So I know what withstands scrutiny and what doesn't. It was my job for decades, right? So so the thing is, cognitive functions is not built on axioms at all. It's founded on observations that you can falsify by simply coming up with some way of paying attention that's not covered by the comprehensive, what I call comprehensive cognitive function framework. If you can come up with a way of paying attention that doesn't fall into the category of knowing intuitively, knowing experientially, putting information communicatively, putting information physically or experientially, solving problems by interfacing with like real world problems and solving problems by interfacing with people, and then deciding things by checking against consistency and by using definitional parsing to eliminate things versus checking for legitimacy by seeing if it's if it's consistent with your own interests, is what you actually want, if it's going to make you feel good, feel bad, etc. So that's comprehensive of all possible ways of paying attention. You can falsify my claim I just made by simply coming up with a way of paying attention that's not included in that. Whatever expression of human consciousness you're going to point to, if it is an expression of consciousness at all, rather than say an like, I don't know, like something happening to you that doesn't include your process, that doesn't include a process analysis of your response to it, would be not an example of you paying attention. But the challenge is, can you come up with a way of paying attention that's not included in the articulation of possible ways of paying attention I just articulated and claimed was comprehensive? And the answer is no, because I've been working on this case for too many years. It's air fucking tight at that level. There are certain spaces around the boundaries where, but even those are just well-defined uncertainties that I don't have a solution for. You like the word shake? Well, no, I mean by paying attention, either knowing, determining, acting, or interfacing. And those things are more plainly described as knowing, determining, taking action, and solving problems, or something like that. There would be simpler ways of putting it. There are ways of solving problems that require an interface. Namely, they require you to be actively responsive to things happening back and forth, right? Versus turn-based kind of stuff like this. I can be correct about this in full before even encountering any of these questions and have all the answers because I've done all the deliberation ahead of time. So I don't have to worry about like whether or not, and accordingly, because that's my way of paying attention, I don't worry about whether I'm interfacing with you well. And if I were prioritizing interfacing with you well, I would make sure I didn't sound pedantic, condescending, irritated at your wrongness or anything like that. Instead, I'm projecting my own frame of reference as everybody does, and I'm assuming, despite mountains of evidence to the contrary, the people I talk to are going to respond to what I say rather than how I say it, because that's my tool function. It's how I do things. You can't be both, and nobody is half and half, okay? Like, in theory, and conceptually, there's no reason why you couldn't be, say, intuitive half the time and experiential in your knowing half the time. And those both be primary ways of paying attention. There's no implicit conceptual reason why it shouldn't be possible, but when you work out the understanding properly, then it's clear to see how, of course, it's not possible, because if you're prioritizing certain ways of paying attention, you have a finite number of minutes in the day, and that means you're under prioritizing or anti-prioritizing the other ways of paying attention, to the extent that something's your tool function, for example, then the other way of paying attention in that way. So my tool function is TI, which means I'm very correct about things, but I'm completely an idiot about my own feelings, what's in my interests, etc. Perhaps that's why I'm so vehement about being a moralist, is because I can't deal with the bad feelings of being bad. Okay, well, your main way of paying attention, your dominant function, is who you are, basically. So I am somebody who talks a lot and says a lot of words and explains a lot of stuff because I'm an extroverted intuitive. Whereas your true function is how you be you. So for me, I be me by being logical. There's another type that has my dominant function, which is talk a lot, but instead of being logical and correct, they're correct about their own feelings, what's important to them, and all that kind of stuff, what they want, what they don't want. They're very good about that, which is probably a much more useful way to be, right, for your own personal well-being, than it is to be correct and not and except about things that matter to you, right? It's like it. And the problem is, I had to realize by experiencing lots of pain, and I still will consistently not behave as anybody with FI in the front stack would, their own feelings, prioritizing that. But I had to learn that if I don't prioritize other people's feelings and taking care of like my pets and stuff, then I will have horrible pain about my lack of harm prevention or something forever, basically. Right now, I'm not in a place of pain. I'm not depressed or anything, but the understanding of how bad it is to cause directly or indirectly, but still your fault somehow, harm to somebody you love is the worst thing you can do. I'd much rather they do the harm to me. At least I retain the moral high ground and don't have to hate myself. I can just hate them. You're on 7. Did you name the book 7? That's not a very original name, Acacia. I think you can do better than that. Function is just a way of paying attention. So like I said, we all have a very limited, short list of ways of paying attention. Knowing, deciding, acting, and interfacing, which is like acting where you don't get to take as long as you want between turns. No, ways of paying attention. Sure, I can see something, but that's not a way of paying attention. So right now, I'm paying attention to what I'm saying, what you're saying, and I'm not paying attention to any of the visual sites in the room. It doesn't mean I don't have images of them. And now that I'm talking about it, I'm seeing like, there's that chair there, that chair there. But obviously, if I'm not looking at things in order to get information about what I'm looking at, but instead I'm just staring through the phone as I'm looking at the words inside my own head, then I'm paying attention in a different place. Okay. So if I'm looking at this amp, I'm paying attention to this thing out here. If I'm not looking at this amp, and I'm just behaving as I normally do, just talking, and I'm not really looking at anything. I see the picture of myself on the phone, but none of this visual data is relevant to how I'm paying attention at all. It's just something that I ignore. And as Rachel will tell you, if I get caught up in a full explanation about something, or, you know, a rant or something, sometimes I'll explain things to Rachel that she probably hasn't asked for an explanation for, just thoughts that I have that seem interesting. And if I'm caught up giving an explanation, like a bear could walk in front of me and I just continue on with my explanation, and she go, bear? I go, oh, but I'm explaining things. How is that not paying attention using your eyes? No, it is paying attention, right? But the thing is, you are either knowing with your eyes. In other words, you don't just see things without knowing what they are, okay? If you know with your eyes what something is, that's a very basic form of intuition. I know this is a pack of cigarettes, and I know this is a bong. Those are ways of knowing. If you're saying, let's say you had laser eyes and you were able to shoot lasers out of your eyes and poke holes in something. Well, then you'd be extrovertedly sensing with your eyes because you'd be doing something with them. Usually what we use our eyes for is to receive data and know what it is. Yeah, you can see words and you can see bears. So if you're seeing words, what you're doing is you're paying attention to data on the external communicative field. Whereas if you're looking at stuff that's not words, you're paying attention to data on the external physical field. If you're noticing that you have heartburn, you're paying attention on the internal physical field. And if you're remembering last Christmas, you're paying attention on the internal metaphysical field. Those four fields are also comprehensive. Putty Cat, were you not here during my rant? I was watching that game while I was streaming, and I went on quite the rant about Ferguson and how shitty of a relief pitcher he is, and why in the world Katse put him in a high leverage situation rather than one of our multiple better relievers. Well, I need to see the words unless I'm blind and have braille, in which case I need to feel the words. In either case, I'm paying attention to the words. You know, the mechanism, whether it's my fingertip or my eyes, isn't relevant to how I'm paying attention. It's just, you know, like, as proved by that, right? You can both pay attention to words with your eyes, and you can pay attention to words with your fingers if you're blind and read braille. What? Nobody said you don't pay attention using senses, just that senses aren't ways of paying attention. Right? Causing outage just makes you a lol cow. What's outage? Oh, outrage is probably what you mean. No, I think providing outrage makes you a lol cow. Causing outrage makes you a troll. Providing outrage makes you a lol cow. But of course, I don't accept that paradigm, because regardless of whether a person is attempting to purposely say wrong things, they're setting up great opportunities for me to explain things that they almost surely don't understand. And I like to explain things. People don't like to learn things, but I like to explain them anyway. But wouldn't winning a troll award when you're not really a troll be just a troll and not an award? What do you call the guy that causes and provides outrage at the same time? Eric? Do you call him Eric? I bring the outrage when I'm in the mood to. It's not really outrage, it's just I get animated. I was genuinely mad at that lady, but most of my animated ranting is just how I'm accustomed to communicating. It's kind of like my naturally performative communicative nature. But that lady made me genuinely mad because how shockingly low are the standards for psychologists, clinical psychologists with a PhD? How shockingly low are those standards if that woman was totally unwilling to hear anything I was saying and just dismissed me as a person and therefore everything I said by telling me I was a drug addict, even though she had no reason to conclude that except that I smoked pot. I like to learn, and you do explain things in a way that makes me understand. Well, thanks, Victoria Q. I guess people around here at least don't have too much antipathy to learning because I insist on explaining things even if they don't want an explanation. Call it my most adorable quirk.
It is.
Thanks, darling.
I love you.
I love you too. You know what? When you said perk makes me want, Jay Blizzy, I want to make some coffee. I'm not going to percolate it, but the word perk did make me think of wanting coffee. I'm just going to do a drip pot. Obviously, you want to learn about the attention functions. Well, you're definitely in the right place. And you seem to be asking genuine questions and hearing the answers with some amount of interest rather than just negating what I'm saying, which is wonderful because, you know, I spent a lot of years doing legitimate intellectual work about a topic that otherwise would be just garbage work done on it. But of course, nobody thinks like, oh well, Eric is exclusively right about things. I mean, plenty of people do think that, but what I'm saying is most people who encounter cognitive functions don't start at the right place. You know, it's not super complicated. It's just a reality that you got your 4 different ways of paying attention and an experiential and communicative way of each of those. You've got your 4 fields upon which attention is paid, and you've got whether a given function is an absolute or an instrumental value, which means for me, talking is an end in itself. That's why I'm live streaming and I've been live streaming for I don't even know how many hours, 5 hours. So it's easy to see, and for me to correctly say that for me, talking and explaining things is the goal. You know, other people, if it's instrumental, they're going to say, well, I only talk and explain things when I need to accomplish something by explaining something else that I uphold as a value. For example, I only explain things when it helps me be more correct. Would be somebody who's an introverted version of me. They've got the logic part is who they are. The talking part is how they be. Well, accordingly, they're going to use their talking part to do themselves, right? Like if they themselves is to be as correct as possible. If they need to talk things out in their own head to be correct, they will do that for indefinitely. They probably don't need to talk things out externally to be correct because they're TI-DOMs. and intuitives. So accordingly, they're not going to explain things so much because they don't care if you are right. They only care if they are right. I don't care if you are right either. But I care if I get to explain things. And I don't even care if people really understand my explanations. What I care is if my explanations are correct. I want them to be fully defensible. All the claims I'm making, I can defend convincingly. Which is not a standard anybody else talking about cognitive functions is upholding or even attempting to uphold. But you know, my blessing and curse concurrently in life. Why do I have to be the one? Why do I have to be the one who shouts into the wind? Especially on this evolution thing. Like, it's impossible that I could be such an outlier that I'm, as far as I can tell, the only intellectually minded person to argue against evolution without also concurrently arguing for intelligent design or creationism or something. How could that be? I haven't found a single other person. I thought there was this one guy, David Berinsky, but I found out he's affiliated with some intelligent design institute or something. How can that be? I don't understand. It can't possibly be. It's like statistically impossible. So it must be a simulation, I guess. I don't know. Because how also did the whole world go crazy about COVID in one of two directions, where I seem to be this lone voice of consistent correctness about it, not conspiratorial shit that I can't substantiate, not blind faith in the idea that sanctity of life above all else, no matter how shitty quality of life gets or how many other harms you have, even when it doesn't actually uphold sanctity of life any better than letting it run its course and letting individuals make their own choices about their health. I just called everything. I was like, a vaccine for this won't work because it's a coronavirus, which is why we can't vaccinate the common cold. It adapts too quickly. I was right about the glaring methodological flaws, in which I correctly predicted that the published fatality rate was going to be at least 10 times higher than the actual fatality rate, given the obvious and glaring methodological flaws that they were using to come up with this 4% figure. I pointed out that given everything they say about it is true, whether it is both a novel thing, infinitely contagious, has a 2-week incubation period, there's no way you're going to stop this thing from spreading. You have to let it run its course and let people take as much protection against it as they personally decide for themselves. That's all you can do about it. Nobody listened to me. Everybody thought I was crazy. No, we have to save lives. There were no lives saved by COVID alarmism, just lives ruined. And it's not because COVID wasn't a genuine threat. It's because you don't do solution theater that's destructive without knowing full well and why it's going to be effective as a solution and not violate legitimacy criteria. So, I don't know why I gotta be this guy. I like being right. I used to think it was cool that, like, oh, I'm right and all these people are wrong about this. I don't think it's cool anymore at all. I think that, like, instead of feeling like a maverick who's right about things, I feel like the world has gone completely insane. Completely insane. That it's been insane about evolution for long before I realized it. Because I didn't understand that evolution was bullshit until I really started to look into it, which wasn't that long ago, like maybe 10 years ago or something. Maybe less. Probably less. Prior to which, I just assumed evolution explained it without actually understanding what the explanation was. I even figured, oh, it's too complicated for me to understand without really getting into it. And then I got really into it and was genuinely surprised, even shocked at this molehill of half-assery that somehow falls under a single name called evolution. Oh. Where was it? And then there's cognitive functions, right? There are lots of people who believe in cognitive functions in the community, all of whom, except for this little group of people around here, are wrong about them. And the people who are right about things don't believe in cognitive functions at all because they've heard nothing but bullshit, half-assed, pseudoscience-y explanations for things. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it must be a simulation or something. Otherwise, why would I have this lovely house and beautiful wife and be right about everything and all that stuff? It doesn't make any sense that my life would have such bowling alley bumpers on it. But then, there are other people whose lives are even more ultra privileged than mine by a million miles, Of course, I think those people are damaged by their privilege because it's too much privilege. Isn't there something literally called a DNA species barrier? You mean the reason why a lion and a tiger will make a liger, but there's not a population of wild ligers? Right. Biology doesn't have a definition for species. When you say biology doesn't know what a species is, what you mean is biology claims to explain the origin of a term it refuses to define. So, how could it possibly be an explanation? Species, we have a clear understanding that if something is going to qualify as a duck, that it will mate with another one of the same kind of thing and produce a third one. That was historically the definition of species. Able to produce reproductively viable offspring with another of the same thing. If you put this bird and this bird that look similar but are actually different species together, if they're really different species, then even if you artificially inseminate it, it won't produce a reproductively viable offspring. Well, but putting that can't happen. That happens all the fucking time. That was just a particularly appalling instance of it. Because it's like, as though somebody put an asterisk above freedom of assembly and said, unless there's a cold going around. The vaccine was not mandatory here. It was just, it made things a lot more expedient because there were certain things you couldn't do unless you showed vaccine cards for certain stretches of time. I had to get it because I didn't have to, but if I didn't get it, I wouldn't have been allowed to visit my mother in the nursing home. What do you believe in? What's your stance? I'm a Christian, but I understand my faith behavior of prayer as being unrelated to explanations for things. You know, that's a magical thinking framework that I employ because of a lot of reasons. You know, people say, "Well, do you believe in God?" Well, I pray to God. What does it mean to believe? Do I believe in Him? Are you asking me, will I make arguments that assert His existence? No, because obviously God can't be subsumed by argumentation. And one's magical thinking framework is not something that you do because you can argumentationally support it. You do it, faith is definitionally the belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. So if you're believing in God properly, you're not arguing in favor of anything regarding Him or against anything. You're understanding your own relationship with God as a private experience of a magical thinking framework that's predicated on at least behaving as though there's an external super being that cares about you and hears you and provides help in mostly abstract ways. Absolutely not, SB Uni. The reason it's magical is because you're deciding to know what you definitely don't know, right? That's what faith is. I'm deciding to behave as though I know what I objectively definitely cannot claim to know because I could claim to say, I know this with my intuition. I could claim to say, I know this with my experience, but I couldn't claim to say, I know this universalizes without my knowledge being wrong. I got cigarettes. What I do with them? What I did with them? What I did with them? I can't talk no more. What I did with them? Yeah, so in the end, we know God exists because what I did with them. In other words, we don't need to state that you should know God exists for me to know God exists because it's quite the opposite. I don't need to have any information about what you know about God for me to know about God. And if our knowledges can conflict and they can both be right in their frame of reference, and that's fine. What cannot be right is somebody else telling some third party what magical thinking frame they should have. Like, you will never hear me tell anybody they should be a Christian. That would be insane and totally against the whole principle of faith. I think it's worth having faith in anyway, to the extent that it attracts adherence. It's by attraction, not promotion. Like Alcoholics Anonymous, that's its motto, and it's why Alcoholics Anonymous is a great organization despite its many, cult. People call it a cult. It's not a cult at all, but they have some clicky kind of. I mean, they kicked me out for smoking weed, basically. Even though the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous says it has no opinion on anything but alcohol. It says it specifically. And the fact that I could say that to them didn't faze them a bit. Wait a second. You told me to read this big book, sponsor. Now you're telling me I should ignore the parts that critically tell us the scope of Alcoholics Anonymous interest and and expectations? How does this happen? Oh, it doesn't matter that you're right, Eric. Well, we just, you're not really sober if you're getting high. Yes, according to AA, I am. Not according to all of you people in AA for some reason. But according to this book that supposedly tells us how to AA, you're not supposed to have any opinion about anything other than alcohol. Oh, well, you really need to reset your sober date, Eric, because you've not really been sober this whole time. Oh, that's funny. Could have sworn I haven't drank a drop. Well, that's not what sober means. No, that's what sober means. That's why there's a difference between sober and clean and sober. Now, I will state this. I think the term clean is offensive. Sober is a legitimate antonym to drunk. Clean is just unwarrantedly asserting that doing drugs is dirty. This is really a hall of fame of the scoundrels of wrongness we're going through today. After that lady, and that lady really makes the hall of fame, you know? Like, her response to my critique of her unnuanced, ham-fisted, and harmful drug warrior stupidity at the expense of the legitimacy of other people, her response to it was, "You're a drug addict." In other words, she just doubled down. Not only was she willing to attack older people in general who like to smoke weed, she was more than happy to attack this older person specifically, despite the fact that he was telling her all the data that she needs to know to understand that she was wrong about him anyway. She was still right about me, despite not knowing me at all and not having spoken to me at all except to hear me critique her legitimately. To conclude that she can dismiss me entirely because I'm a drug addict is not befitting a clinical psychologist. Yeah, I got you, Black Tommy. Well, I mean, the thing is, I didn't need to go back and forth with her. She needed to respond to a bunch of points I made in that video. It wasn't my turn to talk again. I was just reiterating all the shit I told her because she didn't seem to have heard it the first time, you know? If she didn't watch the video, didn't hear it, wasn't interested in responding to what I said in the video, it wasn't going to make any difference now, you know? And sometimes people need to see that regarding this, it's genuinely outrage-inducing. You're being entirely irresponsible, reckless, intellectually bereft, and representing a paradigm that I thought died out in the 80s. This kind of like relentlessly anti-drug warrior bullshit artist that doesn't even have any justifications for anything. It's like, really? What college gave her a PhD in psychology? And supposedly she's an expert in dealing with trauma and other things like that? Oh my God. What a wrecking ball that woman is. She needed to understand that, a decent human being is going to be very angry when they see her doing that. It's like if they see an airline pilot on fentanyl with half a pint of whiskey in and on top and trying to get into the cockpit, right? a decent person is going to be outraged and say, hold on, pilot. Other people might be able to behave like this at their job if their job is, say, oh, I don't know, drinking beer you're a critic of Oktoberfest. You write for a newspaper critiquing various Oktoberfest. So your job is getting drunk. Well, then fine. Go ahead and get drunk on the job. The point is, whether or not a given behavior is acceptable depends on the nature of the career if they're engaging in career behavior, which she was, right? She did the equivalent of drunkenly staggering into the cockpit of a jumbo jet, endangering the lives of everybody on board. Yeah, she has a much more high likelihood of doing damage because the drunk pilot might somehow make it and land, and whereas the lady's guaranteed to do harm. If nothing else, she did some good by eliciting my powerful response. So at least she understands that she crossed some boundaries, even though she clearly is not TI at all. She must understand that there are legitimate emotional responses to boundaries being crossed. If she doesn't understand that, then she's just a waste of a human being. I don't even know what she's doing. Like, it's not her business to pathologize other people's pot smoking because she calls it way more unhealthy than she establishes it could possibly ever be. Anything can become addictive if you do it too much and use it to cope. Well, I mean, there are two kinds of coping, right? There's managers, which are things that work for you consistently as a coping mechanism. If you, it isn't really coping, right? It's just like how you go about your business and be comfortable in your business. So smoking weed is a manager for me. A firefighter is something that you do when you're upset and you want to say fuck it and indulge in something a little bit, dirty or something. So for me, it used to be going and playing poker. I don't really have. Well, I mean, firefighter for me will be like, okay, I'm feeling anxious because it's been too long since I've gotten loaded. And so that'll happen like after I've run out of Adderall and finished Sleepy Week, but not gotten new Adderall yet. I'll get really antsy. And then if I don't resolve that antsiness in some way prior to getting the Adderall, I'll binge hard out the gate and I'll mess up the program. So like this time, we took mushrooms the day before I got the Adderall. That solved my fiend by getting me a substantial enough head change that I no longer was fiending a substantial head change, so I didn't misuse that fiend on Adderall, which backfires ultimately if you fiend it too early and hit it too hard. You end up tearing up your sleep schedule too much, and you basically guarantee you're just gonna burn through the bottle because it requires too many then to get you up. Well, I mean, what I was playing is contingency counterplan. If it's okay for you to proselytize to me, then I can proselytize to you, right? This is how rude it is. Don't you feel it yourself now? See, I was doing that. And I can make contingency counterplans. If we're going to accept your framework, then this bullshit is real. That's fine. I'm not contradicting myself by doing that. May the Lord bless and protect you. Amen. I look absolutely nothing like Fidel Castro. The only commonality between me and Fidel Castro is we both have beards, and mine is currently in sane beard format. I have on occasion, and many times in the past, and will again, I'm sure, let this grow until it gets to Fidel Castro beard, but it's not there yet. You quit because you're disabled for reasons unrelated to firefighting. I would suspect that almost everybody is disabled who's disabled is disabled for reasons unrelated to firefighting. Uh, if you had just said you were disabled, I would not have assumed you'd gotten disabled while fighting a fire. So, I mean, I guess I probably would have assumed you weren't a fireman, but I guess I could be wrong about that. I guess that's a little sexist of me. You can be a fireman if you want, even if you're a firewoman. We have a mailman lady. It's now brag o'clock. Fidel was white. Well, his beard wasn't. My beard is. Enjoy throwing out a casual proselytizing conversation. Yeah, I love certain words in general. Like, I love a good turn of phrase and it just falls out without me even constructing it or something. I like it when I'm fully sharp, but not too sprung. I was probably a little sprung today, even though I only took 3 Adderalls, 330s, of course. That's a smallish amount of Adderalls for me. This deep into the bottle, I'd normally be taking like probably like 5 of them today or something, but I'm doing a good job of managing it this time. And I deserve a big high five. And the reason I say I'm doing a good job is not because it's better for me to take less Adderall, but because I'm going to take the same amount of Adderall no matter what. I just don't want to run out of it. I want my running out of it to be somewhat a matter of my decision making rather than it just, oh, I just might as well take the rest of these. They're barely doing shit to me anymore. That just seems like a waste. But I do it like all the time. What do you say about the poll? What poll? What's the poll going to be about? How many thumbs does Acacia have? 0, 1, or 2? I'd be curious. See what people think. But I haven't really looked at your hands that carefully before. But nevertheless, I'm going to guess 2 thumbs. I've seen your hands before, but I've never paid attention to your hands before. I can't really claim to know that I've seen your hands before because I don't remember seeing them, but I intuit that I must have seen them because they were probably attached to the end of your arms when I saw you. Jurassic Park or 50 Shades of Grey, which is a better book? A better book, huh? Because, you know, they made movies out of both of those books. Yes, Jurassic Park was a book versus Michael Crichton. 50 Shades of Grey was that porn, softcore porn book. Or maybe it was hardcore, I don't know. It was popular with women, apparently. Oh my God, it's so steamy. They're engaged in bondage. All right. Which book is better? Oddly damp. Am I on Adderall? Yeah, but I'm crashing. Okay. Which book is best? Jurassic Park. How do you spell Jurassic? "50 Shades of Grey." What's the third book? Yeah, I did get it, Solid Pitch GLA. I did understand the body humor. Although I was taken aback by its vulgarity. So I pretended like I didn't understand. I don't understand what your third choice is. How would my choice be the fourth choice when there's only two choices? We Went All Orange? Is that the name of a book? I don't see it. I don't see book number 3. So I'm just going to pick book number 3, I guess. All right. Mark Z. Danielewski. I see. How about another book be Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone? And what's the shortest Harry Potter title? Harry Potter and the something of fire. Goblet of Fire? Goblet of Fire. Yep, I got it. Just barely. I have 0 characters left. And then what's the last book we were checking for? It's actually Philosopher's Stone. Isn't there also Goblet of Fire? Yeah, there's Goblet of Fire. Solid Fit Shield. Obviously, you don't know Harry Potter books very well. I read all the Harry Potter books. Deathly Hallows is the shortest. You still have to put Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, don't you? Or do people just know? I guess they know that. The fourth book will be a real classic, a Rachel book here. We'll pick Great Gatsby. There. We've got 4 books now. Jurassic Park, 50 Shades of Grey, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, or Great Gatsby. Oh, Philosopher's Stone is the UK title, Sorcerer's Stone is the US title. And is Goblet of Fire the title in both places? You wanted to vote Mouse? I didn't know that was the name of a book. Mouse? If you give a mouse a cookie, that was the name of the book? Well, you weren't clear that that was the name of the book. I thought you were just saying something like, if you give a mouse a cookie or Dracula, the mouse will always choose the cookie. And you just didn't finish your sentence. You voted Jurassic Park. Michael Crichton is an entertaining writer. I used to read his books like when I traveled with my parents. Because you could always pick them up at like airport stores and stuff. Or just like pharmacy book and magazine section that used to have those things. I don't know if they still have them or not. Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? If you're asking me, the answer is no, I didn't. Dumbledore said calmly. Regarding breakthroughs in science, it's not about whether we could, but if we should. Acacia, I don't want to read this picture book. If you give a mouse a cookie, he's going to ask for a glass of milk. When you give him the milk, he'll probably ask you for a straw. When he's finished, he'll ask for a napkin. Then he'll want to look in the mirror to make sure he doesn't have a milk mustache. When he looks in the mirror, he might notice his hair needs a trim. So he'll probably ask for a pair of nail scissors, not snail nizzers. When he finished giving himself a trim, he'll want a broom to sweep up. He'll start sweeping. He might get carried away and sweep every room in the house. He may even end up washing the floors as well. When he's done, he'll probably want to take a nap. You'll have to fix up a little box for him with a pillow and a blanket. He'll crawl in, make himself comfortable, and flip the pillow a few times. He'll probably ask you to read him a story. So you'll read to him from one of your books, and he'll ask to see the pictures. When he looks at the pictures, he'll get all excited. He'll want to draw one of his own. He'll ask for paper and crayons. Then the picture is finished. He'll want to sign his name with a pen. Then he'll want to hang his picture on your refrigerator, which means he'll need a Scotch tape. He'll hang up his drawing and stand back to look at it. Looking at the refrigerator will remind him that he's thirsty. So, he'll ask for a glass of milk. And chances are, if he asks for a glass of milk, he's going to want a cookie to go with it. And if you give him a cookie, he's going to ask for a glass of milk, and that's only the beginning. That book was fine. It wasn't too long of a read. Well, presumably, the book is advising one to not give a mouse a cookie, because if one does so, one incurs all this responsibility. I think that's the moral of the story. Don't feed rodents. Huh? How many Jews does it take away an Iranian's light bulb? Just one country's worth, I guess. Well, he does clean a lot, right? See, what you're saying, Acacia, I get it, what you're saying. Overall, you win the exploitation battle, so you should facilitate the relationship. Makes sense. That's good. I mean, I'm not quite as Machiavellian as you are, but I get it. I'm not the expert in feelings. But for somebody who is an expert in feelings, like Acacia, she believes that as long as you get more exploitation out of him than he can get out of you, you should go ahead and take him for all he's worth. Helping you put a dress on like a princess, those are Cinderella's mice. That's not that mouse. That mouse isn't big enough to dress that child. Child was clearly, I mean, the mouse was not going to be able to even pick up that child's clothing, let alone put it on the child. And when they say he swept every room in the house, they didn't say he successfully cleaned all the mess in the house. He probably just took a couple of theater sweeps in each room. The only movies I was very disappointed in versus the book was the Maze Runner series, because it was a completely different story. Oh, you want a nightmare adaptation? This great book series called Wheel of Time, which I really enjoyed a lot. I read like all 15 books of it. So very grand and epic fantasy universe, but it was all one made big story from beginning to end, right? And it was almost all of the books were great. There was like book 7 or something, which was the last one that the main author, Robert Jordan, wrote without assistance of another writer. It got away from him. It was just like taking too long, talking about things that didn't, never getting anywhere, etc. But like the books prior to that had all been maybe 6 was a little iffy, half-assed mouse cleaning. Mouse cleaning standards could be different than yours. In other words, for all you know, when the mouse tells you it's sweeping up, it's just shitting all over your floors. You seen Jordan Peterson debate 20 atheists? No. I'm curious how you'd assess his debate skills. I mean, the thing is, I'm really not interested at all in debate skills. I'm interested in people who are making cases to at least understand that they're making a case and that that's what's happening there. It's not a debate. Both sides are making cases, but since neither side understands what it means to make a case, since neither side understands the different burdens that affirmation and negation have, since neither side understands that unless you make framework explicit, you can't even hardly communicate without talking past each other. And if you don't do the definitional work that's necessary, at least in framework, then again, you won't have any actual clash that allows intellectual work to be done. You have to have clash between things that are mutually exclusive so they can test against each other argumentationally to see what's best. It's not a matter of debating, it's a matter of being correct. Well, I won't yell at Jordan Peterson because he's not telling people, he's kind of invalidating people who are messy, I guess, when you're trying to clean their room and stuff. Or if they don't clean your room, you're a loser. That's not cool at all. But it seems to have much more of a metaphorical quality to it. Like, he's not saying specifically clean your room. He's saying, like, take care of your shit, keep a clean house in a general sense. And he sees it more as a matter of fulfilling a destiny of significance versus, quailing with the postmodernists in some super relativism or something. He obviously is not qualified to argue against atheists because he doesn't have unless he's making the arguments that I'm making about it, which are correct about the nature of faith, the nature of a magical thinking frame, and how obviously one can't make arguments about God without fundamentally getting everything wrong. You don't believe in God because it's justified by arguments. You believe in God because it's not. That's what faith is. And the idea that we can just ignore that fundamental problem here, that Christians who are arguing in favor of God are being Christian wrong, and atheists who are arguing against God are being atheist wrong. Because the reason you're an atheist should be that, I don't feel like having a magical thinking frame in my repertoire is beneficial to me. So I don't choose to engage in the behavior of prayer, in other words, exercise faith. And nobody should ever say you should exercise faith or you should explain things with bullshit religious explanations. Similarly, nobody should ever say you shouldn't exercise faith and that your faith is illegitimate because it's faith and not something else, like reasoning. Obviously, you shouldn't expect faith to be reasoning. You should expect it to be the opposite of that. Yeah, when I say I'm not interested in debate, that's what I'm not interested in. I'm interested in dialectic. I believe in the power of good, clean use of language and thinking to accomplish meaningful work that allows people to understand things and be correct about things and not incur the consequences of failing to understand things and being incorrect about things. What are those consequences? It entirely depends on the individual, but it rarely, if ever, suits anybody well to understand things wrong. In other words, to think they understand things and not understand things at all. It does not benefit people at all to fail to understand things and believe that that's because they can't be understood, which is what I used to believe before I encountered cognitive functions. In other words, that there is no metaframe, there is no uh, frame of reference that's informative about all these other questions and meaningfully answers them, usually by just demonstrating how it's a fallacious question. You know, it gets concepts wrong and stuff, you know? I don't even remember what I'm talking about. At this point, I'm just a caricature of myself. Just sitting here, gesticulating, blah, blah, blahing for no reason any longer because I can't even remember what I'm talking about. Maybe marijuana is hurting my brain. I've always been like this. Jordan Peterson's rise to fame happened because he refused to acquiesce with the Canadian government's mandated speech law. Yeah, I mean, that is why it happened. I wouldn't say it's quite fair to say it happened only because of that. It happened because he had genuine skin in the game and displayed character and stood up for his principles in the face of something that was obviously wicked, wrong, and bullshit and insane. How can you mandate speech, you know? Even if you don't believe in freedom of speech, you should surely believe in freedom of conscience, which means you should believe in freedom to silence or freedom to, um, like, freedom to not say something is much is is much more foundational than freedom to say something because uh, we correctly distinguish between different kinds of speech, commercial speech, protected speech, etc., and afford different kinds of speech varying levels of protection against varying kinds of consequences. So even so, the government never protects your speech from somebody else's private property's rules, right? Like if you come over to my house and you start using the S word, shoot, or with an I, that bad word, and I'm very offended by your vulgarity and say, you are kicked out of my house because I do not allow that speech here. You can't claim I'm violating your free speech rights. You have no free speech rights in my house. You have them, you can leave and have your free speech rights outside of my house, but I don't have to put up with your speech in my house. I can kick you out any time because I don't like your speech. And I'm not violating anybody's rights. Plunder? Are we talking about plunder? Plunder's bad. Plunder's unearned acquisition of wealth. If you acquire wealth via, well, I guess you could not earn wealth, but you could just get lucky and win a bunch of wealth. That wouldn't qualify as plunder. Yeah, it has to be illegitimately taken from somebody else to qualify as plunder. And yes, plunder is actually kind of a clinical term in terms of political philosophy, specifically dating back to the French Revolution. It was a formal term. It was used as a formal term in the way that libertarians use the term aggression nowadays. You don't hear it used in that fashion very much anymore. Nowadays, plunder is like, it's like a pirate thing, I think. Pirates get plunder, but it was just originally intended to say ill-gotten rights, ill-gotten wealth gotten by way of rights violations. So I may not have earned all of this plenty, but it's not plunder. Maybe I did earn it. I don't know. I don't know how one earns an inheritance. Just by being as good a family member as you could be, I guess. But I mean, you know, I wish I had fewer problems, been less of a screw up, and less of a substance abuse problem, alcohol in particular. But you can't go back and change the past. You can just learn from it and go forth determined to sin no more, even though you will again. It just hopefully your sins get progressively more and more minor. I still make mistakes and maybe do things that qualify as sinful, like, well, that wouldn't qualify as sinful. Like, for example, seeing things a certain way that I know people are going to misinterpret in a certain way because I want it to be misinterpreted like that. I'm guilty of that rhetorical crime sometimes when I'm annoyed at people. Not really a big crime, though. It's not the same thing as lying at all. But it is taking advantage of somebody's communicative inadequacy rather than trying to fix it. When I'm explaining things, I'm trying to fix a communicative inadequacy. In other words, we could be on the same page about mya if we understood why we're not on the same page about mya, and it's because this certain frame of reference that is necessary to understand it isn't understood the same way or is only understood by one party or something. I almost very, very rarely do I dissemble like that, but sometimes I do. And if there's anything that I expect any like pushback or I gotta like deal with some customer service thing that's giving me trouble or whatever, well, in that case, I'll always treat information like a debater treats information. You get exactly and only the minimal answer to your question that actually answers your question. If you ask a yes or no question, you'll get a yes or no answer. I'm not going to do any work for you. But I'm not finding myself in those situations much anymore, and that's not necessarily a moral failing. If I'm in the right in the first place, I shouldn't be doing your work for you. I don't think there's a need to teach it in school. I don't think that there is a debatable reason to teach it because it's morally wrong and against the law. Make your opposition. What is? what shouldn't they teach in school? Like teaches resourcefulness, sustainability, cognitive plundering. What's cognitive plundering? I understand what real plundering is. No, I've never committed a sex crime. I'm not a very physical person. Even when I was getting blackout drunk, I never got physical with anybody. I'm a talker, you know, and I'm puss shy. I'm not the sort of person to not take no for an answer. I'm the sort of person to not believe yes for an answer. Because surely you couldn't be interested in me. I obviously have no reproductive liability. I used to think these things about myself. Leprechauns, huh? Well, I've got some news for y'all. That gold belongs to the leprechauns. Wizard of Oz making claims about the irrelevancy of consent is how one gets classified as a predatory uh, degenerate, you know? If you want to be a predatory degenerate and try to fool them, then go away. One of the biggest problems that we have in the world is people not understanding what is legitimately their subjective domain, what is not legitimately a subjective question, but it's simply answered clearly one way or the other, and what things about which they can be relativist. This is just repeating it in different words, and what kind of things they can be absolute. They have to be absolutist about. They're, you know, you can be relativist if you want about aesthetics because nobody can win the argument. You could say, I think Dave Matthews Band is the best. You'll be wrong, but I can't win the argument. Because aesthetics is only known, it's not determined. And some people know via their experience, which means they're going to like what's familiar regardless of whether it's good. Others know with their intuition, and if their intuition is correct, then they'll know what's good. But I can't win an argument establishing any of that. Not because it's incorrect, but because correctness, when we know it, is that kind of correctness. It's not this substantiatable kind of correctness. Correctness, when we determine it, is substantiatable. But it makes perfectly good sense that somebody whose nature is to intuit what's correct about holistic things like art is going to be better at that than somebody whose nature is to determine what's correct about something logically is going to be, you know, that's going to be, they're going to be better at that because that's their nature. So, you know, wherever I was going with that. You've been postponing your life for that long? Well, maybe it's time for you to move into that 4 million square foot house. That's 2,000 times bigger than this house. I don't know what we would do with that much house. I don't even know what to do with this much house. Can we get mice to help us know what to do with the house? My concern about getting a mouse to help is that once I get the help, it's going to want a cookie, then it's going to want a glass of milk, and it's going to make sure it cleans itself up and make sure there's no milk mustache. It's like, oh God, how involved do I have to be with your taking care of yourself, mouse? Why do you need me to read you a bedtime story? How old are you anyway? You're a full-grown mouse. You're the equivalent of like a 45-year-old man in mouse years, which means you're like 15 minutes old. There's crazy videos on YT of rats being fed to snakes. I've fed plenty of rats to snakes. Someone's lactose intolerant and be a stinker. Uh-oh. It's not hard, but it's cheaper to go to a Jiffy Lube and get your oil changed than it is to change it yourself. Is that what you're saying? I'm pretty sure it's not cheaper. It's just you have to do it yourself and kind of know a thing or two. Like, I don't think I could change the oil on my car because I don't even know where the oil pan is or anything. But if I looked around, I could probably find it, drain it out. But I don't want to do that. Oh, it is cheaper to pay for Jiffy Lube to do it than to do it yourself? That's crazy. I wonder why. No, I used to have, when I had a fairly large boa constrictor, I fed it, it would eat rats. It would eat like two rats in one. I'd put two rats out in front of it and he'd fucking bam, bam, get them both and just eat them both right there. I guess that might be an F5 polar thing. I never really felt bad for the rats. I just thought, well, that's what snakes eat, you know? I don't know. It's weird how I get so upset when the cats chase a lizard, but I have no problems feeding a rat to a snake. I had guinea pigs, but I didn't feed guinea pigs to the snake. I had guinea pigs for a little while when I was a kid. No, they were rats. It was a big boa constrictor. I had a huge cage that I made for it. But I still felt so bad about keeping it in a cage that I left the top of the cage open and I just thought, well, I just walk around. Then it just disappeared, got like into the walls of the house, and then shortly thereafter we moved out of there. So whoever moved in there got a fun surprise one evening. It's harmless, it's a boa constrictor. My I had that snake after I graduated from college when I moved to Eagle Rock. I think I had it before I moved to Eagle Rock, and then I took it with me to Eagle Rock, which is when I made that big cage for it. I don't remember when I got it or how I got it, but there's a decent chance I took somebody else's snake that they were looking to get rid of. That's life, as the great Tommy Wiseau once said. Hmm. Well, that's a wise, wise insight. You know, that is life. Yeah, I left it in Eagle Rock, the Eagle Rock house. Was my life good around that time? Yeah, it was fun. Me and Corey were living in the house and having great parties, but it was a pretty horrible, like, bachelor pad in terms of neither of us really cleaned up. And it'd be like all these like pizza boxes and stuff in the kitchen that just piled up, and Corey never did any dishes. When the dishes got done at all, I was because I did them, but I didn't want to do all the dishes all the time. But neither of us were inclined at all to tell the other one to do stuff. So, you know, highly irresponsible pet ownership, but kind of funny. The word hijinks and tomfoolery kind of. I just what that is FI polar again. It's like I felt bad because the snake's in the cage, even though I didn't feel bad at all for the rats who I fed to it. And so I left the top of the cage open and just kind of hoped that he'd stay where I could see him or something. I don't even know. Yeah, Corey's an INFJ. We slap each other's butt for motivation as bros do. No, we weren't really that kind of bros. We were very interested in having cool parties and stuff, but we were both intuitive, and Corey was like popular with chicks, but he didn't feel particularly comfortable or confident, I don't think, although he didn't convey that to them. Yeah, we split the rent. We rented a house that had two bedrooms on the bottom floor, and the bathroom was at the top of the stairs, and then the living room was on the top floor, and the kitchen was on the top floor. So it was just a two bedroom, one bath house, but it was 2 story and had a lot of square foot for 2 bedroom, one bath. Yeah. Yeah, Rachel likes to cut my butt, and I think she might just be being nice, but obviously I like to cut her butt and also her chest butt, which is what you might refer to as breasts or her bosom. Let's not be immature about this, okay? I have so many great ideas and hypotheses in my head about so many things, but I can't get them out. It's just a feeling that I can't explain them for real, and it's frustrating. Well, maybe you should start uploading things to your YouTube channel. When I first started uploading things to your YouTube channel, it was just sort of notes to myself. I was still explaining things, but I was explaining them painfully slowly. I was trying to figure things out, but I was trying to figure it out without cognitive functions, and I was just not figuring things out. And then I discovered cognitive functions, and it really just made everything clear. Like, there's this philosophical definition of knowledge as justified true belief. Well, why doesn't this work intellectually, and why is there arguments about what qualifies as knowledge and what doesn't? When I could not figure this out, but it's obvious once you realize that knowing is a way of paying attention. It's not more or less right than believing inherently. It's just you treat it as though it's certain because you know it rather than um, don't know it, but posit some possibilities, for example. You do ask for consent. Despite the fact that I told you many times, it's your butt to do with as you please. I never heard him and Liz having sex, but yeah, he wasn't, neither of us were puss layers. He he could have slayed lots of puss, but he didn't want to slay a lot of puss. Oh, you don't have anything to apologize for. Your dream job of digging in the ground and reading ancient history and doing psychedelics, that is a noble dream, sir. And I wish that dream for you. I hope that someday somebody pays you at least $250,000 a year to do that. Oh, it's puss tamers, not slayers. I see. Well, I mean, maybe taming is you know this and slaying is this. Well, I was puss shy, which is the down here. Scared of girls and operating under the assumption that I was not reproductively viable because obviously no woman would ever be interested in me. I'm not exactly sure the origin of this notion, and I don't know. The art of slaying puss is as simple as this. I'll let Porter Churchill Murphy demonstrate. Hey girl, you know what? You'd look pretty cute if you didn't have this dust on you. Let me wipe that dust off your breasts for you. There, that's better. Now you're looking sexy. Oh my gosh, how cute. It's a baby. I'm no baby lady below the belt. But, usually ladies say, hey, you're sexually harassing me. In which case he says, how could I sexually harass you? I'm just a baby. He's a scoundrel. Did I eat anything? Oh, yeah, I ate a bagel and cream cheese. Chode slayers. Don't mistake my grundle for a chode, okay? I did that and I didn't even know what I was saying. I thought a grundle was called a chode. But those are totally different things. I didn't even know the name grundle. I don't know how I came to believe that the grundle was called a chode, but I did come to believe that and believed it for a long time. It just goes to show you how knowing can be wrong. I knew that my grundle was called my chode, but I was wrong. It's called your what's the science word for it? Paramenium or something like that? Paramesium? Is it a Paris gymnasium? Stop looking at my grundle with such obvious lust. My grundle's not for you. I won't betray trust and let you touch my grundle. Eric, nobody wants to touch your grundle. Okay, well, fair enough. I don't want to touch my grundle. I don't, I'm not repulsed by touching my grundle, but if I ever touch it, it's, I'm sure by accident. I'm not a grundle rubber. I'm not a grundle jostler or grundle fondler either. I'm more about the weenus right here than I am about my grundle. About my weenus, my uvula, and all the labias all over my body. Namely these two right here. These are my labia, or as we say in English, lips. In Britain, they use the term labia to refer to face lips all the time. Can I give you a peck on the labia? Generates a lot of confusion here in America. I say you've got lovely labia. And the lady's like, you can't see my labia. Sure I can, they're plain as day. Plain as the nose on your face. She's like, what? I'm wearing jeans. And eventually, after hours and hours of miscommunication, finally they get, oh, you British people think your face lips are called labia. No, that's for your vagina lips. Well, don't I feel the fool? Yeah, let me just get my fanny pack. And he said, what? Because, of course, in England, and this one is actually true, fanny means vagina. Even though it obviously doesn't, because otherwise only women would have fanny packs. That's game, set, match on the fanny point. We determine what the meaning of fanny is from the term fanny pack, even though it got its term originally from fanny meaning butt. Because most people don't wear it around the front, but even if you do wear it on around the front, if you're a dude, it's still not your vagina pack. I briefly wore a fanny pack in the aftermath of my father's death. I'm not sure why, but I decided to start putting on his fanny pack. I thought, this seems like a convenient way to carry things around. For me, though, it was not convenient. I preferred my child's lunchbox that I have. I don't know why. It's easier and better to carry some kind of a purse than it is to carry a fanny pack. Doesn't seem to make sense, but it is that way. I'll show you my purse. It's really, really masculine purse. Not as masculine as my broken purse. That was a tragedy when my Black & Decker purse broke. That was a manly purse. It's a little black bag that said Black & Decker on it. This current purse is not girly, but I also wouldn't exactly call it manly, more like boily. But I wanted to get it anyway because it has so many features that I like about it. You can hold it like this, you can hold it like this. It's got a main pocket, it's got a zipper pocket inside, it's got a lighter pocket on the side here, it's got a phone pocket on the back. It's perfect for holding all of my stuff. And the only other choices I had were like unicorns with stars on it and other girl things, so I got this one. What do you think? Is it manly enough for me? It's got soccer balls, basketballs, baseballs, footballs. Because I'm a male and I like these things, apparently. I like to watch other people play with those things. I don't like to play with those things myself. No, it has balls. Well, I mean, what I would have liked is to have this bag that isn't obviously a child's lunch pail, but it's the only version of that bag that I could find that wasn't even worse. Sometimes are killer. I'm far overspending financially and making desperation-based decisions to keep me out of bankruptcy. Oh, that sounds horrible. You know, we are dealing with a certain amount of liquidity issues, but that's not because of serious reasons like yours. It's because we're not very efficient at making things happen, I guess. I mean, I don't blame myself for being inefficient about that when I was depressed. When you're depressed, you like can't do anything, basically. I don't know, I can't do anything. I couldn't do anything. The only thing I could do was just like watch TV. What are you doing? Just sitting around watching TV and feeling like you hate yourself all the time. Why? Well, I guess it's because, you know, I had to process some stuff or whatever. It is cold in here. Normally, when I'm awake, air conditioning's not on because I don't like to sleep at this temperature, but Rachel's in bed, so, you know, gotta have the air conditioning on, because neither of us like to sleep at any higher than 68 and any lower than 68. It's gotta be exactly 68 degrees. Adderall urine. It's like it's super hard to relax your pee holding muscles when you're flacked out. And I didn't even take very many Adderalls today. I don't understand why I'm so. So I have to accept that now that I'm not suffering from depression anymore, the drugs work as they used to. Okay, come in. Is that you, Trouble? What was that? I don't know. It wasn't Trouble. I'm pretty tired. I should be after carrying on for so many hours. Well, you know, I just like to carry on. I should stop invalidating my ways. It's a bad habit to get into. If they're genuinely your ways and they're not, they don't represent something unhealthy, then you should try to love yourself. But failing that, you should try to like yourself, or at least not hate yourself. I wonder if that psychologist will talk to any of her peers or some mentor or something and get some feedback on this, or if she's just completely refused to hear anything I was saying and consider it as even conceivably legitimate. That's just nuts. Like, what is Psychology Today doing? Publishing that stuff. I'm not diagnosed with anything. But I say I've got DSPD, ADD, OCD, ODD, operational defiant disorder. We all have a little bit of that, hopefully. Are your standards as high for yourself as they are for them? I mean, I don't think that anybody really has high standards. I think people have, minimal acceptable levels of whatever. And depending on how habituated you get to certain kinds of abuse, it's normalized to you, and then you might stay in that relationship depending on what kind of person you are, various things. But the standard you should have is the right person for me. When we say we have high standards, it's like we're assuming that when other people's standards are different from ours, they're lower, or that they're prioritizing the wrong things. If what you mean by high standards is you don't want to be in the wrong relationship, I think that's the appropriate standards. There are people who are willing to accept bad relationships. You could say they have low standards, but probably it's more like they can't distinguish between a healthy relationship and an unhealthy one, or have fundamentally bad ideas like, this is unhealthy, but I'm going to fix it. But then there are plenty of bad relationships that aren't unhealthy. They're just born of incompatibilities that necessarily degrade the relationship over time. Like, I had an unhealthy relationship with my last girlfriend before Rachel, and I had a healthy-ish, but incompatible relationship with my wife before Rachel, and the girlfriend before Rachel. We weren't fundamentally bad at being in relationships. We just weren't meant to be with each other. And we weren't trying to do wrong with the other person. We just couldn't help it because our expectations were of somebody who wasn't the other person. To be in the right relationship, we needed to be with somebody else. We were both trying to be good at being in this relationship, but we weren't meant to be together, so it was inevitable that it was going to fail. We fundamentally weren't compatible. Her and I polar made it such that I felt like she never heard the point, even if she heard me, right? Because she couldn't tell when things were relevant and mattered a lot, or not relevant and mattered not at all. From her perspective, what was relevant and mattered wasn't relevancy, it was something else. It was the interface process of being in a relationship and working on things, which basically was how Eric needs to change to be okay with me. And even then, as I was making changes, she expected of me, because I didn't know what it meant to be in a good relationship either. She just moved the goalposts. Like, okay, now that you've worked on that thing that's wrong with you and why you're inadequate. In other words, like, Okay, well, you have to quit doing math. Okay, fine, I'll quit doing math. Because I don't want to be with a math person. Alright, fine, I guess it's time for me to stop doing this. This is not doing me any good anymore, if it ever did. Now you've got to stop writing these kind of Facebook posts because they're cringy and you're ranting about how you're right about this and no one's listening to you, which of course I was right about it and no one was listening to me about, because I was complaining about cops always shooting black people. Some years later, many years later, that whole Black Lives Matter movement came out. And all of a sudden, Eric was right the whole time. But nobody cared to remember that they were wrong the whole time and that I was right, and they didn't learn anything from the experience because they continued to be wrong and ignore me, and I continue to be right. Nobody said on my Facebook page, oh, you know how I would roll my eyes at this before and think you were crazy? Turns out you were right. Nobody ever bothers to say that. Of course, then when BLM came out, finally people acknowledged that what I was saying was a problem was actually a problem, that cops should be convicted of murder when they murder people rather than always get away with it. Instead of saying, oh, Eric was right all along, now let's listen to him about this. People continue to not listen to me about it, so that they got the whole thing wrong. And instead of being what it should have been about, cops should be held to the same standards of legal liability as non-cops. Namely, they shouldn't be able to shoot people and get away with it with the claim that they feared for their safety. Nobody else can make that claim and get away with using force. They have to have some more legitimate cause for use of force than that. And cops should be able to use force to secure a person, but they shouldn't be using deadly force ever unless their life is genuinely endangered and it's genuinely self-defense. That is not any different for cops than it is for anybody else. And that was the point. Instead, when people finally did care about it, they made it all about entirely the wrong thing, race rather than rights violations, which of course plays right into the cops' hands, because then instead of the problem being that they're getting away with murder, the problem is they're racist and they need more training on their race things or whatever. It's just like playing right into their hands. The reason what they're doing is wrong is because they're using excessive, non-proportional force and justifying it by pointing to their emotions. Well, I was scared. Well, then don't be a cop if you're going to shoot people every time you're scared, pussy. I get scared sometimes. I don't shoot people when I get scared and think that justifies me shooting people. But of course, when you make it about race, the only thing that actually matters is completely lost. And so, everyone having been wrong about it before, finally come to realize that I'm right about it. They still insist on being wrong about it and not listening to it. Of course, Candace was like #1 exhibit in bizarro world, where the problem isn't that cops are murdering people, it's that I'm complaining about it in a Facebook post. Oh, Eric, you just hate cops. I'm starting to, unfortunately, but the reality here is I hate injustice. I hate hypocrisy. The worst kind of injustice is abuse of power, because public servants like law enforcement officials are entrusted with the the public's monopoly on use of force. It should be our most law-abiding and respecting members of society, not our least. Oh, I can't solve Fitzgerald. When I occasionally, like, well, I like to see, like, true stories of unsolved crimes that got solved or something. Sometimes that'll accidentally lead me towards body cam videos or other things that are like that, like police auditing stuff. And the stuff that I see just by accidentally clicking, not accidentally, but casually clicking one or two of those things, and all of a sudden I just have to resolve not to look at those things again, because they impact me emotionally so much. I get so outraged that, the ways of a free and civil society are being undermined by individuals who don't get the significance of their responsibility. There's plenty of good cops, sure. There's plenty of good cops. But what I'm saying is, it's not depressing when a criminal is violating rights, because the justice system is there to provide equitable resolution of it. So yes, it's bad when an individual citizen is a criminal, because that's violating the rights of somebody else. It's 100 times worse when cops are criminals, because they prevent the solvency mechanism for the first thing from happening. When you've got cops who are empowered to give discretionary penalties to people, like, say, traffic violations or drug possession, where they can throw it away if they want and nobody's going to complain because no crime's been committed, then you have a recipe for fucking disaster. Obviously, if cops can arbitrarily and discretionarily decide when and when not to enforce laws without anybody complaining about it, as opposed to, say, if we decide not to enforce the law of murder, then people are going to complain about it. The family of the murdered person is going to say, why aren't you prosecuting this guy? You say he's the guy who's guilty. Well, I like him. I don't want to give him a ticket. So we're just going to let him go. But obviously, if the actual crime committed, people are going to complain about that. There's going to be a victim's family who's outraged. But if you have a bunch of discretionary crimes, or crimes only when the cops feel like making them crimes, or that the cops can get away with choosing not to enforce it whenever they feel like it, because the person who they're not enforcing it against is not going to complain about it, and no crime has been committed, so there's no victim to complain about it. Well, that's just a recipe for a criminal injustice system where cops no longer represent a solution to the disruption of equilibrium that happens when individuals commit crimes against other individuals, and instead the institution of criminal justice becomes an institution of crime. It becomes a big gang of criminals. We should take all the like gung ho aggro people who want to be cops and make them be priests. We should take all the calm and spiritually well people who want to be preachers or priests and make them be cops. Obviously, it's a terrible idea to force people to do things like that, but you get the gist, right? It's like the last people we need to be cops are these aggro people who want to enforce the law by using force. That's not the alternative to crime. Great Gatsby's winning, huh? I'm not going to like it because depending on what he does that's wrong, it's too disturbing for me to see. So much factors to consider. You have very complex filter you process information through. Well, I don't think it's complex particularly. I think it's just rigorous, right? Like, I don't think any good's accomplished by taking a bunch of shortcuts and making assertions that other people should think things or believe things a certain way or understand things a certain way or evaluate their own behavior a certain way. I understand that if I'm going to make those kind of assertions, that it's only okay to make those kinds of assertions if you can substantiate them. But I want to stress, I was just as confused as everybody else before cognitive functions, and as convinced as everybody else that there is no explanation to explain everything. That they're just shit that continues to defy my philosophical inquiry for years and years and years, despite being, in the field of making value debate cases, for example, like Lincoln Douglas's philosophy debate, and debating all these philosophical ideas in addition to just questions of justice and morality, which predominate. But there are plenty of other questions about epistemics, for example, that might come up and be relevant in many debate rounds. And I didn't have a good explanation, right, for things until I had cognitive functions free up shit tons of log jams. And I didn't come up with cognitive functions. That's Carl Jung's idea. I just recognized where existing explanations didn't withstand scrutiny. And I didn't even figure out the correct explanation for a long time. I had false starts trying to figure out the correct way to explain cognitive functions. And the reason they were false starts is because ultimately explanations validate when they make sense, when they're consistent with observations, when the argumentation supporting the claim being made successfully sustains the claim being made, and whether or not it does is going to depend on the scope of the claim and a variety of other things. But at the end of the day, wrong ideas, you cannot sustain the arguments with them. So it's like I got to be correct about it the same way anybody else does. Well, maybe not the same way anybody else does. I got to be correct about it the same way I always do. I was wrong about it every possible way first. But I don't sit in the wrong way. I am doing slowly a very brute force kind of intellectual labor. It would be better if you could arrive at the right answer and also determine that it's the right answer without taking, seems like, every wrong turn first and coming to understand why it's a wrong turn because you've taken it, you know? That's how it is with me with stuff, not just intellectual stuff, but with artistic stuff as well. My ignoring, you know? I've got to just try, like, you know, well, what am I going to do to record this now? Try recording the guitar like this, guitar like this, guitar like this. I'll try recording this bass line, and I'll try to make it work, and it doesn't ever gel. I just have to start over on the bass line. Because you're supposed to know what you're doing before you do it. But I don't know what I'm doing before I do it. Because I'm ignoring my NI. I try sometimes I can. Like, I'll listen, and try to hear what's supposed to be someplace. But I don't always, it's not always the case that something pops out. And then I just really don't know what to do. So I just try random shit until I go, oh, I think maybe that thing I played 5 minutes ago, that might work. It's a terrible way to work. It's a terrible workflow, you know? I also don't know, whenever I start anything, whether it's going to come together enough to justify finishing, or whether it'll come together enough soon enough for me to think it's worth finishing. And I never really know if I hammered at it a little bit more, it might gel. But it might not. So I've got God knows how many different documents, beginnings of documents that begin to explain things and then just stop abruptly because I either realized I was going down the wrong track or I lost motivation to continue that line of thing and then forgot I was even working on it and then started something else. For everything that I have ever done that I would consider completed, there's dozens at least things that if it failed starts, failed attempts to do something. But, you know, if I were good at doing things, I wouldn't be good at explaining things. When you're good at talking out in full something before you do it, then you're not going to be good at pulling the trigger and doing it with less talking it out. But lots of things in life, you can't just talk about them. You have to do them. And if you don't do them, then nothing will happen. Like Rachel and I, and Delilah, we bought a rental property, an income property, so that it could produce income for us. But if you never do the things necessary to have people rent the thing temporarily or longer term, then it will never produce any income for you. And by the time you feel like actually doing something, well, the thing you're going to do is decide to sell that house because you're not sure if you're ever going to have it do anything other than just cost you money. And of course, then you realize, of course, that it's easier to buy a house on your time schedule than it is to sell one. Why some type have strong eighth function but other weak eighth function? everybody has the same kind of eighth function, which is to say, it's super unconscious. You think you include it to the extent that you think about it at all, which is not very much. You think you include the right amount of it. After all, your dominant nature, in my case, extroverted intuition, is ended when extroverted sensing happens. We stop talking about it when we do it. So I think I do just the right amount of things. I feel this way, right? That the reason I haven't done this yet is because I'm not done thinking about it / talking about it. And I'm not going to want to take any action until I'm done thinking about it / talking about it. Otherwise, how do I know I'm taking the right action? Accordingly, it depends who you ask and how you ask as to whether someone's good or strong at their eighth slot function. It's not a matter of strong or weak or good or whatever. It's a matter of it's an insecure function. So you get defensive when critiqued about it. It's a hyper unconscious function. So even if you are knowledgeable about cognitive functions, you still can't reference, like Rachel still won't reference her SI when asking questions about, say, our relationship compatibility, because she has what you might call the occasional bouts of anxiety / little PTSD and stuff coming out about basically the terror of caring so much about somebody and something. And SI would tell her that I'm obviously totally devoted to her. I'm not going to leave her or cheat on her or anything like that. And because I'm SI, I am naturally going to just settle into the inertia of a thing and assume it's going to persist as it currently is persisting indefinitely, unless something forces me to think otherwise. Rachel, with her eighth slot SI, she doesn't have that reassuring assumption that familiarity will continue consciously. So accordingly, she's going to consistently not get the right kind of data to answer the question she's having. And the reason she's having the question is because her function stack makes it so she's never looking at the right kind of data. And so accordingly doesn't think that she has an answer to it because she keeps accessing data that doesn't provide a meaningful answer to it. That's an example of your eighth slot function relationship. She's also very protective of her SI. Like she hates being told to eat something when she's not hungry, or she being told what to do with her SI at all. I don't like. I don't mind when somebody tells me things like, "You should drink some water, Eric. You seem like you're parched or something." That doesn't bother me. I don't like it when people tell me I should go to sleep, because what they're really telling me is I should not be on the drugs I'm on right now. I should not be too awake to go to sleep, or that I should force myself to try to go to sleep when I know I'm not going to go to sleep. Or I guess you could argue they're saying I should take drugs to make myself go to sleep, which would be the best suggestion of that because, you know, maybe. But regardless, I don't want my decisions about those kind of things to be informed by other people's input because they're totally subjective matters. However, Rachel is still going to be a lot more defensive about it than I am because it's her eighth, not her fourth. But you're not. Whereas your fourth, you're fine delegating it, right? You don't care that you're bad at it until something goes wrong, in which case you think, oh shit, it must be because I'm bad at that one. It probably is just likely to be your polar, you're mistaken for your fourth, but um, yeah. This has been a very pleasant stream actually for me. Maybe it didn't seem very pleasant because the main topic has been other people's wrongness and how it either confounds me, like how could this be, or frustrates me, like I see how this could be, but God, it's like impossible to get through the mud. That's like cognitive functions, right? I can see people why there's not broad agreement about cognitive functions because there's so many different wrong explanations about it, right? And but I don't understand about evolution because how can all these purported experts and scientists and thinkers all refuse to address any of the critical questions regarding these things that are glaring and stuff? And then the one that makes me angry is that psychology lady because she's not just um, wrong, understandably or not, she's attacking. And she's not just attacking people who shouldn't be attacked. I'm included in that group. So, not that I'd make any arguments any differently if I weren't included in that group, but I probably wouldn't have real emotion behind it. It wouldn't matter to me if I didn't really feel the wrongness of this because it was specifically an ontological attack on me and people like me who choose things. Am I typing? Am I quoting something? You got to tell me something? I'm an EHP like Iron Man. Okay, well, Iron Man is not an ENTP in any normal sense of the word because he's good at too many different things. Some of the things he's good at are ENTP like things. Some of the things he's good at are not at all ENTP like things. He is a character who's written to basically have maximum attributes in everything and have no real flaws, just quirks. Saying type shit marks you as an American? You're an EHP or an INFJ? Okay. You say so. I don't have any reason to agree or disagree with you. I can't type people at all via chat. I have to actually talk to them. Because I have to ask a whole bunch of questions and do a lot of testing of specific skills that correlate and can't be gamed with certain functions, at least at the blind spot level, which allows me to do processable elimination style work to definitively either type somebody to a single type or some of the time I can't make a definitive determination between like two types because I don't have definitive test for the blind spot for each of the functions, only for some of them. But, I knew just from reading type descriptions before I ever even learned about cognitive functions at all that I was an ENTP. I felt 100% certain about it, and I knew that's what it was. And then when I learned about cognitive functions, I determined that, yeah, everything I learned about cognitive functions confirms that this is my type. Every test I've ever taken, I've gotten ENTP on that I can't remember. It's like literally, as far as I can tell, every single test I've ever taken, I've gotten that on. And these are totally unreliable tests usually, okay? But they all, even the most unreliable tests, all type me as ENTP. Even C.S. Joseph's online test types me as ENTP, even though he personally types me as ESTP because he's completely out of his mind. His online test was by far the best thing I've ever seen from him. And the reason is because of this is really the only thing about it that impressed me about it, but it's significant. The fact that he required, like, he only allowed certain permutations of choices. So you couldn't pick things that didn't go together when you were asked to pick together things. I thought that was very good because it forced a difficult choice on the person every time. And, which is to say, it prevented them from selecting the slightly less valued of two. For example, if, let's say he wasn't checking for absolute values and stuff. But I'm saying why this is a good idea because you could apply it successfully with some other components if you do that. Like if you ask a person something like, how much do you value this? Then that's going to be totally non-informative. But if you say, pick this over this over this, or this over this, then those are kind of good questions, right? Because they're only given permutations that are informative about the relative relationship between the two things, right? Which is a piece of information you can do which you can establish more definitively because it's less information, but that nevertheless you can do deductive work from. You can do process of elimination stuff. Okay, stop with the type shit. All right. I'm just talking about what happens to be interesting to me right this second. I'm not even really looking at the chat that much tonight for some reason. I normally do look at it more, but what if I don't know what functions are? Well, I mean, the thing is, The Wizard of Oz, I have a lot of videos that explain cognitive functions on my channel, but it's probably not an efficient way to learn to have me just like well, I mean, it might be efficient for you. It might be more efficient if I evaluated it in terms of the outcomes for me to just multiple times explain it until hearing it multiple times with an interested ear causes you to retain it and understand it in full, guided ideally by specific questions that you have regarding what you're not understanding, etc. But I'm super tired right now. So, you know, I've explained it as much as I feel like doing right now, I guess. Instead of talking about cognitive functions, I think it's time that I play you a very important song. It's called This Is My Keyboard, This Is How I Love. Spin Magazine said genius, while Tiger Beat Magazine said fantastic. Oh. No, don't do that. Okay, don't worry. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. You don't have to be alone. All right, now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get this makeshift piano stand. Oh, sure, I get it. This is not a piano, it's a keyboard. But I like to call it a piano anyway. Why? Because it has all the things, it has all the piano-iness that a piano has. It just has some additional stuff too. Sure, it's not hammers hitting strings like a piano, but is that really actually what makes a piano a piano? Isn't it really? It's got a keyboard and it sounds like a piano? Seems to me that would be a fair definition of a piano. That is how the doves cry. Let's see what kind of beat we want to put on here. Oh yeah. What you say? What you say about that? Oh yeah. What are you saying about that? Oh yeah. I said, oh yeah. When people come up to me, ask me a simple question, I answer. Oh yeah. They look at me and they're like, are you sure though? I'm like, oh yeah. Other people doubt the sincerity of my yeah for some reason. Perhaps because I only give my oh yeah response during April Fool's season. Oh yeah. Come on everybody. I said, oh yeah. You think you know how to rock and roll? Oh yeah. I think you do as well, 'cause you're swell. And that means we can rock the night away. Oh yeah. Are you talking to me? Are you saying to me, oh what? Are you saying to me, oh no? If you're saying to me, oh no, I'm gonna tell you, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You want to decline my yeah with a hearty no, but I say no. Oh yeah, instead. So I don't remember what I said the title of that song was gonna be, but that song is now called Oh Yeah. All right, we're gonna have another song. I'm not as good at freestyling songs on the piano, simply because, like, I'm not even good enough to play the chords myself while freestyling. I kind of have to let the auto chord do that. But unless I'm playing something very simple, you know, yeah, if I were to play. In other words, hmm. 100,000 days ago, I lived in a place where there was snow. There was snow from my ears down to my toes. Then a long time later, that snow went away. Where did it go? You say, I'll tell you. It went and turned into water. 'Cause that was snow like to do. It turned to water. It like to do. It like to turn to dewdrops in water. It like to become nature's best daughter. With all its drippy, drippy, drippy away. It starts to snow, but during the day, somehow it goes away. Nobody knows how except for me, hey. It turns out it goes away because it gets tired of what's going on. Everybody looking down on it, don't can't come soon enough for it to get the funk out of here. For sure, that's what it'll do before dawn on Tuesday morning. Yeah, jazzy. Well, as we all know, there's nothing better than a jazzy keyboard. But I'm going to go ahead and put it right back at the beginning of life here. Number one, the grand piano. No, not that. Turn that off. Problem is, it only ever plays anything on that in that one sound. It doesn't matter what sound you ever program to, it plays the chords in that sound, which is not a particularly good sound. Not that the sounds on this are fantastic, but by and large, they're better than that sound. I think the grand piano sounds quite like a piano, you know? Russ and Steven are a couple of guys, work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived, they work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Tough song to play. The only real piano song I've ever written, and I've never really been able to play it even one time all the way through without messing up. I mean, it's hard to get for me a lot because I'm struggling to get all the right finger things, so it's really difficult for me to keep a steady rhythm with it. It's like I just can't play it. I can, hammer at some butchered failure of rendition of it like that, but I know how the whole thing goes. It's fully written. I just can't play it. And I wrote it many years ago, but the thing is, in the interim, I spent many years with no access to a piano. So I didn't know like I was practicing during those years. Now I have access to this piano, which is a keyboard. And I think it's wonderful. And it only cost $50. I got it at a yard sale. Best $50 I spent in I don't even know how long. Like, what a bargain. So another Glide Flaps theme song. I do, but I can only play it on the guitar. Dang, what the fuck? It's 4 a.m. It should be 9 p.m. So, Fitzgerald, we have to stop telling time how to pass, okay? Time is its own person. We need to respect its autonomy. If time wants to pass by quickly, just let it go. Just let it pass you by. Know the way of the Zen Buddhist and let go of your attachments. Enter your spiritual chrysalis and emerge an enlightened butterfly. Oh my God, it's Glide Flaps. Oh my God, it's Glide Flaps. Oh my God, what a side snappy remark. He's a real shark. That's the theme song for Glide Flaps. Time needs to get with the times. That's a fair critique. It should be able to do that since it is time and it has unique access to getting with the times. Horace was a bull, he tried to gore us on Tuesday. We got alarmed, we insisted he bruised they who tried to join us, but the bull denied it. That's when we all got super excited because Horace the bull went into his spiritual chrysalis and emerged a beautiful butterfly in front of our eyes. So, I've given you a number of inspirational songs here tonight. I hope you are inspired now to live your best life like Horace the Bull. If you're not, then you're doing the live stream wrong. He's a shark. No, he's a shark metaphorically. He's a Glide Flaps literally. Obviously, Glide Flaps is not just an individual. He's also the representative of an entire species. You never get to see any other instances of Glide Flaps, but he'll reference them sometimes. Like, my friend Glinda Glide Flap, back at Glide Flap headquarters, nobody's ever seen any other Glide Flaps, but you got to take Glide Flaps at his word on that, because obviously he knows more about Glide Flaps than you do, and me, because we're not Glide Flaps. Even though sometimes he plays the role of the villain, so he's a rare superpowered thing that he likes to be fair and take turns being evil and good. Hey, you're not getting into these gay awards. Get out of here, straighty. No straighties allowed at the gay awards. We don't need your breeding or have. We let you straights in, you're going to start reproducing babies in the back row. We're here to award gayness. Get out of here. I can tell you're straight. Well, I can tell I'm straight. You're wearing sweatpants and a pea coat with flip-flops. That's no proof that I'm straight. Well, if you're gay, you're doing a bad job of it. Okay, well, maybe it's that. Is it that? Do you want me to answer that question? Yes. Well, it's not that, but it could be that. Sorry. Then they stamp a stamp on my forehead. Straight. And another on my cheek. Get out of here. I gotta get out of here. Will you stop going to sleep, computer? It's like, oh, you haven't touched me in 45 minutes. Get out of here, baldies and straighties. I'm a double whammy. You're gonna get out of here, me for sure. I say, I've got my fanny pack, and it turns out they're British, and they say, you're lying. You don't even have a vagina. And then they grope me to prove the point. Obviously, I complained about this sexual assault, but they claim it was a security check to make sure I was gay. How can you tell if I'm gay by grabbing my crotch? Anyway, I never was to get into there. After they sent me away, I tried to hot air balloon my way inside the place, but it turned out it was an enclosed building, and that was a pointless attempt. Well, I mean, I think that, like, gay or straight or bisexual is more an identity marker than anything else. Like, if you identify as straight, and, you know, actually are straight would be helpful too, you know, but then you're saying to your partner that you might have to worry about me looking at other chicks if I'm that kind of guy, but you don't have to worry about me checking out other dudes or being interested in getting with them. And the reason that matters is because then your partner doesn't feel like there's something she can't provide you that you want sexually, you know? Obviously, if you aren't actually straight, then you need to definitely pick the right identity, because that's not going to work if you aren't actually straight. But the point is, the reason it matters to, like, pick an identity rather than just say, I don't believe in sexuality and identities because I don't know what I want to fuck. It's just, I love who I love, whoever that is. Well, that's fine for people who don't care about meanings at all, right? But for communicative types like me and Rachel, that would be refusing to provide significant information that helps a meaning-based person to feel comfortable. If you're comfortable being in this wash of ambiguity all the time and not being able to rely on meanings to understand things, then you are obviously very good at understanding things through your experiential functions. And vice versa, you know. I'm very bad at understanding things through those. So, Accordingly, I need to understand things through meanings and words, which means the partner I have also, if we're going to be compatible, needs to be very meaning and word focused. And she is, and we are. She's the only person I can think of that full-fledged agrees with me about evolution without also advocating a alternate advocacy of creationism or intelligent design. I gotta turn on the light because I don't know. Maybe I just feel like, you know, spent, tired, yet still jabbering away. I gotta learn to accept that that's okay. It's who I am, you know? Sometimes it gets a little worked out and shut for a bit. You think about like whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, objectively, it's it's about as harmless as the thing could possibly be, maybe even helpful to some people. But my standard is, I guess, I don't like to get that kind of like too out of control thwack. So then I look up and I've wasted 12 hours doing Well, actually, doesn't count as that. It doesn't feel like that to me if I'm enjoying myself. But there's this element of anything you've been doing for many hours when it's fucked up, it feels like, okay, you know, hold your horses there. Let's maybe make some decisions about what to do and then follow through on those decisions rather than just play as the wind carries me. I want to be L-A-Y all the time. The same thing my whole life. From ever since when I was a little kid, I just thought I just want to play all the time. I don't want to go to school. I don't want to have to, you know, have some career and stuff. I didn't mind getting a job. That wasn't something that bothered me. Like a regular job doesn't ask too much of me. And I do something actually productive, like work at the deli was the best example. Whereas an example of something that's not actually productive is just work anyway. I guess it's productive, but it's incredibly dull with my previous first job, my very first job, which was at the Buick dealership where I put files back in the right spot in file cabinets. Oh my God. I had to leave that job. I just couldn't do it. Just, could this be any more boring? Come and there's a big pile of files and I put them in the right place in the file cabinet. And I only worked like 2 hour shifts at a time or something. I just found it absolutely unbearable. I had to leave that job not that long after I started it. But I don't think I burned any bridges or anything. I just said, I can't do this job. I gotta quit. Well, I never felt that way at the deli. I kind of enjoyed the routine of, knowing what time I was supposed to go, like checking the shift thing, and then, oh cool, I got this many hours today. instead of this many. Sometimes I wanted more, sometimes I wanted less, And I liked all the busy parts. I liked it a lot. I didn't like the part after, like at like 2:30 in the afternoon. The lunch rush was over. People hadn't started coming in to pick up stuff for dinner. And if there's time enough to lean, there's time enough to clean. I never have been able to tolerate like show work very well. Okay, well, why don't I just quickly clean it all up because there's not that much mess here, and then I can lean. How about that? No, you're supposed to find something else to clean. I just don't even like this part of the job where I'm not even really working. I'm just waiting for something to do that's not clean theater. Can you put on a little play for me? Sure, what would you like me to do? I'd like you to pretend to clean. Okay. Very well. Then I shall pretend to clean. You don't expect me to like this part of the job, right? I'm not sure of the point. I've already swept over here. There's no more stuff on the floor. Basically, you're being told you need to clean more slowly. And the reason is, I guess they just don't like the way it looks when you're just standing there and not doing anything. But can't you just always be busy so I never have to clean? And I didn't mind like closing. There's a whole big cleaning routine you have to do when you're closed. Clean the slicers for the meat and put away all the like refrigerated stuff from the case back into the big fridge. I didn't mind doing that stuff because it was, at that point you can go, oh, let's see how fast I can hammer this shit out, And then you have purposeful reason to be cleaning, which is to get it done so you can be done with it. But there's no benefit to getting it done if you have to clean anyway during the... Maybe I lasted like a month at the Buick. I was at the deli until I went back to college. I took a year off and I worked at the deli. And then I went back to college, which was so much worse than working at a deli. But, I basically had to complete. And I'm glad my parents made me complete it because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get the job that I was actually meant to do, which is debate coach, even though that wasn't the job I got or thought I was ever going to get on purpose. I wouldn't have been able to access the job if I weren't an English teacher first. Where is a beverage? Why are there so many bugs in the house? How did they get in here? I guess every time I open the door, there's just like 5 more flying inside. Cursed bugs. You don't like college? Yeah, I don't like college either. College is for squares. I liked being a debate coach, but In terms of positive relationship with the job, like being a debate coach was more rewarding, more fulfilling, but also had parts of the job that not only that I not like, such as time enough to lean, time enough to clean, but there were parts of the job that were stressful, necessary, and not fun parts of the job, like all the administrational stuff that goes along with being a debate coach, registering for tournaments, all that kind of stuff. I didn't like that stuff, but it was super hugely important, and I had to make sure it was done right. So I couldn't really delegate it. I was an English major. And yeah, that's right. I majored in the language I was already fluent in. It worked out for me, but if you're younger than me, things might not play out the same when you enter the job market, you know? Yes, majored in the language my native tongue that I was completely fluent in before I started the major. And in fact, uh, benefited not in any concrete way I could see at all from completing the major, except for having the piece of paper and having read a bunch of books I otherwise wouldn't have read, and very few of which I was glad to have read. I didn't read very much good literature as an English major. A couple of books were good. Most of them were terrible in various ways. Rizzology. Well, you know what? Back when I went to college, they hadn't invented the Rizz yet. So everybody just was shyly coquettish. Nobody had any Rizz. Boys and girls would just go like this to each other. Oh my gosh, I'm shy. Then, all of a sudden one day, there was Rizz. They're covering mouths while laughing. Hiding behind a tree. I see you. What? Oh. That's how people were back in the day. It was an innocent time. The year was 1902. I just saw this great meme. So it shows this. The caption on it is not here, but I'll tell you what it should be. It's one day, John Fogerty noticed the rain and immediately hated it. It's got this playlist of CCR songs. Have you ever seen the rain? It came out of the sky. Who will stop the rain? It's fantastic. Obviously, it's not true, though, that John Fogerty hadn't noticed the rain prior, nor that he hates the rain. Just that it looks that way when you put those song titles together. A fascinating expose on John Fogerty. Is that what you majored in, the Wizard? And is that how you got your name? Yeah, when you major in wizardry, instead of giving you a degree, they give you a title like the Wizard of Oz or have yourself a very merry Rizmas or Rizzer to the oldies. Various things like that. You double majored in Rizzology and sexonomics, huh? Well, aren't you a real reproductively viable champion of genome shaping, paternity making semen leaves? A semen leaf is what a real Rizzologist and sexonomist does is they generate as many semen leaves as possible, trying to sow their seed like Genghis Khan. I'm sure there are some people in the world who make a point of going around trying to impregnate as many people as possible. I don't know why you would do that, but I bet there are some people in the world who do that. Little Rizzard, I remember him. I also know about Rizdolf, the Rizz-nosed Rizdeer, who apparently had a very Rizzly nose. I know about Rizzy Rich. Richie Rich's more swag counterpart. I know about Wizard of Attenborough. It was here, on these rocky shores, that the indigenous people first discovered Rizz. Rizzy McGuire is definitely a classic one. I don't know enough about Rizzy to remember her face or what else she's been in, but she's some blondish lady. I don't think that's one that Delilah watched. Like she watched Sweet Life with Zach and Cody. So I've seen a lot of episodes of Sweet Life with Zach and Cody. And I saw a lot of episodes of iCarly. But she didn't watch Rizzy McGuire. Likewise for you. Oh, you watch those shows too? Are you like 26 or something? That's what my daughter is. She was a girl though, Saul Fitzgerald, so she liked the girl show iCarly. I thought iCarly wasn't bad. It wasn't terrible. What one show I could not watch with her, which she absolutely loved, was Full House. She didn't get that it was an old show in reruns. She thought it was like half being made then, right? And was very disappointed when I explained to her that those little kids are no longer little kids because she like asked about like, what do you think do you think they go in their third grade or whatever grade she was? Like they're not that old anymore. They're all grown up now. And if I were to have this conversation with her today, I'd say they're all grown up now and on trial for providing overdose levels of heroin to people, to other famous people. So Ned's declassified? I don't think so. No, I mean, with those kinds of shows, if she wasn't watching it, I was not going to watch it. I did like to watch TV with her, but I much preferred to watch cartoons over the live action ones. Although, Sweet Life with Zack and Cody was actually pretty funny. It was definitely better than Sweet Life on Deck. If you're familiar with the Sweet Life franchise, yeah, I think the original one was great. It wasn't as good when they went onto the boat, but that Asian girl on it, she was pretty funny. Well, I was evaluating this as an adult who liked to watch TV with his daughter, relax on the couch or something, watch TV together. So I was, that meant I was going to watch something she wanted to watch because otherwise she'd just go watch TV in her room. Like when she insisted on watching Full House, I said, okay, I cannot watch Full House. It's unbearable for me to watch. But she thought it was the most hilarious show. She'd come out just dying of laughter and try to explain to me this hilarious thing that happened on Full House. I just say, okay, I love that you love this show, Delilah, but it's not, no, I don't really appreciate it as much as you do. This brings back memories of watching TV and good and bad memories because I was not nearly as grown up then as I am now. Which is weird to say because I'm not very grown up now by normal standards. But I'm responsible now. I was irresponsible then sometimes, and memories of me being irresponsible impacting Delilah are hard to think about, but I mostly processed all that shit when I got sober. So hello, kind of late, ain't it? Yeah, it is. I'm about ready to go to bed. Captain CM. I seen the caps for captain, unless it's like cap is in no cap. In which case, are you saying you're an inauthentic CM? If so, I'm going to have to call cap on your assessment of the lateness of the hour. I would say it's not even kind of late yet. It's just pre-kind of late. It's, almost kind of late. Am I drinking? If so, me too, let's party. I'm not drinking alcohol, no. I am smoking bong rips, and it's actually affecting me a little bit for a change because I also am getting high on sleep deprivation. Not to mention the residual Adderall, which is why I'm still awake despite being tired and needing to go to bed in some weird, the status quo needs to be different world, which it definitely does not. I prefer the status quo just the way it is. Residual. So I'll tell you what I will do for you, CapCM. I can't drink alcohol anymore. So if you transubstantiate a drink to me, I'll transubstantiate this bong rep to you. So this way, I will take the lung effects, you'll get all the head effects of the bong rip. Here we go. By the power vested in me, in God's big heaven church, I hereby transubstantiate this bong rip from my bong to your head, capsium? No. I'm going to say no, unless your job is being drunk on whiskey. That's a surefire way to totally have to crash out while you're at work. At best. Well, hopefully that bong rip curbed your fiendiness for alcohol a little bit, so it can usually work just fine on weed. I used to never go to work without always having weed pipe on me. When I started working as the director of the day school, I had regular scheduled weed smoking breaks throughout the day. I don't know if they were regular, but I mean frequent. Like I'd go out. They probably were pretty regular because I had like breaks between classes and stuff, and I had a break in the middle of class. Yes, I would go smoke pot outside when there's a break in the middle of class, but I'd go around the corner where nobody could see me. Did I smell like pot when I came back inside? Yes, probably. Did I care? No, I did not. I didn't have time to be arguing with them about whether or not I smelled like pot. I had to teach them how to argue with somebody else about some other matter entirely. Did she like Drake and Josh? I don't think she watched that very much. I remember seeing a few episodes of that, but maybe they were a little too old as boys for her taste at that age that she was at. It seems to me, if that was on at the same time as Sweet Life OG, well, they were definitely younger than Drake and Josh, seems to me. Those two. Lucia says, it doesn't look like it did you well. What, that bong rip? Well, you need to evaluate your looking mechanism because it's not seeing things correctly. Because really, what it makes me feel is tall and tan and young and lovely, a girl from Ipanema who's smoking a bong rip. That's what I feel like when I pull this. Not enough to watch it as an adult now. I do like plenty of kids shows, but that one's live action, right? Well, sure. Lucia, if you don't do a little bit of coughing after pulling a barn rip, you're not pulling the barn rip properly. Plenty of the time I don't cough, but what happens there, that's a perfectly normal, healthy amount of coughing rather than being like, oh, coughing your lungs out. It's just clearing your throat, basically. A lumberjack's throat clear is what they call it. But I guess across the board, the only live action one that I actually remember enjoying and finding funny is OG Sweet Life. And the boys were funny, but the dynamic with that Asian girl, she was very funny, and they worked well together. You know who I'm talking about? That Asian girl? I don't know what her name was, but it wasn't Zach or Cody. It was something else. From where? We're talking about kids shows that I watched with Delilah that Solid Fitzgerald watched in his childhood because he's about Delilah's age. At least he identifies as the same generation as her, Gen Z. I've decided I'm going to just skip around some letters and I'm going to be like, Generation N. I'm taking out Generation N for myself because I should get to be part of two generations. And I'm going to let in other people who want to be part of two generations too, provided they meet my criteria, which is mostly that they want to be let in and that they're willing to self-identify as being part of two generations. And they're willing to answer when asked, what generation are you? To say first, Generation N, and then whatever other generation they identify with. So that no matter what, the other person has to ask, what's Generation N? And you say, it's the generation that I'm in. But I help her remember. Lucia. Or can I please do the Tiffany voice? Can you stop me? Boy, Lucia, you are a wise person to request Tiffany. It means you understand the way of the world well. You value and importance of Tiffany. Damn right, I'm important. My name is Tiffany with an I. Tiffany, Tiffany. Well, what do you got going on tonight? I have been evaluating people who stink. Oh yeah, who stinks? Have you heard of this guy, Ferguson? Oh, you mean athletics relief pitcher Ferguson? Exactly. Well, he stinks. He does stink, Tiffany. He gave up a lot of runs, and he always gives up a lot of runs. Still in ya is still in ya. What's up, famous and friends? Hello. I don't own a Joy Ladies and Men. I don't even own a Joy Ladies and Men. Mixed reviews on Joy Ladies and Men? What's Joy Ladies and Men? Everyone, please enjoy your day today. And always don't let nothing or no one steal your joys. Your joy, ladies and men. I see. Gee, you're responding to a joy, lady and men. Okay, well, gee, just because you don't self-identify as any of the lady and men who get joy doesn't mean that the other lady and men shouldn't get joy. Oh, joy. No, joy like the emotion. Boy, is that an emotion. Tiffany, are you drunk? I said that very much. I have had nothing to drink except almond milk. Yeah, but you call vodka almond milk. I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, Tiffany, well, why don't you go sleep it off over here? Thank you, Lucia, for requesting it. I'm not great at doing the voice right now because my voice is kind of shot, so her voice is kind of shot too. I always in life have hated, like, the, you met Joyce, she's okay. Um, what was I going to say about something? I don't know. Well, I know what I was going to say, actually. I do know. I have always hated in life, even before I did drugs and was up, I hated, like, the time between where it's like I had this little chunk of time to play, and then at a certain point I had to go to bed, right? So I hated the transition time. I was like, I just dread this coming time when I had to stop playing. And I'm still like that today. Like, it's like, oh, I don't even have enough energy to just carry forward any momentum. I just want to like sit here in silence and go, look at me. Um, but I need to drink more liquids because I've let myself get rather dehydrated. I just continue thinking about that crazy lady and her crazy article. What the fuck is she doing? Why is she? What inspires somebody to do that? Like, I don't know. I do not know. Hmm. I didn't expect her to show up, and I was not prepared to deal with that strategically or tactically. It's unfortunate, but how are they gonna expect her to show up? You know, like I put up a YouTube video saying what a terrible job she'd done, but nobody ever actually finds things that I put up and responds to them, let alone shows up. I am just roundly ignored by everybody. So, not you people. You're not ignoring me. I appreciate that. Are you not into any religion? I'm Christian. So, yeah, that's what I am. It's like a robber who always gets away with it. Finally, police show up this time. You haven't drunk a liquid in too long. What is like a robber who always gets away with it? Finally, police show up this time. Is that your dehydration, as you're saying, is like that? That this time, because I mentioned how I need to hydrate more, you realized you got busted for not hydrating enough? Is that what you mean? There's, the thing is, yeah, well, of course, because they never do, I'm totally unprepared for engaging them more productively than I did, which is to say, I'm not going to be effective at getting her if it's all about my emotion. I was genuinely upset about that because I both genuinely found it just like an appalling abdication of her responsibility as somebody who's identifying as speaking in her professional capacity, right? Speaking in her professional capacity and giving, telling everybody who smokes weed, young or old, but all the article was specific towards older people. But she included a paragraph in it that was saying basically, now we all know how terrible it is for young people, which it's no more terrible for me now than it was when I was 14 years old. I know, I know. I don't want to go over it again. It's just, oh, what, what am I supposed to do about that? Except make a video calling her out. I just wish I had. I'm going to do this in the future. And the next time anything like this happens, I'm going to try to remember to myself, obviously not to other people. I hate it when I say things like that. Anyway, I'm trying to remember. Look, this time, Eric, be aware that somebody might pop in with a response, and you don't want to pop off with a bunch of emotions, and allow the other party to make it about your emotions, which is what anybody is going to do when I'm obviously angry. Because even when I'm not actually angry, I'm quite animated to my detriment sometimes, usually. But if I measure it against efficacy of, I don't know, changing minds or even winning the argument in the eyes of random third parties, who can be very influenced by things that aren't relevant. But I have to just think on it, try to keep track of that reality. And figure that if I direct enough attention to that need, then my behavior will change. Make a vid asking her to come back for an official one-on-one. I could do that to off a shield, and it occurred to me. I'd start with apologizing for for my tone problems and for not engaging her in a civil fashion when she showed up willing to engage. And, concede that that was definitely a mistake on my part, and one that I regret, because she should be lauded for coming here willing to engage me, even though I think it's not so much indicative of anything laudable about her except that she is totally deluded. She should have been, in other words, if the video had worked, she would be chastened and ashamed of herself without having to come here. And wouldn't want to come here because she was embarrassed because she realized how badly she fucked up. Except she obviously didn't hear anything I said. Or she wouldn't have come here challenging my credentials as opposed to anything I actually said. That's what set me off, right? Is she said, so what's your PhD in? As though that has any relevance at all to anything I said in that video. Oh my God. What? You came in and doubled down on an intellectual wrongness first thing by attacking not anything that I said, but whether or not I have a PhD, as though that's, not any argument at all. Well, that's what she opened with, I was already mad at her and maybe had just not that long before been talking about being mad at her and was feeling mad at her. And then she came in and doubled down with, what's your PhD in? Well, I actually don't have a PhD. I guess that means you're right about things. Well, we all have our natural enemy in the world. That lady is my natural enemy because she's actually, engaged in ontological assault of a whole group of people that includes me, right? She's additionally not making the determination of what comprises acceptable psycho whatever she is stuff. Psychologist, I guess, clinical psychologist. But unbelievable. But, interesting. I don't know why she thought it would be a good idea to publish that. But I guess it's just pure harm prevention, right? She's saying, well, you can't go wrong with harm prevention. That's always good. Of course, it's not, because it presumes an ability to predict impacts that you do not actually have, especially if you're that lady. I don't know. I wish I didn't make mistakes. I don't like it. I don't like regretting getting all upset. Makes me very upset. Like, stop it, Eric. Be tactically smart and strategically smart. Don't be some sort of rage bait idiot. God, I'm just not very calculating, you know? I expect the correctness to do the work, not me and my emotions. Psych majors are my top 5 most egotistical part smellers. Did you see the video, Money, that I made about that lady? Apparently her name's Monica, or at least Solid Fitzgerald's asking me if her name's Monica. That's as good a guess as any I got. Might be Monica, but we'll just for convenience acknowledge that that lady refers to that lady, whatever her name is. Anyway, that lady and I, as I was saying, were as natural enemies as the cats. That I couldn't say the cats and the mice because the cats are predators rather than and the mice are prey. She isn't doing that for predatorial reasons. She's just dumb and also generalizing whatever probably her tool function is that and saying harm prevention is a universal good, which is wrong, and utilitarian and fundamentally bullshit. So I've got to recognize that this isn't just about the fact that she's horribly wrong in a way that's genuinely reckless. It's not just about the fact that she's also that way about me, which is not reckless because I'm not going to be swayed by her wrongness, obviously. But which is nevertheless probably links to my being more emotionally engaged about it than I would be if it weren't inclusive of me. Even though that shouldn't matter at all. But it doesn't matter in terms of what arguments I'm making. It does matter in terms of whether I'm listening to her at all or engaging with her or just yelling at her, you know. And obviously, nothing good ever happens from wasting an opportunity to engage successfully, you know. In a dream world, it would be helpful to get her to actually understand, but I don't think that was really possible. I think she's as appalled by my frame of reference, even though my own personal business is not a frame of reference in the same way that her universalization of harm prevention, which doesn't universalize this, but whatevs, my goes. You know much thoughts on it, but I don't like psychology. Well, I mean, I don't like that no matter what it calls itself. I tell you some psychology I do like. The psychology of going to sleep. I gotta go to bed. Time to end the stream. I've been delaying it for too long now. So good. Victoria Q, you can post it somehow in the community tab, a viewer post. I've enabled it, but I know that I've seen Fly Guy put the first community post up, but I can only see it in the back end on my side. I can't see it on the front end, but I don't know why not, because I've enabled it and everything, and there's a post, but I don't know, it doesn't show up anywhere. So if you post it though, then I can copy it from your post and post it, and it'll show up on the main community tab. So I wish that viewer post thing would work properly, so then you could just post it and it would show up in the community tab, but I don't know why it's not working. I mean, I am. I like to use the community tab to do exactly the same thing I would want to do if I did Facebook, which is like post memes, basically. Things that I think are funny. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to figure out how to do a viewer post, because I've not figured out how to do one, but that maybe because I'm mean, so I can't do a viewer post. Anyway, if you can't figure out how to do it, well, I don't know either. But hopefully you'll figure it out, because Fly Guy did. So it's possible to figure it out. So that at least I can see it in the back end, and then they can do that thing. Anyway, okay, good night, good luck, goodbye, and sleep well. Don't send the bed bugs to hell.